Taken together, it was unbelievable. Layman gulped nervously. Objectively speaking, Layman was an exceptional warrior. At least in this region, there was no warrior better than Layman. But it was exactly because of this that Layman couldn't help but be wary. Layman shuffled backward in order to widen his field of view. This allowed him to observe the state of his defeated subordinates. Although no one had died, they weren't in good condition either. His men had gotten their bones broken by the magic missiles, and his lieutenant had a crossbow bolt stuck in one shoulder while being bound by tentacles of sand. "Aren't you going to answer me?" Even as Eugene impatiently asked such a question, the tentacles of sand didn't disappear. Dozens of magic missiles were also still hovering above Layman's fallen subordinates. How was Eugene able to wield a sword even as he maintained multiple spells? And all while showing not a single opening? Layman may not have learned any magic, but even he knew that what Eugene was doing currently required an impossible level of skill for a 19-year-old. "We're thieves," Layman eventually confessed. "It seems that Nahama is quite the powerful country," Eugene scoffed as the corners of his mouth twisted up in a wry grin. After all, the leader of a group of measly bandits, with less than 10 members, is actually able to give off sword force from his blade. If a bandit group of the size is at that level, that must mean a gang of bandits with more than 100 people will have at least 10 men who can exert sword force. Layman stayed silent. Eugene continued, "And how strong must the soldiers be to be able to suppress such bandits? That's quite amazing. If they have that kind of military power, won't Nahama be able to unify the continent?" Layman tried to come up with an excuse as thieves were just a little special. "Hey, old man. I'm telling you, stop with your bullshit and just speak honestly," Eugene said with a snicker. Having said this, Eugene confidently strode forward, but Layman couldn't retreat any further. "Truth is, I don't really need you to answer me. You can keep silent if you like. Because I have my own ways of making you talk," Eugene menaced. Was this really a young master of the prestigious Lionheart clan? Although his face was that of a youth's, the words spilling from his mouth sounded like they could have come from the type of mercenary one would find at a pub. On top of that, there was Eugene's gaze. It was blatantly exuding killing intent. How is it possible for a flower grown in a greenhouse to give off a killing intent like that? Just who the hell are you? Although Layman knew this was a strange question, he couldn't help but feel the need to ask it. "I don't know what you mean by that," Eugene responded. "You should have known who I was before you started following me. Isn't that right?" "You're Eugene Lionheart," Layman finally admitted. Eugene confirmed, "That's right. It seems you're well aware of my identity. But are you really Eugene Lionheart? If not, then who else could I be?" As Eugene spat out these words, he kicked off the ground. The sand from the dune burst up and exploded in all directions. But there was no way that Layman could lose sight of Eugene's figure even in the countless grains of sand. Or at least that was what he thought. Eugene's figure disappeared in an instant. Such a movement was impossible with just speed alone. Layman's senses didn't miss the fact that the mana in the air had fluctuated. He quickly turned and swung his kukri to the side. "Even blink," Layman exclaimed as he moved instinctively. Ching! His kukri clashed against WINNYD. Although WINNYD's blade was thin, it was covered in a dense layer of mana. This was sword force. Layman couldn't be sure of it from only their first clash, but now he was certain of his suspicion. For Eugene's mana to not be scattered when his sword collided with Layman's own blade of sword force could only mean that Eugene was using sword force as well. There was no time for Layman to be astonished by this fact. He still needed to pay attention to other things, even with Eugene right in front of him. Layman felt a chill running down his back as a magic missile that had been hidden in the cloud of sand flew towards his blind spot. Magic missile was only a first circle spell. It was a spell that just about anyone who called themselves a wizard could use, but even when their circles increased, most still favored Magic Missile as an attack spell due to its ease of use. Magic missiles could be cast with just a small amount of mana, and their trajectory could be changed at will depending on their caster's mana control. And mana control was something that Eugene had been skilled in ever since his previous life. Eugene's mind was capable of guiding each projectile individually, and the ring flame formula amplified the power of every projectile. Layman couldn't afford to ignore such an attack. Mana burst out from Layman's core. Grayish-white mana wrapped around his body. This was a mana shield. Since it was just a technique meant to coat someone's body with the mana that they possessed, the use of this defensive technique wasn't differentiated between a wizard and a warrior. But its defensive power varied greatly depending on the user's level of strength. Usually, a mana shield constructed by a warrior of Layman's level should be able to laugh off a blow from a first circle offensive spell. However, Layman's body shook as he felt a heavy shockwave coming from behind him. As Layman was forced to stagger forwards, Eugene's sword pierced through the opening this had created. Ugh! At first, Layman thought that he'd been cut. But he wasn't. Eugene's sword just lightly grazed the surface of the mana shield that Lamanna had erected. It had to have been deliberate. Eugene had purposely held back. Layman's eyes widened in anger. How dare you insult me? Layman roared and violently swung his kukri. Each time his kukri, which was curved in the shape of a crescent moon, sliced through the air, it created a distinctive whooshing noise. Although Layman swung his kukri like this dozens of times, he wasn't able to make any contact with Eugene. Just by shuffling his feet slightly, Eugene could easily evade Layman's blade. Usually, there was no way that Layman would grow tired just from swinging his sword like this. However, Layman's breathing was gradually getting heavier and heavier. It was because of the mounting pressure. Even when he swung his sword with all his might, Layman still couldn't hit Eugene, and the youth from the Lionheart clan was no longer smiling like he was before. His calm eyes weren't showing any traces of agitation. Even in the face of slashes that could cost him his life with just a touch, Eugene was still able to stay so calm. All of this was putting pressure on Layman. On top of that, it wasn't just Eugene that he needed to pay attention to. Layman didn't know when another spell might come flying at his back. He could also be sucked into the ground like his lieutenant. Or something might even fall on his head from above. The range of Layman's guard needed to be increased for each variety of attacks that Eugene had shown. This limited what actions Layman was capable of. He couldn't afford to take risks. Just as Layman was on the verge of panting for breath, Eugene jokingly offered, "How about I don't use magic?" These words caused the hair on Layman's head to stand up in rage. This was the first time he had ever been so insulted. Ka! Layman burst out in a shrill cry. The sword force wrapped around his kukri intensified in strength. He was going to kill Eugene. Although Layman's master hadn't ordered him to do so, his warrior's pride that had been insulted was more important than his master's orders. Now things are looking up, Eugene smirked to himself. Not only had it been a few years since he'd used his body like this, but this was also the first time for Eugene's reincarnated body to face an opponent who could output his sword force like this. Whenever he sparred with Gilead, Guion, and the other knights of the main estate, they didn't use sword light or sword force for fear of possible injuries. As such, Eugene wanted to see what this man could do. This old guy facing him had been too cautious in his attacks after claiming he was a thief. With toothless blows like those, no matter how much Layman swung his sword, Eugene would suffer flesh wounds at most. Now, though, there was some weight to Layman's blows. Smirking, Eugene swung his shoulders, and his arms shook as he sprang into action. Bam, bam, bam! Grains of sand were sent flying with each step Layman was forced to take back, and drops of blood dripping from his cuts mixed in with the sand. Even though he was seeing it personally, Layman still couldn't believe what was happening to his body. These cuts, Layman winced. How many times has it been? Layman's whole body was stinging in pain. The cuts weren't deep, only skin deep at most. Neither his bones nor his muscles had been broken by these blows. Was it a miracle that they were all shallow? No, the truth was, Eugene was holding back on him. Layman's beard trembled in agitation. Kia! Layman roared once more and charged at Eugene. However, the results of this attempt weren't much different from those that had come before. By the time Layman had finished taking a step forward, Wynnyad had already made dozens of slashes. Eugene's sword was unbelievably quick. But the even more alarming thing was that none of the cuts made by his sword overlapped. This meant that the youth wasn't just swinging his sword haphazardly. He knew exactly where his sword was going and where each of his blows would land. The intensity of his mana, his magic, and even his swordsmanship. How on earth does someone like this exist? Layman thought resentfully, cursing the heavens for their unfairness. As blood poured down his body, Layman rushed at Eugene once more. Eugene just snorted at Layman's show of bravery. Qua! A cloud of sand was sent flying with a boom, and Layman was left panting in the middle of the aftermath. He had squeezed out the last of his sword force in a single instant, erupting into a large explosion. However, even with this, he hadn't been able to touch Eugene. Don't you need to take care of your subordinates? Eugene chided him. The voice was coming from behind him. As Layman felt a chill run down his spine, he spun around to look back. Layman saw his lieutenant and the other soldiers under his command floating in the air. Eugene casually threw them aside and tucked Wynnyad into his cloak. What do you think you're doing? Layman gasped out. Can't you tell just by looking at it? I'm putting away my sword, Eugene stated the obvious. I still haven't been defeated. Layman insisted. Eugene shrugged, I know. Pop, pop, pop. Eugene cracked his knuckles as he walked over to Layman. So I'm going to defeat you now, Eugene declared. Ka! Layman rushed at him with another scream. Eugene ducked under the slash that flew at him and clenched his fist. Pow! A fist covered in mana crashed through Layman's mana shield and drove into his side. Cag! Layman's breath was driven out of him, but the assault didn't stop there. Eugene skillfully swayed his body backward and then, for the sake of fairness, slammed his fist into Layman's other side as well. A blow to Layman's stomach came after that one. When Layman staggered, unable to endure the pain, Eugene immediately swung his leg and kicked the outside of Layman's thigh. Eugene wouldn't allow Layman to fall with just that. He grabbed Layman by the collar and held him up. Then he swung his fist up into Layman's jaw twice. When Layman was about to vomit, Eugene slammed his chin upwards, preventing Layman from opening his mouth. Layman choked. Gah! Layman felt himself losing consciousness, but he was still holding onto his kukri. He tried to swing his kukri to somehow change the situation, but it didn't work out. Eugene just grabbed Layman's wrist and twisted it. Then, with his other hand, he grabbed Layman's head. Using his sword first and then putting it away, this wasn't because Eugene had the intention of sparing Layman. It was all to show off a blatant disregard for Layman as a threat and thus break his will. Eugene was demonstrating that he could crush someone like Layman with just his bare hands. Having seen the truth of this, Layman's will was immediately broken. Compared to being sliced dozens of times with the sword, being beaten up by the fists of a 19-year-old youth was much more painful and depressing. Hold on is what Layman wanted to say. But Eugene didn't bother to allow Layman to finish. Bang! Layman's head was spiked into the sand. Since the ground wasn't that hard, Eugene didn't have to worry about cracking Layman's head in two. I still don't know who's behind these guys, Eugene reminded himself. The situation was different from when Eugene had dealt with the Black Wizard in Arath. This was a foreign country, a place where Eugene didn't even have Levelian to look out for him. If the one behind this old guy was at the very least a noble of Nahama, this might turn into a political fiasco. He didn't want to put any more wrinkles onto Gilead's already troubled and worn-out face. That said, Eugene wasn't going to be excessively merciful either. Bang, bang, bang. Eugene slammed Layman's head into the sand a few more times. Layman's already broken will was utterly crushed. With the bitter taste of the sand entering his eyes, nose, and lips, Layman's tears and blood turned the sand into mud. Layman stammered, Stop. Layman knew that he was really going to die. And he wasn't going to die fighting with honor, but instead be left dead in a barren patch of the desert while pretending to be a thief. The realization of this was terrible, and so was the pain he was in. In a shaking voice, Layman could barely spit out this plea for mercy, and only then did Eugene's hands pause in their place. Who are you? Eugene asked once more. Layman tried to speak, I am. The moment Layman hesitated while replying, Eugene slammed Layman's head into the ground once more. Your response was late, Eugene explained. If I ask you something, answer me right away. It's also fine if you answer me before I even ask. What did Eugene even mean by saying it was okay for Layman to answer before being asked the question? Although this thought went through Layman's head, he didn't voice his protest. Instead, he confessed, my name is Layman Schulhoff. Huh? What's with your tone, you motherfucker? Eugene cursed. Bang. Layman's head crashed into the ground once more. He repeated, my name is Layman Schulhoff, sir. Bang. Layman pleaded, just what is it you want to hear from me? Eugene raised an eyebrow, forgetting the sir again? This motherfucker. Bang. A cry came from elsewhere, please stop. Having seen his superior thrown around like this several times, the lieutenant, who was still suspended in the air, twisted his body to face them and pleaded with Eugene. As blood trickled down from his nose and mouth, Layman looked up at his lieutenant. The lieutenant stammered, our master is Tyree al-Madani. Bang. Even though the lieutenant was the one who answered the question, Layman's head was still smashed into the ground once more. In that brief moment, Eugene had understood the relationship between Layman and his lieutenant. He realized that this upright old man would really refuse to tell him anything, no matter how many times he was hit. Bang. And who is that? Eugene asked even as he slammed Layman into the ground once more. Eugene's gaze wasn't aimed at Layman, but instead at the lieutenant. But Layman was the one to respond to his question in a dizzied voice. Don't tell him anything. Not listening to Layman's order, the lieutenant revealed, our master. Tyree al-Madani is the emir of Khajitan. Rather than his master, who was far away, the lieutenant was more afraid of the one who kept slamming Layman's head into the dirt right in front of him, Eugene. Eugene recalled that Khajitan was the city right on the western border of Nahama, which Eugene had just left. This meant that Layman was a subordinate of the Lord of Khajitan. Bang. The lieutenant continued stammering, our master. He wanted us to. Hurry up, you motherfucker, Eugene urged. Bang. He wanted us to secretly follow you. Sir Eugene. Bang. I am not sure of his reasons, but... Bang. Please just let go of the captain's head. I can't give you a detailed reason. But... Bang. He told us not to allow you to enter the Kazani desert. Only then did Eugene stop pounding Layman's head into the ground. Why? He asked simply. I'm not really sure. Bang. No, really. Bang. It's the truth. Really, I swear that I've told you everything that I know. I truly don't know his reasons for this. Truly, the lieutenant pleaded as tears poured down his cheeks. After eyeing him for a few moments, Eugene snorted and released Layman's head. That said, he wasn't just going to allow Layman to go free. Eugene plopped his butt down on Layman's back as he sat and stroked his chin. Kazani. That was the name of the desert that Eugene would enter if he kept going in this direction. It was also the location of Eugene's hometown. 300 years ago, the frontier of Turaz had been in the middle of what was now the Kazani Desert. Why doesn't he want me to enter? Eugene pondered. The lieutenant answered, he didn't say anything about that. There usually isn't anything to see in a desert. Kazani. No beast or monster even lives there. There aren't any oases either. This was only natural. The Kazani Desert had only been created recently as the epicenter of the sandstorm that was gnawing at Turaz's territory. It didn't have an oasis, and rain only fell rarely. Kazani was a harsh land that no one could live off. It wasn't like there hadn't been any attempts to make this wide desert livable. Just a few decades ago, an artificial oasis was created in Kazani with a village surrounding it. However, a sandstorm had suddenly engulfed the oasis and the village, and after this had happened several times, Kazani had been abandoned as an uninhabitable wasteland. Could it be the headquarters of the sand shamans? That was Eugene's first thought. But although it was obvious that Nahama was using the desertification to gnaw away at Turaz, that didn't explain why they would want to keep the young master from the prestigious Lionheart clan from entering Kazani. Or could Amelia Merwin be? In Nahama, the one that Eugene was the wariest of was Amelia Merwin, the black wizard who had signed a contract with the Demon King of Incarceration and who was being supported by Nahama. Not only did she have a bad personality, but Amelia Merwin also had as much power as a natural disaster, so even Nahama treated her with caution. It was strictly forbidden for tourists, as well as the citizens of Nahama, to enter the Ashur Desert, which was where her dungeon was located. The Ashur Desert was a long way from here, and there was no reason for Eugene to go there. It was also far away from where Anise had last been sighted. Eugene organized his thoughts. Raising his head, he looked around at Layman's subordinates, who were sunken into the sand. They hadn't just stayed still while Layman was getting thrashed. They had tried to attack Eugene several times, so Eugene had used magic to bury them in the sand until only their heads were sticking out. "You all can go back," Eugene said with a wave of his hand. Then he tapped the top of Layman's head, "But you'll be coming with me." "Huh." Layman grunted. Eugene pointed out, "No matter what, you can't allow me to enter the Kazani Desert, right?" "I don't really care about that, but it would be annoying if I get into a pointless argument by going there." "What does that have to do with me going with you?" Layman groaned. "If someone does make a fuss about it, I'll just blame you," Eugene explained. Layman was struck dumb. "You get what I'm saying, right? I'll use you, and thus your own master, as a shield. You said that your master is the Emir of Khajitan, right? Doesn't that mean I can silence any annoying protests by using his name? That's. Or would you rather die to me here? Of course, your subordinates will be dying along with you. Or else you could just return to your master, tell him that you failed to follow me and that you were beaten to the brink of death. Of course, I have no reason to keep quiet about this. Didn't you call yourself thieves when we first met? I'll tell everyone that the Emir of Khajitan disguised his subordinates as thieves to steal the Lionheart's treasures. How about that? That's. We never intended to do something like. Who do you think they'll believe, your words or mine? For now, what's certain is this. The Lionheart clan will definitely believe my side of the story. After all, I do have things that are valuable enough to tempt you to steal them." With a grin, Eugene pulled out WINNYD's hilt from inside his cloak and showed it to them. "You know what this is, right?" Eugene asked. "It's WINNYD, the storm sword used by the Great Vermouth, the ancestor of our Lionheart clan. It's an item that just about anybody would covet. Or at least that's what most people would think, no?" So they're sure to believe that the Emir of Khajitan pulled something so devious because he lusted for winoid. Unable to say anything, Layman could only purse his lips. Although the length of time that Layman had suffered under Eugene was brief, he couldn't treat Eugene's words as a mere threat. What if Eugene really went around saying something like that? Layman's head would be sent flying, and perhaps so would his subordinates. Even his master, Tyree al-Madani, might lose his head if things went wrong. You understood. Layman had no choice but to concede. Open Bookworm's thoughts. OBW, slave get. This really reminds me of how we'd managed to recruit his own subordinates. If I ask you something, answer me right away. It's also fine if you answer me before I even ask. Momo. LOL good OL, Eugene. CH61. Chapter 61. The Desert. 3. Although Layman's subordinates dreaded the thought of returning without him, they had no choice but to do so. Before they left, they straightened out their stories about what had happened here. During their covert pursuit, Eugene Lionheart had attempted to enter the Kazani Desert, forcing them to try and stop him. However, it had been impossible for them to stand firm in the face of the stubbornness from this young master from the Lionheart clan, and they had also failed to persuade him. As such, their captain, Layman, had decided to accompany Eugene alone. For now, they allowed Eugene to enter the Kazani Desert as long as he promised to turn back at the first sign of danger or trouble. None of them could be sure that Tyree al-Mandani, the Emir of Khajitan, would accept such a story. The wounds that they had received from Eugene had been treated somehow with potions and healing magic, but in the end, their master's orders had been to prevent Eugene from entering Kazani, not to act as an escort and go with him if they weren't able to deter him. Thanks to this, Layman was so unsettled that he couldn't help but stay up all night long. After admitting to himself that even if his subordinates hadn't spoken up for him, he wouldn't have been able to stand the fear and pain that Eugene had brought him for much longer, Layman felt greatly ashamed of himself. Owing your loyalty to your master and having tight lips were important virtues for a warrior. But Layman had betrayed his master. His lips, which should have been as tight as a lock, had flapped freely. He was also concerned about how his subordinates, who had been left with no choice but to return, would be treated. However, this was for the best. Although dying at Eugene's hands was certainly a scary thought, Layman was more afraid that both his and his master's honor would be tarnished because of this failure of his. He tried to comfort himself with the thought that he was protecting their honor by following Eugene, but Layman's heart still couldn't rest easy. On top of that, Layman couldn't sleep because of all the slices and bruises that Eugene had inflicted upon his body, especially his face, which had been repeatedly smashed into the sand. On the other hand, Eugene was having a good night's sleep. While Layman was tortured throughout the night with pain in both his body and heart, Eugene was sleeping like a baby some distance away, wrapped up in his cloak of darkness. Layman looked over to Eugene and clicked his tongue in dumbfounded shock. Although he had been beaten up, Layman's limbs were still intact. His hands and feet hadn't been tied up, and neither had Layman had his weapons taken from him. If he could only muster up the confidence, Layman could have attacked Eugene whenever he pleased. Is he just that arrogant? No, it can't be. Layman rejected such an idea. Eugene wasn't tossing and turning, nor was he snoring. He seemed to be deep asleep, breathing slowly with a calm look on his face. Even so, Layman still didn't dare to get close to him. In that short time, the violence his body had been subjected to had broken Layman's will to resist. Also, Layman still couldn't see any openings in Eugene. Eugene was definitely asleep. Whether it was his breathing or his pulse, all the signs indicated that he was in slumber. Could he be faking his sleep? But what reasons would Eugene have for doing so? Layman's defeat was by no means accidental. He had been thoroughly defeated by that 19-year-old boy from the Lionheart clan. It wasn't just a lucky shot. Layman's defeat was the natural result of the overwhelming gap in skill between him and Eugene. Could it just be a habit? Layman speculated. Layman guessed that Eugene was so accustomed to danger that he could fall asleep deeply even when he didn't know where the danger was coming from or what form it might take. While his mind might be fast asleep, his body was ready to respond to any threat. Layman wondered if he should try and test his guess, but then he recalled that he lacked the skills to do so. With a snort of derision, Layman just continued, covering his body in bandages. In the first place, calling it a mere test would be ridiculous when he was risking getting his throat cut. It was pointless to get anywhere near Eugene. "Shall we get moving?" Eugene suggested. Mornings came early in the desert. Eugene had immediately gotten up as soon as the rays of dawn began spreading across the sky. Even though he had just woken up, his eyes were unbelievably clear and bright. "All right," Layman reluctantly agreed. In the end, Layman hadn't been able to get even a wink of sleep. Even so, he didn't show any fatigue. Layman was also accustomed to harsh conditions. As a warrior who could skillfully control his mana, he could recover from his fatigue with a handful of mana even if he went without any sleep. "Could it be that you're in a bad mood because I treated you so rudely?" Eugene questioned him. "Not at all," Layman denied. Eugene continued prodding. "Then are you upset because I trampled all over your honor?" "Not at all," came Layman's delayed reply. "Your first reply was quick, but the one just now was slightly slower." It's fine if you're upset. I said what I did because I wanted to upset you, and that's why I beat you up as well," Eugene admitted as he started walking ahead, patting the sand off his cloak. "But that was yesterday's business. Since the night has passed and the sun has risen on a new morning, let's just start the new day with a new frame of mind." Layman wasn't sure what this bastard intended by saying such things. Eugene changed the subject. "Are there any sand shamans in the Kazani desert?" Amid Layman's confusion, another question had arrived. Layman couldn't think of a reply immediately and just stared silently at Eugene's back. "Don't act like you don't know," warned Eugene. "I truly don't know," Layman stammered. Eugene threatened him. "Do you really want to spend some more time in hell at my hands?" "No way. I really, truly don't know. I'll swear this on everything that I have," Layman insisted. Layman was being sincere. And why was Eugene asking if there were any sand shamans in the Kazani desert? Why would the sand shamans, who had sworn sole loyalty to the royal family of Nahama, be in the Kazani desert, which was so far away from the capital? "What's your rank?" Eugene suddenly asked. "Huh?" Layman sounded confused. "You said that your master is the Emir of Khajitan. Since you even had subordinates with you, you must have some kind of military rank," Eugene clarified. "I'm the commander of the 2nd Division of the Red Sand Warriors, a unit under the direct command of my master," Layman revealed. A unit under the Emir's direct command. This was no different from a knightly order serving under a noble. This meant that being the captain of the 2nd Division had to be a fairly prestigious position. With the skills that Layman had shown yesterday, the position of captain wasn't wasted on him. Eugene turned his head around to scan Layman's face. What he saw there was just shame and fear. It didn't feel like Layman was lying to him. Eugene now knew why someone like Layman, who had already reached the rank of captain, had been sent on a mission like this. Layman was both honest and loyal. However, loyalty could never be an absolute guarantee. Meanwhile, ignorance could always be relied upon. No matter how much you terrified, intimidated, and tortured someone, they couldn't blab about what they didn't know. In that respect, Layman was the perfect patsy. Eugene sighed. "Are you an idiot, old man?" "Huh." Layman was perplexed by this sudden insult. "The Kazani Desert. It used to be the territory of the Kingdom of Turaz, right? Eugene prompted. Why on earth would you bring up something so ancient? It's true that it was the territory of Turaz around 100 years ago. Layman played along with Eugene. That's right. But a sandstorm appeared out of nowhere and turned all the fine land and forests into a desert. Since the rest of their border with Nahama also turned into a desert, Turaz had no choice but to cede this territory to Nahama. Although Eugene called it a cession, it was basically extortion. While claiming that the spread of the desert had been mandated by heaven, the Sultan of Nahama stationed his warriors in the desert and began conducting military exercises. As a small country, Turaz definitely couldn't risk a dispute with Nahama, and no righteous country on this continent would shed the blood of its soldiers just because it felt pity for such a small country. The desertification is still gradually progressing even now, isn't that right? Since your guys can't pull off such rubbish against the Keel Empire, you just keep beating down on the pushovers in Turaz. There was a clear tone of accusation in Eugene's voice. Don't you dare spread such nonsense, Layman warned Eugene. Unlike your appearance, it seems that you're rather naive, old man. Or could you just be pretending to be naive? Eugene asked. In an uncertain tone, Layman argued, even if what you say is true, there's no way our master could be involved in such despicable actions. Weren't your orders to conceal your identities and follow me around rather despicable? That's. He was just worried that you might run into danger in such a treacherous desert. It looks like you really don't know anything. Well, that's fine. Since it's not like it's important whether or not you're aware of the truth, Eugene shook his head as he said this and turned to face forward. But you should get one thing straight. I have no intention of coming all this way to a foreign country just to get mixed up in a conflict that I can't handle, got it? I can roughly guess why your master wouldn't want me to head into the desert. If a foreigner wanders into the base of the Sand Shamans, and if that foreigner happens to be the young master of the Lionheart clan, wouldn't that just be a pain in the ass for everyone involved? If Eugene was just some guy, then they could get rid of him without any concern. It wasn't uncommon for travelers to go missing in this vast desert. However, the disappearance of the Lionheart clan's young master would hold much different weight. If Eugene were to go missing in the desert, Gilead, the patriarch of the clan, would never just let this issue rest. I believe that I understand what you're trying to say, Layman replied as he lowered his gaze. If there really are Sand Shamans in there like you speculated, then before they can harm you, I will step in to protect you, my lord. Even if the Sand Shamans are directly under the Sultan's command, they should at least show some respect for my master, the Emir of Khajitan. It would be nice if that were the case, Eugene said without any confidence. But my lord, why do you want to go to the Khazani desert? Layman hesitantly asked. There really is nothing to be found there. That's something I'll need to confirm with my own eyes, Eugene stated firmly. Eugene wasn't sure if he could really find Hamel's grave in the desert. To a certain extent, this was all just supposition. It could be that there was nothing to be found there after all. But that said, he still felt the need to check it. Without saying anything more, Eugene started running across the desert. He's so fast, Layman exclaimed to himself as he immediately began following Eugene. Although Layman had been beaten black and blue last night, fortunately, none of his bones had been broken. Thanks to him circulating his mana instead of sleeping, Layman wouldn't have any problems keeping up, even if they were running. Though that should have been the case, it still proved difficult for Layman. While it didn't seem like Eugene was running particularly vigorously, with each step he took, his body was sent flying across the sand. Layman still had time to wonder to himself. Could the sandstorms really be the work of the Sand Shamans? As a warrior, Layman didn't consider invading other countries to be an evil deed. After all, there was nothing wrong with the strong taking from the weak. This wasn't just a law of the desert. Everything in this world ran on the survival of the fittest. But to use a sandstorm as their means of invasion, wasn't something like that truly despicable? Layman felt that if there was going to be war, then it was only right that it should be a real war, where warriors shed their own blood for victory. But what if the great sultan was just showing that he valued and cherished the blood of his warriors? If he was indeed saving their blood from being shed until the day of their great war for conquest by doing this, then his soldiers should just prepare for the war with feelings of both joy and gratitude. This was all that a warrior could wish for. But it looked like Layman Shulhav wasn't truly a warrior, as he could feel a treasonous emotion beginning to wriggle in the depths of his heart. Layman tried to ignore this feeling. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. An oasis. Layman gasped. A day had passed since Layman had started accompanying Eugene, and they had entered the Kazani Desert. Just as Layman and his lieutenant had said, the desert was barren and completely empty. It was a desert where nothing could survive. But that seemed to be all there was to it, as they hadn't encountered any particular dangers during the half a day they had spent in this desert. Then they had abruptly spotted an oasis. Layman stared at the distant oasis with a look of disbelief. The Kazani Desert had no oases. That was why nothing could survive there, and Layman couldn't be more familiar with these facts. But for them to have discovered an oasis, could a terrible sandstorm have churned up the ground, freeing the water below? Or had the rain fallen here unnoticed and collected on the ground? Either way, Layman felt that the oasis they had spotted in the distance had to be a miracle of the desert. It's fake. While Layman was looking at the oasis with ecstatic eyes, Eugene spat out these words in a cold tone. Layman was bemused. Huh? I said that it's fake, Eugene repeated himself. Are you saying that it's a mirage? Layman asked. If you see a mirage of an oasis, it means there must be a real oasis somewhere in the distance. But not in this case. That's a magical illusion. Eugene was certain of this. He had gotten the feeling that from that point onwards, the density of mana was different from the surrounding area. But Layman hadn't been able to identify this as illusion magic like Eugene had. This was because his sensitivity towards mana was far lower than Eugene's, and he didn't have the same deep understanding of magic that Eugene did. So that's how they do it, Eugene nodded with a laugh. By showing us a mirage, they're trying to make us think that we're heading in the wrong direction, thus discouraging us from getting closer. But that just makes it even more suspicious. Layman was slow to react. You're saying that's a spell? That's impossible. Hey, Layman. Try to keep your attempts to escape reality inside your own head. Don't piss me off by pointlessly spouting your weak attempts at denial, Eugene warned him. Layman bit his lip in silence. It's admirable that you're showing loyalty to your master, but it's not like your master is my master as well, right? Please don't insult my master. When did I ever accuse your master of being a son of a bitch? What do you mean by saying that I insulted him? Why are people so sensitive to such things nowadays? They keep making up insults from nothing. What was with Eugene saying things nowadays? Setting that thought aside, Layman forcefully relaxed his shoulders and lowered his gaze. If that's really illusion magic, what should we do now? It would be dangerous for us to try and detour around it, so since they've gone so far as to cast such a spell to deter us, why don't we just go back the way we came? Layman weakly suggested. I'll need to take a closer look before deciding what to do. Saying this with a grin, Eugene started walking towards the distant oasis. Layman protested, didn't you just say it's an illusion? So why do we have to go there? To see if they really are trying to send people to a safe place by making them turn back the way they came. Huh. For travelers in the desert, an oasis is an extremely precious sight. To the extent where they would feel the need to make a stop there once they've seen it. It can't be. Do you think that they might have an ambush lying in wait? Shouldn't that probably be the case? If it were me, that's what I would do. Rather than deter an intruder who might still come barging in from who knows where, it's overwhelmingly more convenient and efficient to slit their throats after reeling them in. Layman looked at Eugene with shaking eyes. Although logically speaking, Eugene's words were correct, it was hard to believe that such a judgment had come from a 19-year-old boy. Layman hesitated. If that really is the case, then why even risk the danger? Isn't it better to confirm your suspicions? As he replied, Eugene pulled out his map from his cloak. If Eugene wanted to head directly to where his hometown used to be 300 years ago, he needed to pass straight through that oasis. However, was it possible that someone might have left a trap here knowing that was the case? 300 years ago, Hamill had been the type of person who would just go ahead and check it out himself if he suspected a trap was in front of him. Hamill hadn't considered such actions to be reckless. Since he was sure he could handle whatever it threw at him, why not risk triggering the trap? So what if there really was a trap? He could just smash right through it. And if there wasn't a trap? Then he could just head on through with a more relaxed mindset than before. Eugene would actually prefer it if the oasis was a trap. He hoped that someone really was there waiting to ambush them. If that was the case, that would make it a little easier for him to plan for future situations. It could also confirm that his grave was somewhere in this desert. Currently, the presence of Nahama's sand shamans was just a suspicion on his part. But the fact that the oasis in front of him was an illusion cast by magic titled Eugene's suspicions over to certainty. If that really was a trap meant to bury any travelers in this desert and not guide them back to a safer location, then that just confirms it. And if it wasn't, then he would just have to make another decision at that time. Whether to just continue exploring all by himself to find the unknown location of his grave, or if he should properly seek permission for a full expedition. The Emir of Khajiitan and Layman Shulhov, the commander of the 2nd Division of the Emir's personal guard. With those two behind me, that's at least a little insurance, and if that doesn't work, I can also use the Lionheart name as additional insurance, Eugene planned. If his attackers just chose to ignore all of that, that just meant that there was something over there important enough to risk turning the Lionheart clan into an enemy. So what could it be? His thoughts turned to the rumors that there would soon be a war. But is that really something that Nahama itself has decided on? Amelia Merwin was based in Nahama, a black wizard who had signed a personal contract with the Demon King of Incarceration. It was a well-known fact that she represented a huge proportion of Nahama's military strength. If Nahama truly was preparing for a war, was that because the war was what Helmuth had decided upon? Or was Nahama just concealing a growing ambition beneath Helmuth's gaze? This was a question that he couldn't answer. However, Eugene couldn't just ignore his suspicion that the Demon Kings and Helmuth might be involved in all of this. He couldn't risk ignoring the possibility. Eugene cursed, "Fucking hell, why is it so difficult just to find a grave?" A grave? Are you here because you wanted to visit the grave of a family member? Layman asked. "MHM," Eugene grunted in acknowledgement. "How could that? Why didn't you just tell me this earlier?" Layman asked exasperatedly. Eugene returned his question, and what would you have done if I did? There's an area allocated separately as a cemetery in Kazani, Layman explained. I could have just led you right there. It's not in a cemetery. The grave I'm looking for should be all on its own. Then I'm not sure what kind of grave you're looking for, but there must be hundreds of thousands of corpses buried in this vast desert. That's probably true. Are you a native of Kazani? Eugene suddenly spat out this question without turning to look back at Layman. For a moment, Layman didn't know what to say and just pursed his lips. Eugene listed his observations. There's the way your eyes lit up when you looked at that oasis earlier. There's also the fact that you keep flinching during the regular sandstorms. Also, your mood shifted when I told you about the sand shamans. Layman appeared reluctant to speak. But Eugene didn't need him to say anything. Were you part of the group who tried to settle in the desert? So you were lucky enough to survive the disastrous sandstorm and somehow managed to reach Khajiitan. Was it your master who allowed you in? So that's why you don't want to believe that your master is connected to the sandstorms, but I'm sure you're starting to have some doubts about it. Layman's silence confirmed Eugene's conclusion. Hey, Layman. Let me give you a piece of advice, Eugene offered. With the way that the world works, most of the things that we don't want to believe are true turn out to be correct. And among those, it's especially the suspicions of someone secretly being an absolute shithead that turns out to have been the truth. Layman ground his teeth. Eugene continued, although you might indeed owe a great debt of gratitude to your master, it should also be true that your master knows about the origin of the sandstorms. What Tyree Almadani never expected was the fact that I was strong enough to beat both you and your subordinates with ease. He also didn't know I would be stubborn enough to head into Kazani anyway, ignoring all the threats and warnings. There's no way that's the case. Layman couldn't stay silent any longer. Didn't I tell you to keep your attempts at escapism inside your head? Well, do whatever you want. It's up to you to decide what you want to believe. Saying this with a snicker, Eugene continued to walk forward. At that moment, Layman's expression suddenly changed. He kicked off the ground and charged at Eugene's back. It's dangerous. Layman wasn't attacking Eugene. With a fearful cry, Layman pushed Eugene's back as a dark blade erupted from the sand beneath Eugene's feet. But Layman's hands weren't able to move Eugene's firm back. Then Eugene jumped straight up and spun around in midair. Do you really think I would miss something that you had noticed? As Eugene grumbled, he summoned some wind spirits. Boom! The sand covering the ground was blown away by a strong force of the wind. 1. The Korean version of this idiom is lips as heavy as a rock, which means someone is able to keep a secret. Open Bookworm's thoughts. OBW. Fun fact, Eugene shared a piece of dangerous misinformation in this chapter. If you see a mirage in the desert, that doesn't mean an oasis is actually nearby. A mirage is caused by a heat haze bending the light to make it appear like water. There doesn't need to be any actual water nearby. Ch 62. Chapter 62. The Desert 4. Gales were mid-level wind spirits. If sylphs were able to raise a breeze, then gales were able to raise strong winds. Although there wasn't even a single breath of wind currently blowing in the desert, the moment that the gale was summoned, a strong breeze stirred up the sandy ground. No, it didn't just stop at stirring up the sand. Eugene's power amplified the gale's strength, creating a burst of wind that sounded like an explosion had gone off. All the surrounding sand erupted instantly, and Layman, who had been trying to push Eugene, was also sent flying head over heels. Whoa! Layman cried out in panic, but Eugene just stared down at the ground while floating in midair. Deep beneath the cracked surface of the sand, a man with a mask covering his whole head was writhing in pain. His mask was dyed a dark color, but the areas around his ears looked especially dark because of the blood that had burst from his ears due to this sudden explosion. Eugene recognized him. He's from the assassins. There was never just one of them. Eugene's eyes quickly swept his surroundings. In the spaces where the wind wasn't able to blow, he could sense the swept-up sand deviating slightly. Eugene's mind reached out to the gale. The formless wind cried out a roar as it churned with even more ferocity. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Now that the whole area was obscured in a veil of billowing sand, Eugene decided to cast some spells. It's nice to have a lot of options on what to use, he mused to himself. A dozen mounds of sands erupted once more with explosions. The sand that had been sent flying by these explosions blew at the assassins who had been waiting in ambush. They quickly raised their mana shields and tried to throw themselves out of range, but it was impossible to avoid all the grains of sand that were spread across such a wide area. Blood had splattered everywhere. The assassin who had been the first to attack Eugene was left in a truly terrible and torturous state. He had been too close to Eugene's counterattack and had already been injured, so he wasn't able to react in time. He was pierced by hundreds of sand bullets and had turned into a block of Swiss cheese. Even so, the man didn't let out a single scream. The assassins of Nahama were trained not to make a sound under any circumstances. However, even if they couldn't scream, that didn't mean they were immune to pain, and it also didn't mean they couldn't die. Unable to keep standing any longer, the assassin fell to the ground. The conditions of the other assassins were a little better. Although they were bleeding from wounds piercing into their body in several places, they weren't at any risk of collapsing. So they all took a step back and eyed Eugene. Their eyes were their only features not covered by their masks. Although one of their comrades was dying right in front of them, not a shade of fear could be seen in their eyes. That said, there weren't any traces of anger either. These assassins had no need for such emotions. This was just self-defense. For now, Eugene decided to try talking. "You're the ones who attacked me first. If I hadn't been able to avoid the attack, my crotch would have been split in two. Lower your weapons," Layman cried out as he ran over from the distant spot he had fallen in. "I am Layman Shulhav, a warrior serving under the Emir of Khajitan, Tyri al-Madani. Know that the one you are showing such hostility to is my master's guest." Although the fact that there really were assassins laying in ambush here had shaken Layman, he didn't forget the reason he had been dragged all the way here. Layman continued, "That is why you should all lower your weapons immediately and stand back. If you refuse, I will be forced to regard that as a challenge to the authority of my master, the Emir of Khajitan." Even as he cried out these orders, Layman's eyes glistened with a dark emotion. But the assassins did not withdraw, nor did they show any signs of backing down. Instead, they readied themselves in fighting stances as they began to emit a cold killing intent. And these weren't the only ones. In the distance, the sand stirred, and over a dozen assassins rose from the ground. In the end, Eugene and Layman were surrounded by at least 20 assassins. Layman was shocked. Why on earth? Could it be that they didn't hear me? Although Layman tried to repeat himself, once again, there was no reply. As the assassins held up their weapons, their blades shining in the sunlight, they exchanged glances among themselves. Layman stammered as he tried to convince them, "I am telling you that this man is the guest of the Emir of Khajitan. Also, he happens to be the young lord of Kiel Empire's Lionheart clan." "It's useless," Eugene said with a shrug, his face showing that he had been expecting this. "Layman, those words will only give these puppies even more motivation to silence us and make their decision to kill us even easier. What do you?" Layman trailed off in confusion. "Since they've already attacked us, there's no way they're just going to let us off." Though they might decide not to kill me, they're sure to kill you," Eugene informed him. "Why wouldn't they intend to kill you, Lord Eugene?" "Because my dying will cause them quite a headache. That said, they can't just let me leave either. But those bastards should probably have a lot of unspeakable means to keep me from saying anything inconvenient. Like poison or drugs, they might even have spells for that. There might be a variety of methods at their disposal, but in the end, they just had a single purpose, to prevent any witnesses from divulging what they had experienced to anyone. In fact, the simplest method was just to kill them. Corpses couldn't speak and would always hold their silence. However, since the other person was a member of the Lionheart clan's main family, it was impossible for them to simply kill Eugene thoughtlessly. As such, instead of killing him, they would just have to keep him from opening his mouth. But to do that, they would first have to subdue Eugene. Layman paled. They would go so far. "Just why?" "Who knows?" Eugene replied with a snort. The assassins weren't the only ones whose motivation had increased and who now found it easier to have reached a decision. Since these guys had revealed their intent to kill, Eugene would just have to treat them similarly. After all, Eugene wasn't the one who had started this fight. "Shall I make the first move?" Eugene asked as his hands reached into his cloak and pulled some things out. The moment Eugene had asked this question, the assassins all kicked off the ground as one. The first to move was the assassin who had collapsed from his severe injuries and was now dying. He shouldn't even have been able to move properly, but the man still charged toward Eugene, crawling across the sand with his hands like a beast. This wasn't anything to be panicked out. Even though 300 years had passed, the assassins were still the same. They were terrifying bastards who prioritized their orders and missions over their own lives. Even if their limbs were all sliced off, they would still try to attack by wriggling their torsos like worms. During Hamill's time as a mercenary, he had clashed with them on several occasions. Thanks to that, Eugene was well aware of just how terrifying assassins could be, and he was also very familiar with the only working method to stop these bastards, apart from being the one who gave them orders. Shiik. The sand in the ground formed into blades. The body of the first assassin to come running in unawares was split in half. He was dead for sure, but Eugene didn't spare the body even a single glance. The other assassins were still attacking. They may have abandoned their stealth, but their movements were so swift and agile that stealth was no longer needed. They were using each other as cover, thus confusing their numbers, and they each began preparing different venues for attacks. If one went down, the next would attack, and if he went down, the next one would still be able to put their knives to Eugene's neck. With a snicker, Eugene lowered his body. Flap. His cloak billowed, and 6 throwing knives were sent flying forward. 3 from each hand. Although they were all thrown at once, each of the daggers shot off in different directions, with each knife aimed at one of the 6 assassins. They weren't just simple throwing knives either. Ching! Although all the assassins took defensive action with a mana shield, they were still forced to stagger backward. That was just how heavy the daggers Eugene had thrown were. Blades of sand then erupted beneath the feet of the assassins who had been staggered by his attack. They had already seen such an attack before, so they were able to react, but that wasn't the only threat. In an instant, the air around the assassins turned heavy. This wasn't a metaphor. The air truly did grow heavier, pressing down on their shoulders. This slowed down their action slightly, causing the blades of sand that erupted from the ground to slice the assassins' ankles and hips. Once again, there were no screams. All the same, there weren't any cheers of joy either. Even in such a state, all the 6 assassins raised their short swords at once and threw them simultaneously, as if they had already arranged to do so. Eugene wasn't just standing still during all this. As he leaped forward, he transmitted his intentions to the gale. As his mana infused into the wind, it altered the trajectory of his daggers. There was no need for the wind to guide the daggers the whole way. Just a slight twist in their trajectories had been enough to create an opening. An opening that Eugene didn't miss. Kwachik. Eugene's empty hands grabbed onto the heads of 2 assassins, pushed them backward, and smashed them down to the ground. His cloak flapped open as he fell, and when he came back up, both of Eugene's hands were holding onto a large axe. Audiobook. The axe that Eugene swung with the rotational force of his entire body chopped right through the bodies of the nearby assassins. Blood sprayed out and intestines spilled across the ground. Eugene didn't remain attached to the axe after swinging it once. After he had chopped everyone nearby into 2, he let go of the axe, and as the axe flew away, still spinning in circles, it embedded itself into the chest of another assassin. Apart from that axe, Eugene had many other weapons. Since he didn't know what might happen once he got to Nahama, he had made sure to prepare thoroughly. He had enough food and water to last for several months, as well as adequate changes of underwear. After he was finished preparing things like that, he had stuck all sorts of weapons into the cloak. Among all the weapons he had stored away like this, axes alone just counted for 20 of them. Hamill, Why do you go around carrying all those weapons that you never even use? If I have them with me, I'm sure I'll use them sometime. Leave him alone, Anise. I'm telling you that this bastard won't listen to you no matter what you say to him. And also, well, there's nothing wrong with being well prepared. But Sienna, Hamel's behavior shouldn't be encouraged. All those useless weapons belong to Hamel, so why does Mullen have to pull the cart carrying them? It's because I won when we played rock, paper, scissors. But that's not fair either. Why were you staking who has to pull your luggage on a game of rock, paper, scissors with Mullen? Why do you keep making me out to be a bad guy? Do you really think that's just my luggage over there? I can see an awful lot of jars of the holy water that you like so much. There's also the axe that belongs to that bastard Mullen. That axe is the heaviest thing on the cart. If I was really the only one who uses my holy water, I would definitely carry it all by myself. But that's not the case now, is it? You and Sienna, you two brats are always the ones who end up coveting my holy water the most. Also, doesn't that idiot Mullen always make a fist whenever he plays rock, paper, scissors? Do you really think it's fair to play rock, paper, scissors with such a fool? What about Sienna? Isn't she the one who invited me to drink your holy water with her? And in the first place, we wouldn't need to drag the cart with us if she could just store our luggage using her summoning magic. Why the hell are you blaming me when you're the one who said that you would just travel while carrying your luggage because it was hard to take things out quickly right when you needed them? Vermouth. You motherfucker, don't just stay silent and say something. Why don't you ever take turns pulling the cart? None of my weapons are on there. Must be nice for you. Subspace magic sure sounds fucking convenient. It does sound convenient, doesn't it? Isn't that why I've said you should let me teach you magic? Although I've never taught anyone before, I feel like I should probably be good at teaching. If you get down on your knees and beg. WL, I might just be willing to lose a little sleep so that I can kindly teach you a thing or two. In his previous life, he had often been chastised by Anise for going around carrying so many weapons. If I just had a cloak like this in my previous life, I definitely wouldn't have been forced to listen to so many insults. As Eugene thought wistfully, he inserted his hands into the cloak, and when they came out, they were holding two long, bladed spears. It was overwhelming. Layman had taken a few steps forward to help Eugene, but stunned by the sight in front of him, he had frozen in place, unable to advance any further. There wasn't any need for Layman's help. The 20-plus assassins looked like a herd of sheep that had met a wolf, no, like ants who were being trampled beneath a person's feet. The storm sword WYNYD, which was known to be one of the treasures of the Lionheart clan, didn't even make an appearance, and Eugene didn't actively cast any offensive spells either. Apart from the intermittent casting of Blink, his magic was just used as a support during any critical moments. Unable to believe what his web audio channel announcement. Thank you for listening. If you want to listen to the full series and hundreds of audiobooks similar to this, please join our Discord or join our Patreon on patreon.com/webaudio. The link will be in the description and also pinned in the comment section. Thank you. His eyes were showing him. Layman violently shook his head. Eugene was left standing in the center of the assassins' strewn corpses. Rubbing off the blood splashed onto his cheek, he scanned his surroundings. Not a single assassin remained alive. Layman struggled to find his voice. Was there really a need to kill all of them? I don't have the talents needed to open the mouths of these assassins, replied Eugene, as the wind moved at his command. The weapons he had used and then tossed away floated into the air and returned to Eugene. The wind cleanly blew away the blood and bits of flesh that had covered his weapons as they flew towards him. There also isn't any need to interrogate them, Eugene added. Layman stayed silent. Furthermore, there's no need to search their bodies, because the assassins won't carry anything that could be used to prove their identities. After he placed all his weapons back inside his cloak, Eugene turned to look at Layman. Do you plan to keep going? He asked. Huh? Layman grunted in surprise. I mean, the reason I brought you here was to use your master's name for assistance. But these jokers seem to look down on the Emir of Khajitan. So there's no reason to drag you with me any further, Eugene explained. Layman stammered. That might be the case, but I can't just return like this. Why not? It's not like you need to worry about me. Is it because you want to personally confirm what's going on in front of us? Eugene asked. Layman's silence was enough of an answer. Eugene hesitated. It's not like you'll be of much help. Layman weakly persuaded him. I'll try not to be a burden for you, my lord. Fine, do as you like. But don't expect me to be duty-bound to help you out. As Eugene's reply trailed off, he started to walk past all the corpses. It was at that moment. Rumble, rumble. The desert shook, and the mana in the atmosphere fluctuated. Eugene felt an enormous amount of mana being formed into a spell underfoot. He immediately escaped from that spot with a blink and climbed high up into the sky with the wind supporting his body. The sand beneath his feet had started bubbling like a pot. The assassins' corpses were covered in a red light, and Eugene saw them melt like ice. They were being used as an offering. Eugene's eyes widened at this realization. My lord, Layman cried out. The desert had been transformed into a swamp. Even though the ground had been fine despite all the bursts of wind earlier, in an instant, the entire area had been converted into quicksand. As Layman leaped around, trying to resist the force sucking at his feet, he yelled at Eugene, "Please run away." Eugene had been expecting Layman to scream for help, but instead, he had shouted something unexpected like this. Eugene was perplexed by his shout, but he wasn't in a situation where he could pay any attention to Layman. The air was roaring with noise. Different from the winds created by his summoned spirits, another kind of unnatural wind was whirling below Eugene. Soon, it had formed into a massive tornado. Kazani was known for its sudden sandstorms, but no matter how sudden they might be, a sand tornado that appeared from out of nowhere like this and swelled in size was clearly abnormal. It's magic. Layman gasped, his face contorting. It was just as Eugene had said earlier. Most of the things one wished were not true turned out to be the truth. Especially when these truths were allegations about someone you respected actually being a shithead. Layman had no choice but to admit this. Kazani sandstorms were caused by the sand shamans. This meant that the sandstorm that had engulfed Layman's village was also caused by the sand shamans. Gawa! Layman roared and pulled out his kukri. He frantically started swinging his kukri at the tornado, which was slowly growing in size. But unfortunately, this was a meaningless endeavor. Layman's skills made it impossible for him to slice apart that huge sandstorm. The same went for Eugene as well. As such, he didn't even bother trying. He didn't want to waste any valuable strength by attempting the impossible. Eugene instead fixed himself in the air so as not to be dragged around by the sandstorm. The gale's winds weren't enough to help him escape the sandstorm. All it could do was help him endure the pull. Then would a blink be enough to get him out of here? Just as he was about to try it, Eugene stopped. Something was rising from below the quicksand. Eugene slightly shifted his position while still in midair. He glanced down at Layman, who was still swinging his kukri in one slash after another as he was being sucked beneath the quicksand. Eugene clicked his tongue and sent some of his wind over to Layman. Ugh! Layman, who was about to be sucked under, grunted as the wind pulled him free. Layman turned to look up at Eugene as his legs continued to pedal in midair. Eugene had sent some of the wind holding him in place over to Layman, causing his body to gradually be drawn towards the tornado. Layman cried out in concern, "And my lord, get going, you idiot!" Eugene roared out this order, and then turned his gaze away from Layman. In any case, the wind's help wouldn't be needed for what Eugene had planned next. Eugene gathered the remaining wind supporting him into one spot, concentrating its strength so that he could endure the tornado's pull for now. Meanwhile, he was slowly descending to the ground. Eugene kept a count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now. Qua! Something burst out from the middle of the quicksand. It was a sandworm with its jaws stretched wide open. It wasn't just a normal sandworm, but a giant sandworm whose length had to be several tens of meters long. It was a scavenger that devoured anything that walked into the desert. My lord. Layman howled in worry. Open wide, you bastard, Eugene growled as he looked down into the sandworm's jaws. He could see thousands of tiny teeth gnashing away. Behind these teeth, bare flesh continued down into the worm like a winding passageway. Phew, Eugene took a deep breath and flipped up the hood attached to the cloak of darkness. Then he placed both hands inside the cloak and sighed, even though I never wanted to do something like this again. Eugene reluctantly recalled some terrible memories from his previous life that he had tried to repress. They were from his time in the desert of Helmoth. The sandworms there were even bigger and more ferocious than the sandworms in Nahama. Molin, you foolish bastard. That bastard really was an absolute fool. When the cart he was pulling got swallowed whole by a sandworm, Molin immediately leaped into the sandworm's jaws while saying that he was going to retrieve their belongings. While everyone else was frozen in shock and confusion, Hamel had also run into the sandworm's jaws in order to save that fool. He didn't really want to think about what happened after that. Eugene took a couple of deep breaths as he shuddered in disgust. This is still better than back then, he reassured himself. At least I don't need to save Molin, that idiot, this time around. The gale's wind disappeared. Having been thrown outside the quicksand, Layman's eyes widened at the sight of the sandworm rising from the depths of the earth and its gaping jaws. He continued watching as Eugene was swallowed by, leaped into the sandworm's jaws. Or at least that's how it appeared to Layman's eyes. My lord, Layman wailed. It was all because he had to save me. Layman burst into tears at this thought. These were the tears of a warrior who owed his life to another. Layman let out a roar of determination as he kicked off the sand. Although Eugene had thrown him well out of the reach of the quicksand, Layman picked up his kukri and charged at the sandworm. From now on, the source of the sandstorms was no longer Layman's true enemy. He had decided to dedicate himself to the quest of slicing open the sandworm's stomach and rescuing Eugene. Eugene, of course, was unaware of Layman's newfound determination. This fucking stinks. The smell was worse than Garjatha's body odor. Eugene stopped breathing through his nose and crouched down. His sturdy mana shield and the cloak of darkness had allowed Eugene to pass the sandworm's teeth and enter its winding esophagus. Then Eugene had summoned the gale once more to guide the direction of his falling body. This long, gigantic sandworm had become a living passageway that guided Eugene down into the depths of the earth. Fortunately, the sandworms of Nahama had the same internal structures as the sandworms of Helmoth. Sandworms swallowed most things they found walking on the surface of the desert. First, their teeth, which grew in a circle around the inside of their mouths, would chew their prey into fine pieces. Then this mulch would go down through their esophagus, break down even further inside the stomach, and enter the intestines, where it would meander deeper and deeper into the worm. As the sandworm's food continued following this disgusting path, it would simply continue to decompose without ever being excreted. This damned monster didn't even have an anus, so it couldn't shit. It was a highly fuel-efficient monster that completely decomposed everything it ate and converted all of its food into energy. As such, this meant that once you entered, there was no way out. His mana shield and the cloak of darkness allowed Eugene to resist the monster's digestive issues. While still making sure to continue breathing through his mouth, Eugene assessed his current position. He could see that this disgusting passage he was crawling down was slowly coming to an end. Fuck, this stinks. As Eugene spat out this curse, he pulled out WINNYD. Whoosh! By operating his white flame formula to its limits and then spinning it, Eugene transformed the formula into his own ring flame formula. Inside the circle drawn by his stars, countless stars were born and exploded. The mana that was amplified through this method caused Eugene's flames to burn even stronger. This pure white flame was the symbol of the white flame formula, but as the density of mana in the flame increased, the closer Eugene's flame got to a color other than white. It was beginning to shine with a pale blue light. This appearance could no longer be called by the same name as the white flame formula. With bloodshot eyes, Eugene held up WYNNYD. His mana flames engulfed WYNNYD, and then the wind emitted from WYNNYD mixed with his flames. Eugene stabbed downwards with WYNNYD, its blade covered in pale blue light. Squelch! The noise of the blade sinking in wasn't loud. However, the sandworm's huge body quickly shook from the pain of it. Eugene had carved out an anus for this poor monster who was born without one. Ch. 63. Chapter 63. The Desert 5. 1. The noise that the sandworm made was long, drawn-out, and echoing. With a loud boom, the wind was sent flying as WYNNYD exploded a hole in its side. Eugene held on tightly to himself as his body was thrown out of the hole. His surroundings were pitch dark. This couldn't be helped. After all, he had crawled through the long, winding body of the sandworm and torn a hole at its tail end before being expelled from it. Since the sandworm had tunneled up from beneath the quicksand, the place where it had come from and where Eugene had now arrived was obviously deep underground. Ugh, Eugene groaned as he got up from where he had fallen. He had been thrown quite a distance. Eugene was lucky that he hadn't hit a wall or any sand while flying through the air. He had been prepared to be buried in sand in the worst-case scenario, but as per his prediction, that hadn't happened. The only things summoned by that summoning spell were the quicksand terrain and the sandstorm. The sandworm itself hadn't been summoned. Although it may have been enticed, the sandworm had to have been inhabiting the ground beneath the desert beforehand. Since that was the case, there would obviously be a sandworm's nest deep underground. The place where Eugene was standing now was precisely that sandworm's nest. Eugene looked around with a disgusted expression on his face. The first place Eugene looked was up top. He could still see the sandworm's tail wriggling and twitching. He had pierced the sandworm a new anus, but would it die from that? He had no idea. Well, anyway, thanks to it, Eugene had been able to dive underground as he had been hoping to do. The tunnels underneath the desert were extensive, but that was also what he had been expecting. They were created by the sandworms burrowing through the ground beneath the desert with their massive bodies. Earthworms would at least have made the soil fertile in the process, but the sandworms didn't provide any such benefits. These sandworms sucked up all the water sources beneath the desert, draining any oases. Then the bodily fluids they excreted would solidify the sand as they burrowed, creating these complex and useless tunnel systems deep beneath the desert. This meant that a sandworm was just a useless, vicious monster. This nest may have also been a water source for what could have become an oasis, but now there wasn't even a single drop of water left. In this desert, only one group of people could find a clever use for these useless sandworms. That would be the wizards. When wizards reached a certain level of magical power and started hearing people calling them archwizards from all sides, they often started thinking about creating these things called dungeons. Whether it was because they wanted to show off their superiority or to immerse themselves in research that they didn't want others to know about, the reason was unknown. These dungeons were a powerful expression of a wizard's typical maverick temperament, and the most well-known type of dungeon was the labyrinth. The vast and empty deserts were a particularly ideal environment for collaborating with a wizard's designs for dungeons and labyrinths. Dungeon makers. Most monsters were harmful threats of no benefit to humans, But sandworms were beloved by wizards who chose to settle down in deserts. The sandworms' nickname of the dungeon makers had been given to them by these wizards. Once you've summoned them, they'll dig beneath the desert of their own volition and create a labyrinth for you. It doesn't take them that long either. Maybe 10 days at most? If you just leave them alone during that time, they will create a complex labyrinth deep underground. Even if there is a water vein nearby, they'll conveniently clear it up for you, and since they even get rid of all the wildlife above and beneath the surface, how much more convenient can they get? You can just leave them to their work. Then, when the right amount of time has passed, you just go down and eradicate the sandworms. After that, all you need to do is to reinforce the labyrinth with magic. So what? Are you planning on going to the desert later and making a labyrinth for yourself to live in? Are you crazy? I have nothing to be ashamed of, so why would I want to live deep beneath the desert? While recalling a conversation that had taken place long ago, Eugene gauged the distance he had fallen. As he did, he pulled out his map and unfolded it. Although he had fallen deep underground, the location where Eugene was standing was still marked on the map. Looks like there is a path. Eugene's luck was good. No, there was no way it could be this good. Eugene's face contorted. Judging from the map, this underground path leads straight to the vicinity of where Hamel's hometown had been in the past. Could this really just be called luck? Well, the desert was vast, and it was still uncertain whether or not this path would lead him all the way to his former hometown. That said, Eugene still couldn't let his guard down. The summoning spell had been cast from deep underground, and the ambush site was still nearby. If the sand shamans of Nahama were using this nest as a dungeon, he might run into a sand shaman or an assassin somewhere ahead of him. But until then, there shouldn't be any problems. However, there was still the fact that up ahead lay Hamel's hometown. The knowledge of Hamel's grave had never been made known to the world at large. There were no records of what had happened to Hamel's corpse. Even in the fairy tale Eugene had found in Sienna's hall, it hadn't said whether Hamel's corpse had been left in Helmuth or whether his companions had taken care of it somehow. However, Eugene knew that there was a grave. If Hamel's grave had to exist anywhere in this world, then the only place it could be was in Hamel's hometown. Sienna, Anise, Mullen, and Vermouth, he didn't know what they had thought as they dug his grave, but they probably wouldn't have left the grave of their dead comrade somewhere in Helmuth. Hamel's hometown. It was the place where an ordinary little boy had lost his family and everything he knew, igniting within him a hatred for the monsters and the demon kings who had goaded them. From then on, Hamel dropped his farming tools and would only pick up weapons. Recklessly swinging a sword, he would join a mercenary corps that was in need of a camp servant. That was where Hamel had been born. Since it hasn't been revealed in the past hundreds of years, it must still be hidden. The underground was a perfect hiding place. This is just speculation, but the fact that Anise came to Nahama on the pretext of a pilgrimage, well, she might have just been visiting my grave to pay tribute. But would Anise really do something like that? The Kazani Desert was created less than 200 years ago. If you put those facts together, the timing roughly fits. While Nahama's sand shamans were fucking around in there, they might have found my grave. Then what if Sienna's familiar was killed in the process? If that were the case, was Nahama involved in Sienna's disappearance? Or was it Helmuth, who had long since been the force behind Nahama? Eugene couldn't tell for sure. Because of that, he would need to take a look for himself. Eugene headed forward without pulling out his hands, which were still buried in his cloak. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Layman Shulhav. Layman desperately held onto his hazy consciousness. A few faces were wavering in his blurry vision. He couldn't see clearly, but the ones who had caught him appeared to be covering their faces with gray masks and wearing turbans on their heads. These were the sand shamans. Why did the talented young master of the Lionheart clan come all the way here? And why are you, a warrior of the Emir of Khajitan, acting as a guide for the Lionheart boy? Layman refused to open his tightly clenched lips. In order to save Eugene, who had been swallowed by the sandworm, Layman had run out onto the quicksand. What Layman had been hoping to accomplish by wading across the quicksand was to slice open the sandworm. Though, such a huge sandworm was an incredibly tough opponent, even for a warrior able to emit sword force. Nevertheless, Layman had attempted to save Eugene. When Layman was about to be sucked under the quicksand, it was the wind sent by Eugene that had saved him. That moment was clearly engraved into Layman's mind. When some of the wind supporting Eugene's body had blown over to Layman, Eugene could no longer remain fixed in midair and had slowly started to drift. With the suction from the sand tornado that was slowly growing nearby, Eugene had left himself in a state where he couldn't control his movements. Then the sandworm had erupted from below. In order to save me, he gave his own life. In fact, if he really thought about it, Layman would realize that Eugene hadn't been swallowed by the sandworm and had instead leaped in with his own 2 feet. However, Layman couldn't imagine such a possibility. Unless you were insane, there was no way that you would throw yourself into the jaws of a sandworm. In other words, Eugene Lionheart had given his own life in order to save Layman. But why? Layman couldn't figure out his reasons for this. The only thing that mattered to Layman at that moment was the need to repay this life-saving grace. Could Tyree Al-Madani be planning to betray Nahama? The sand shaman asked as he brought his head closer to Layman. It is his mission to impede those who should not be coming here. For him to fail his mission and instead attach a guide. What are you all doing here, in this place deep underground? Layman squeezed out a rough voice. The oasis. It was an illusion, wasn't it? The sandstorm was also created with magic. Were those all you're doing? It seems that you don't understand your situation. With a click of his tongue, the sand shaman shook his head. Creak, creak, creak. The pressure of the sand binding Layman's limbs grew even stronger. Layman gasped in pain. Gah. We're the ones asking questions here, the sand shaman reminded him. Are you keeping your mouth shut for the sake of your master's honor? That is pointless, Layman Shulhav. You will die in any case, but since you are going to die, wouldn't a painless death be better than the torturous demise awaiting you? Layman gritted out, just kill me. The sand shaman ignored his demand. Why has Eugene Lionheart come to Kazani? From the moment he entered Nahama, he has moved with a clear purpose. In our view, the only possibility seems to be that he was trying to get the Emir of Khajitan to betray Nahama. Betray? Layman's bloodshot eyes shone as he uttered this word. Betray. This word confirmed quite a few unfortunate truths for Layman. First, there were sand shamans in Kazani. They were creating the sandstorms, forcing the desert to expand. And the Emir of Khajitan not only knew about this, but he was also cooperating with them. How dare you invade the territory of another country in such a cheap manner? Saliva flew from Layman's mouth as he suddenly cried out. The sand shaman's eyes furrowed in a frown as he stepped back. Invade? I have no idea what you're talking about, said the sand shaman. Why else would all of you, who are supposed to be protecting the royal family, be here? And that sandstorm? Layman angrily accused. It seems that you're making quite a huge mistake. Do you really think that the desertification could be sped up with just our power alone? The sand shaman asked with a snort. Although I know that warriors are usually ignorant, after hearing such brainless words, I can't help but be amused. It would take hundreds of sand shamans to create a sandstorm large enough to cause desertification. Tutudak. The strength of the sand binding Layman's body progressively grew stronger. Then, if that's the case, why are you here? Layman groaned out his question. I have no reason to answer that, taunted the sand shaman. If you're going to kill me anyway, then you should at least tell me the reason for it. Why did Eugene Lionheart come to Kazani? What's so important about his reasons for doing so? Lord Eugene has already perished. He died because of you. That's not true, another sand shaman replied to Layman's accusation with a laugh. If Eugene Lionheart is dead, then the cause of it is just an accident. He went into a dangerous desert that he shouldn't have entered and suffered an unavoidable disaster. That's nonsense, Layman roared. The responsibility for his death will be placed on Tyree Al-Madani's head, the sand shaman continued. It's all because you were the one to guide him here. Although I've heard that he's a favorite of the patriarch, in the end, he's just an adopted son from a collateral bloodline. As long as we hand the Lionheart clan the head of a big city emir, that should allay their fury. Layman cursed, you sons of bitches. The sand shaman advised him, if you want to be of some use to your master, then it would be best for you to confess everything that you know. Depending on the reasons, we might still be able to handle this situation smoothly. Handle it smoothly. Hold on. If Eugene Lionheart is dead? Does that mean Lord Eugene is still alive? Layman struggled to keep a hold of his dazed consciousness. Currently, Layman's priority wasn't the Emir of Khajitan, but instead Eugene. One of the sand shaman questioned him, are you really prioritizing Eugene Lionheart over your master's head? It's obvious that he's just playing a trick, the other sand shaman observed. Are you really claiming that the decision to guide Eugene Lionheart was made on your personal whim and not Tyree Al-Madani's order? Layman just desperately demanded, where is my lord? Looks like our words aren't getting through to him, one of the sand shamans sighed. The other one asked, wouldn't it be better to just kill him? After all, his life is worthless. No. He might still be of some use as a hostage. Although they didn't know the reason for it, Eugene Lionheart had indeed tried to rescue Layman Shulhov. The sand shamans didn't question Layman any further, and instead gathered together to sit among themselves. So, what have you found out? He was eaten whole by a giant sandworm. Is it really possible to survive something like that? A hole has appeared in its tail. So what? Are you saying that after being eaten by a sandworm, he cut a hole in its tail and crawled out? The more they looked at the facts, the harder it was for them to believe it. The sand shamans snorted in amusement as they shook their heads. We can't just allow him to go wherever he pleases. The assassins are exploring the nest. They should catch him soon. And what about after that? It's not a good idea to pick a fight with the Lionheart clan. It should be enough to erase his memory and toss him outside Kazani. No, it might actually be better for us to actively show that we're protecting him. Who knows, we might even be rewarded for our kindness. It's just a shame that she's not here. If she were. Shush. It happened right at the moment that the terrified sand shaman had pursed his lips and shushed his comrade. Boom! A loud roar shook the ground below. The sand shamans all got up in alarm. They shut their eyes tightly and resonated their mana with the sand in order to identify what was causing this roar. The same scene could be seen in each of their darkened fields of view. Dressed in a black cloak, Eugene Lionheart was approaching their location from a place not far from them. With each swing of his silver-blue sword, the magic barrier that barred intruders' entry was being torn apart. What about the assassins? They expanded their field of view to include the path that Eugene had already taken. There were corpses strewn all over the place, both assassins and sand shamans. He's advancing so fast. Each and every assassin who had remained here at their camp had received enough training to be a considerable threat to even the most skilled warrior. That went for the sand shamans as well. This meant they should have had enough power to not be slaughtered by just one person. What's more, this was an advantageous battlefield for the assassins and the sand shamans. This nest made by sandworms had already been a complex labyrinth in and of itself, but the sand shamans who had started using it decades ago had made this labyrinth even more complicated. The assassins who were deployed here were skilled enough to be able to navigate the labyrinth with their eyes and ears closed. In such a situation, it would be difficult for even the most skilled warriors to notice their stealth techniques. Their sudden surprise attacks should have been enough to slice any ordinary warrior's neck. The sand shamans also had an advantage here. Even though a huge sandstorm like the one they had created on the surface was impossible, in a place like this, where there was sand on all sides as well as above and below, any sand magic cast here would have more power than usual. Unfortunately for them, Eugene wasn't a good opponent for them to face. Since Eugene had been prepared to forcefully barge into the Kazani Desert, this meant that he had already accepted that he would have to confront the assassins and sand shamans. He had even been certain that he was going to get attacked by the assassins back at the oasis and had gone in anyway. Then he had managed to enter the tunnels deep underground. Eugene had been fairly sure that the sand shamans were staying somewhere underground and that the assassins were hiding here as well. If Eugene didn't have the confidence to protect himself from them, he wouldn't have gone any further. Assassins and sand shamans weren't the only ones who had an advantage in this labyrinth. Eugene and Hamel were used to all kinds of battlefields. Hamel had even fought assassins before. Unlike the assassins, who had learned their assassination techniques through harsh training, there were many natural assassins among the demonic beasts and demon folk of Helmuth. There were demonic beasts who could travel from one shadow to another and demon folk who could stab you in the back without revealing even a trace of their presence. Being prepared to receive a surprise attack in an unfavorable situation had just become second nature. Nevertheless, Hamel had survived. With every fucking surprise attack that Hamel had received, the wounds on his body increased one after another. And each time he received a new wound, he grew more familiar with surprise attacks until one day, the number of injuries he received had stopped increasing. The level of the assassins here isn't that great. Their stealth is only at the proficient level, and their control over their mana isn't amazing either, Eugene critiqued. The most infamous of Nahama's assassins weren't just at this level. The highest grade of assassins had stealth techniques comparable to that of a demonic beast or demon folk, and were so terrifyingly tenacious that they couldn't even be considered human beings. The assassins that Eugene had faced so far were certainly persistent, but they weren't all that terrifying. If this is an important site for Nahama, there should have been better assassins than these guys. The guards here were too weak. Although there were a lot of sand shamans, their skills didn't seem that great either. If this really was a key part of Nahama's plans to invade other countries, then more and better trained troops should have been stationed here. Even if territorial aggression wasn't their goal, no matter what other purpose they might have had for being here, if this place was of great value to Nahama, it should have received further support. But the preparations shown here were just too lacking. Could it be that Nahama, that the Sultan wasn't involved in this? Eugene's sharp senses kept a watch over his surroundings. The moment the enemy broke stealth to make an attack, his body would react of its own accord. It wasn't just that. Eugene also knew how to use stealth. It meant that this labyrinth was not just a convenient battlefield for the assassins, but for Eugene as well. Then there was his magic. The ring flame formula amplified all the mana that Eugene manipulated, including the mana shield he created while operating the formula. Even with the cloak of darkness alone, he could easily block spells up to the 5th circle, and then his mana shield was added on top of it. This meant that he could just ignore any spells being cast at his face. Of course, there was no real need for him to just ignore them. Rather than ignoring the attacks and enduring the assault, he much preferred to avoid the spell and counterattack. Gak! A spell came shooting at him from the front, a sand bullet that had been sculpted to a sharp point. Eugene lifted his cloak up to the spell, swallowing it, and then sent it back along its path. He had managed to calculate the spatial coordinates of his target instantly. The returning spell crashed right into the sand shaman's chest. Then came a surprise attack. Eugene had thought he had already killed quite a few of them, but it seemed that there were still a lot of assassins left. Eugene didn't even need to move his body to respond to the attack. The wind that was wrapped around his body blocked the assassin's blade and then proceeded to rip the assassin into pieces. The tunnels are slowly getting larger. When he spread his senses wide, Eugene could tell that all the assassins and sand shamans scattered all over the underground labyrinth were gathering here. The path also leads here, Eugene noted as he checked the map that he was holding in one hand. Hamel's hometown was close. It feels a lot weirder than I thought it would, Eugene admitted to himself. His emotions were turbulent. I never thought that I would live to see my own grave. The ring flame formula continued to amplify his mana. With each rotation from his ring of stars, the color of Eugene's flame was slowly changing. Eugene continued, I also never expected to meet grave robbers there. Intruder, an assassin cried as he fell from the ceiling, clutching a dagger. Although it was an obvious surprise attack, the word he shouted strongly agitated Eugene's already volatile emotions. Intruder? This motherfucker, with a loud scream, Eugene cast a spell. Whoosh! A blue flame wrapped around the assassin's body. Eugene had been planning to slowly burn him alive, but the flame magic amplified by his ring flame formula was too strong for that. The assassin couldn't even scream properly before he fell apart into ashes. You fucking thieving bastards! Eugene roared as he leaped forwards. 1. This part of the text is left exactly as the author wrote it and seems to be the roar of the sandworm. We believe it is supposed to be a loud, unintelligible, and indescribable sound, which is why the author wrote it as these 3 dashes. Open Bookworm's thoughts. Momo, oh. An enraged Eugene is going to be a tough opponent. R.I.P. Assassins and Shamans. CH 64. Chapter 64. The Desert 6. What the hell is that brat talking about now? The sand shamans looked at each other in bewilderment as Eugene's cry rang through the air. Thieves? Strictly speaking, Eugene Lionheart was the one who had invaded their territory of his own volition. This meant that the one who should be called a thief was this fearless and ill-mannered little boy. My lord, Layman said as he heard Eugene's cry. Just as he was sighing in relief, his body suddenly trembled. He recalled what the sand shamans had said earlier. Wasn't he now a hostage? Layman didn't want to be a chain around Eugene's ankle, pulling him down. As such, he tried to pull his limbs out of the restraints holding them in place, but the sand shamans weren't blind. Don't do anything foolish, came the warning. Rumble, rumble. The sand from the ground completely wrapped around Layman's body. Having made their threat clear to Layman, the sand shamans exchanged glances among themselves. What should we do? We can't let him reach here. Of course, I know that, but should we report this? The question was asked cautiously, the speaker's voice laden with an unquenchable fear. The other sand shamans hesitated, unsure what to say. We can handle this ourselves, someone eventually decided after an uncomfortable silence, and the other sand shamans nodded in approval. They didn't want to have to send a report about this problem to their superior. Enough damage had already been caused that this incident couldn't just be covered up, but it's not like they would even care about such losses. This was a thought shared by all the sand shamans here. Quite a few assassins and sand shamans may have died within a short time span, but that person would definitely dismiss their deaths as trivial. However, they couldn't let this matter blow up any further. Even if everyone here died, they could not allow this intruder to progress past this point. They needed to resolve this matter before that person returned. If they hadn't managed to take care of it by then, and that person happened to see what was going on while they were forced to ask that person for help because they couldn't resolve it, then death would be preferable to that. They would definitely be left in a terrible state that couldn't be considered either dead or alive. Not one of the sand shamans here wanted to imagine themselves suffering such a fate. Aargh! Gah! These screams were heard coming from afar, but they were gradually drawing closer. Since the assassins wouldn't let out even a single cry under any circumstances, the source of these guttural screams that were currently reaching them had to be the other sand shamans. "Let me go," Layman roared as he was dragged to the front of the crowd by the sand restraining him. Layman panted as he tried to struggle free. However, the sand shamans didn't pay any heed to Layman's cries. Instead, by resonating their wills with their mana, the sand shamans conveyed their orders to the other sand shamans scattered throughout the labyrinth. At the start, 50 sand shamans had been stationed within this maze. But even though not that much time had passed, more than half of the sand shamans had died. And not to a disciplined army, but these dozens of sand shamans and assassins had been slaughtered by a 19-year-old young man. The surviving sand shamans were gathered at this one location. Eugene was also aware of this fact. At some point, the frequency of magical attacks had drastically reduced, and the signs of someone approaching in his direction had faded into the distance. A large amount of mana was showing activity ahead of him, and Eugene could feel a familiar presence in the center of it. It was Layman Skullhov. "Why are you tied up there when I did my best to let you run away?" Eugene thought in exasperation. Bam! Eugene kicked an assassin in the skull who had attempted a surprise attack from beneath his feet. Though all the sand shamans had gathered in one spot, a few assassins were still hiding here and there along the path. "There are a lot of things that I want to ask them, but," Eugene muttered as he placed a hand inside his cloak. A large amount of mana fluctuated just as Eugene took another step forward. The sand within the tunnel swirled. As the path Eugene was currently on collapsed shut, the sand then reached out to swallow him. This was a spell known as the Sand Prison. Even for Eugene, it would be difficult to use his magic to free himself from a spell of this scale. But was there really a need for him to do so? Eugene took out a box that had been placed in his cloak. It contained the fragment of the Moonlight Sword. The shard that had been used for his mana training during the past few years was now sitting silently within its luxurious box. Without any hesitation, Eugene threw the box ahead of him. The sand, which was writhing like it had a life of its own, swallowed the box whole. Bang! Eugene muttered as he flipped up the hood on his cloak. Boom! A loud sound that was incomparable to the noise that Eugene had made rang out. The sand prison, which had been cast by dozens of sand shamans working together, could not withstand the power of the tiny fragment. Although the strength of the spell had been increased by using a large amount of mana, the spell's cohesion was weak. The sand that had been freed from the mana's control scattered and crumbled. Eugene waded through the pouring sand. Although tens of thousands of grains of dust and sand were obscuring his vision, Eugene's senses could accurately detect what was going on around him, even when he wasn't able to see ahead of him. From above and below, the assassins who had approached together with the sand launched their surprise attacks. Their sword lights were ignited in an instant. Without releasing even a trace of killing intent, even their flow of mana had been held back until it was their moment to strike. "I've seen this too many times already," Eugene commented as his feet hit the ground. Bam, bam, bam. The flowing sand transformed into awls that pierced up into the assassins. The Moonlight Sword's fragment had collapsed the spell and scattered its mana. During the past 2 years, Eugene had trained the cohesion of his mana by using the fragment as his opponent. The mana refined through this method was stronger and faster than the mana Eugene had started out with. What did he do? The sand shamans wondered, more surprised at the method he had used to destroy the sand prison than they were at the death of the 2 assassins. Was that a dispel? No, it was different. A dispel was a method of artificially interfering with the mana that made up a spell. Just now, Eugene hadn't appeared to meddle with the sand prison at all. The sand prison had just seemed to run out of mana. Even Arath, famously known as the Magic Kingdom, didn't possess such a dispel. Could it be a trump card of the Lionheart clan? One of the sand shamans reminded the others, "He's coming." They couldn't afford to continue panicking. The sand shamans licked their lips and started chanting a spell, their hands clasped together in front of their chests to make a seal. "My lord." Layman let out a shout from where he was bound in the sand at the very forefront of the group. "Don't come here. Run away." Eugene snorted. "Who do you think you are to tell me what to do?" Layman ignored Eugene's question. "There's no need to risk yourself to save me. Why would I be here to save you?" "It seems like you have a strange misunderstanding," Eugene muttered as he picked up the fragment of the moonlight sword that had fallen to the floor. He felt mana gathering once more to shape another spell. Eugene clicked his tongue. "I really don't want to waste any more time." The location he had confirmed on the map was right in front of him. Behind the sand shamans, he could see a path continuing onward. Eugene's eyes grew cold. He examined the fragment of the moonlight sword that he was holding in his hand. Eugene hummed to himself. "Grown." The sand in front of him rose to form a giant wave. The ground beneath Eugene's feet was pulled forward like water being drawn towards a wave. Eugene followed the path of minimal resistance and moved forward by following the flow of the sand. The bodies that were first dragged away by the sand were swallowed by the wave and crushed, dyeing the yellowish-white sand with a crimson shade. Eugene raised his arm above his head. He leaned his upper body back, drawing power from his body for a throw. When the wave was about to hit him, Eugene threw the moonlight sword's fragment forward. Collapsing the spell wasn't his only purpose behind this move. Even after the fragment of the moonlight sword had pierced right through the wave, it hadn't lost any of the force from his throw. Kag! The shard pierced the throat of the sand shaman who was standing beside Layman. The mana shield he had raised could not resist the power of the moonlight sword. Without even checking the results of his throw, Eugene lowered his body into a runner's crouch. Then he activated the ring flame formula. He had already started up the chain of explosions earlier, so Eugene's body was immediately engulfed in a blue blaze. Roar! As Eugene kicked off the ground, the blue flame left a trail of fire in the air. Charging forward, Eugene instantly leaped into the air, flying over the heads of the sand shamans. Even as they panicked, the sand shamans tried to respond. The sand in all directions began crawling over, gathering to the sand shamans. But the sand shamans were reacting to what they saw as his obvious next move, when the actual attack would come from above their heads, from the ceiling. Eugene pulled out the hand that he had inserted into his cloak. Swish! A black whip unraveled across the ceiling and swept Eugene's surroundings. Although he didn't really enjoy using it, Eugene was also good at using a whip. Gurk! The flexible whip wrapped around a sand shaman's neck. As Eugene pulled sharply on the whip, the sand shaman's head was sent flying into the air as Eugene's body was pulled to the ground. Layman tried to raise his fallen body, but he was immediately left with no choice but to lie back down. The air was filled with screams and blood. A blade of wind sliced through everything above waist height, both sand and flesh. Bullets of mana wove in between the crowd, and blue flames scattered everywhere. As the sand shamans' attempted incantations were cut off in screams, the sand spells cast by the remaining dozen shamans were scattered by a single gust of wind. As Eugene danced among them, he almost looked like a ghost. Whenever he was about to be caught by a spell, he would escape with a blink. Then he would flare his cloak to swallow up the spell and spit it back out in a completely different direction. Eugene's weapons were constantly changing, and when they focused on defending against his weapons, Eugene would use his magic instead, and he didn't hesitate to swing his fists or legs either. Layman wasn't even aware that it was possible to fight like that. When even a warrior like Layman felt amazement, there was no way that the sand shamans could react flexibly enough to deal with this assault. The sand shamans couldn't help but panic. What kind of spells are these? Eugene didn't even use any incantations. He didn't even use any casting techniques, and the process by which his spells were formed was so fast that they couldn't even be seen. The spells were cast instantly, not just on their own, but in groups or consecutively. The power of the spells cast in this manner was also absurd. As for how many circles they were cast with, it was impossible to tell. The circles of the spells that had been cast weren't that high, but their power and speed were far beyond the Sand Shaman's understanding. Right until the end, the Sand Shamans couldn't comprehend the enigma called Eugene. After a short time had passed, blood had stopped spurting everywhere, and there weren't any screams either. Though, there was a smell of urine in the air. What were you all doing here? Eugene interrogated the survivor. Of the dozens of Sand Shamans who had started this fight, only a single one was left alive. His teeth were chattering in fear as he looked up at Eugene. The situation was far beyond the survivor's comprehension. The undeniable reality of what had happened filled him with great horror. The Sand Shaman trembled as he pinned together his thighs, which were damp with urine. The Sand Shaman stammered, Just what on earth are you? I asked you what you all were doing here? Eugene repeated with a frown and waved his hand. Squelch! A swiftly thrown dagger was now lodged in the Sand Shaman's thigh. The Sand Shaman groaned, Gah! The military force here is too small for this to be a garrison stationed by the Sultan. So what were you doing here without orders from the Sultan? Eugene questioned him. The Sand Shaman tried to pretend ignorance. Hold on, just what on earth are you talking about? I don't really want to bother with interrogating someone like you. So listen up. Will you die, or will you tell me what I want to know? Eugene threatened him. What's happening here isn't under the Sultan's command, the Sand Shaman eventually admitted. Then whose is it? Could it really be the Emir of Khajitan? What kind of nonsense is that motherfucker thinking of playing at this deep underground? It's not him. We may have received his cooperation, but... Eugene threw another dagger. Squelch! The dagger pinned the Sand Shaman's other thigh. Amelia Merwin, the Sand Shaman finally answered as his face contorted in pain. This is Amelia Merwin's dungeon. Don't lie to me. Amelia Merwin's dungeon is in the Uras Desert, Eugene stated. She's been staying here since 6 years ago. 6 years? Eugene's eyes narrowed. He shook his head as he tried to ignore the ominous thoughts running through his head. Once he had composed himself, Eugene asked, Why did Amelia Merwin come all the way here? The Sand Shaman fell silent. Are you afraid of Amelia Merwin? If that's the case, then I will ease your concerns. I might kill you, but you can be assured that that is all I'll do. I'll allow you to die an extremely comfortable and simple death, Eugene offered the man. The Sand Shaman's eyes fluttered. He took a deep breath and then clasped his hands to his chest. This labyrinth was created to accelerate the desertification. There are many other labyrinths apart from this one in the Kazani Desert, but this labyrinth, it was created 10 years ago, the Sand Shaman explained. So what? Asked Eugene. 6 years ago, the labyrinth expanded. We had believed that an unstable portion of the earth had collapsed, but then a large gate was found deep within the earth. A gate? Yes, we tried to open the gate ourselves, but we couldn't do it no matter what we tried, so we requested the assistance of Amelia Merwin. Eugene nodded as he pulled out another dagger. Seeing this, the Sand Shaman felt relief instead of fear. Thank you. Squelch! Eugene's thrown dagger pierced the Sand Shaman's head. The Sand Shaman collapsed backward dead. As Eugene had said beforehand, he had given the Sand Shaman a painless death. That was what the Sand Shaman had desired. Now that things had turned out this way, Amelia Merwin's rage was inevitable. That vicious black wizard didn't just kill her enemies, she enslaved them. It was better to just die comfortably than to live as an undead, neither dead nor alive, wishing for death for the rest of his existence. Eugene muttered to himself, "No wonder. I thought the military force stationed here was a bit too weak." Among all the Black Wizards to have signed a contract with the Demon King of Incarceration, Amelia Merwin was a special existence. Both Balzac Ludbeth, the master of Aratha's Black Tower of Magic, and Helmuth's Count Edmund Kodrith had become Black Wizards by signing a contract with the Demon King. However, Amelia Merwin had already made a name for herself as a powerful Black Wizard even before signing a contract with a demon folk or a demon king. Those who did so were able to claim great benefits when signing contracts with the demon folk. Of course, Amelia Merwin had indeed conceded her freedom to the Demon King of Incarceration. Still, it was a clear fact that she enjoyed much greater freedom than other Black Wizards. If there's a Black Wizard of that level here, there's no need to garrison this labyrinth with troops. The reason for sand shamans and assassins to still be here? They were here to act as Amelia Merwin's caretakers and punish any travelers who approached. From what the dead sand shaman had said, Amelia Merwin's real dungeon was still in the Ashur Desert, so Amelia Merwin must not spend much time in this dungeon. "And my lord," Layman spoke up in a trembling voice, "we need to get out of here. If this place truly is Amelia Merwin's, the Blackthorn's dungeon, when we've already come this far?" Eugene snorted and began walking forward. "Fortunately, Amelia Merwin isn't in today. See, can't we just turn back now?" Layman pleaded. "And what if we do leave? Do you really believe that Amelia Merwin won't pursue us? She'll probably do so anyway. Although I don't know her, that's what I would do in her situation. I would definitely want to hunt down the person who intruded into my villa and caused such a mess," Eugene reasoned. Layman couldn't think up any arguments. "That means we are left with a bad situation no matter what we do." Eugene wasn't confident about the results of a conflict with Amelia Merwin. If at all possible, he had wanted to avoid her. However, now it seemed inevitable. If that was the case, they might as well confirm what they were here for before trying to escape. Or at least that's what Eugene had decided. Without looking back at Layman, Eugene walked past the corpses. When Layman followed him, Eugene asked, "Why are you following me instead of running away?" We don't know what might happen from now on," Layman feebly explained. Eugene impatiently asked him, "That might be the case, but I asked you, why aren't you running away? Lord Eugene has granted me his life-saving grace twice now. If Amelia Merwin returns and tries to kill you, Lord, then I will give my life to open a path for you," Layman swore. "You? For me?" "Huh." Eugene turned to look back at Layman in confusion. "With what ability?" "Even without ability, I can still buy time with my life," Layman protested. "Instead of doing something pointless, why don't you just run away?" "There's no way I can abandon you, Lord, and leave on my own." "What do you mean, abandon?" "I'm the one telling you to go." With a click of his tongue, Eugene raised his hand. Then Layman suddenly lost consciousness. Eugene had no need for Layman's death. That said, he also couldn't just drag Layman along with him, so Eugene just stunned him and threw him into a corner. Eugene's thoughts turned away from Layman to what lay ahead, a gate. 6 years ago. 6 years wasn't all that long ago. That was back when Eugene was 13. Back during the bloodline continuation ceremony. After it was over, he had entered the Lionheart clan's treasure vault. Inside there, he had discovered Hamel's keepsake. Eugene tightly gripped the necklace that he was wearing around his neck. This labyrinth has been around for 10 years, but this part of the labyrinth only collapsed 6 years ago. What if the magic sealing his grave disappeared when Eugene picked up this necklace? If that was how that gate had appeared. There was another grave robber. Since he'd been reincarnated, this was the first time Eugene had such a cold and clear desire to murder someone. Eugene looked down at the deep hole leading further into the earth. This current location was already quite deep underground, but the end of the pit in front of him led to an even more unfathomable depth. They sure buried it deep, Eugene grinned. Then he threw himself into the hole. Ch 65. Chapter 65. The Grave 1. Although he had just leaped into the hole, Eugene didn't want to land at the bottom without any protection. So he wrapped his body in his summoned spirit's wind, and as he stared down into the depths of the hole, just like they said, he could see something like a gate at the bottom of the hole. A huge gate made of some unknown material was installed in place of a floor. The gate wasn't tightly closed. There was an opening large enough for people to come and go through. Seeing this intrusion with his own eyes, Eugene's hair couldn't help but bristle with rage and murderous intent. The gate down there had been discovered 6 years ago, but it had been impossible for the sand shamans of Nahama to open the gate with their capabilities. That was why Amelia Merwin had been called here to open that gate. Grick. Eugene's teeth ground against each other. Impatiently, Eugene accelerated his fall until he was hovering right in front of the gate, but he didn't go through immediately. Instead, he took a few deep breaths and calmed his boiling emotions. It had yet to be confirmed that what was inside here was really Hamel's grave. Perhaps it wasn't his grave, and instead something completely different, like an ancient dungeon. Eugene didn't want to feel disappointed after getting his hopes up for nothing. Although that shouldn't be the case, Eugene muttered to himself. There were no special markings or engravings on the door. If there had been any magic left, Eugene could have made a guess as to the style of the protections that had been cast on it or the level of magic used, but the spells cast on the door had already been breached. Since that was the case, he had no choice but to just go in and see it himself. Eugene pushed his way through the gap in the gate. The path continued on the other side of the gate, leading further underground. But the surroundings were no longer that of soil but instead made of metal, the same material that had made up the door. It looks like a metal alloy. Tap. Eugene tried to bang on the wall with a fist infused with some power. But his strength had no effect, and his mana was also drained. Eugene stared at the wall for a few moments, then looked down. Had a dragon with its wings folded attempted to crawl down this tunnel? The walls were dented all over the place, cracked and smashed. Traces that looked like they might come from a weapon or a claw overlapped with each other in a chaotic mess. As he scanned these traces, Eugene continued his descent. The traces of a battle. Eugene had felt that there was a possibility of this being a dragon's lair. However, the evidence he had seen seemed too violent for the marks a dragon might leave while tossing and turning in its sleep. I'm not sure what type of weapon could have caused these. Are these the slashes left from swinging a blade? It also seems like the wall might have been stabbed in places. In the first place, the mana needed for an attack of this size would be. It was impossible to tell anything more from the traces. Although Eugene was sure that these were the traces left by a battle, he couldn't make any guesses as to how many people there were, why they had fought, or how they had fought. Even though he felt like he couldn't just ignore these traces, it didn't seem like continuing to examine them would produce any further results. Eugene tore his attention away from the wall and continued descending downwards. In doing so, he realized a few things. This passageway must have originally hidden dozens, maybe even hundreds of traps. However, whether it was because they had all gotten caught up in the battle that took place or whether they had been dealt with when Amelia Merwin broke in, all the traps had been destroyed. It's not like I was some kind of emperor. So wouldn't it be a bit too much to set up so many traps in my grave? This thought made his initial conclusion feel shaky. No matter how Eugene looked at it, this place felt more like a dragon's lair than someone's grave. However, once Eugene had passed through the passageway and reached the next floor, such thoughts disappeared completely. Eugene was dumbfounded as he stared up ahead. In the center of the floor stood a statue. There was no way Eugene wouldn't recognize it. It was a statue of what he had looked like in his past life, a statue of Hamel. Eugene gulped and headed over to the statue. The reason why he could so clearly recall this statue and recognize it wasn't just because the statue was carved into his previous life's image. It was also because Eugene had seen such an image once before. In Aratha's Royal Library, Akron. Within Sienna's hall. Sienna had left behind a record of her former comrades' appearances there. The great Vermouth. The brave Mullen. The faithful Anise. The stupid Hamel. Haha, Eugene burst out laughing as he shook his head. This statue's appearance was identical to the image he had seen in Sienna's hall. Eyes without any trace of amusement, a slouched posture, and a face that had yet to see too many scars. As I said, if you're going to leave a record behind, you should at least have it be smiling. Hamel Dinah's. Holy Calendar 4/21/459. He was a son of a bitch, an idiot, an asshole, a douche, a piece of trash. But he was also brave, faithful, wise, and great. In remembrance of this stupid man who sacrificed himself for everyone and was the first to leave us. A memorial stone had been placed beneath the statue. Eugene stood there blankly, staring at the memorial stone. He recognized the handwriting on it. In Mullen's large handwriting was the word brave. In Anisa's perfect handwriting was the word faithful. In Sienna's crooked handwriting was the word wise. And in Vermouth's sharp handwriting was the word great. Ah fuck, Eugene cursed without any heat and rubbed his nose. His eyes were getting blurry and his nose felt stuffy. He felt the need to rub his eyes, but Eugene refused to do so. Although nobody was even watching him, he didn't want to admit to himself that he was truly driven to tears in front of the statue and memorial stone by wiping them away. Those sorts of words should have been said to me while I was alive. What's the use of writing them on my tombstone after I've died? How would I even see them, you fuckheads? Eugene complained as he rested a hand on the tombstone. But Eugene couldn't allow himself to get lost in his own emotions. It's strange. The statue and the tombstone were in excellent condition. No pieces were broken off, and they didn't show any signs of aging despite the hundreds of years that had passed since they were created. But that wasn't enough to be considered strange. Magic was a convenient tool. If preservation magic had been properly applied, items could be maintained for hundreds of years without any signs of aging. That was unless they were intentionally broken. Ignoring the tears flowing down his cheeks, Eugene looked around at his surroundings. This place was a ruin. He couldn't help but see it as such. Traces of battle had definitely been left in the passageway, but seeing these ruins made those traces feel more like the results of a child's play. The floor here was cracked or overturned, and items that appeared to have been pillars had been thrust into the walls and floors like spears. Hamel's statue and the memorial stone were the only things that weren't broken and still intact. Just what on earth happened here? 200 years ago, Sienna had detected the death of her familiar and had left Arath to travel here to Hamel's grave. Did a fight break out immediately after that? For now, he couldn't help but suspect that was what had happened. She must have met with the unknown grave robber and then... Sienna is strong, Eugene reminded himself. She was always strong but became even stronger after Hamel died. Although Eugene didn't truly know what Sienna had been like during this time, the glimpse of this wise Sienna that he had seen through witchcraft showed that she had to have been the most powerful wizard in the world. If the intruder had the ability to fight Sienna, who had such strength, then that means Sienna wasn't able to win. If Sienna had won the fight, there was no way that she would have left this place in such a ghastly ruined state. Since that was the case, could Sienna have died here? There's no way, Eugene assured himself. Eugene had seen a phantasm of Sienna in Arath. It hadn't just been an illusion. When he had met it in the square in front of the bank, the phantasm of Sienna had been able to clearly convey what it was trying to say. I found you. So she must have been injured during the fight that took place here, then went into hiding somewhere. At the moment, he had no choice but to believe that. Eugene scratched his head in frustration. Who on earth could have pushed Sienna so far? Could it have been a demon folk? Was a demon king behind this? Between the demon king of incarceration and the demon king of destruction, which of the two could it possibly be? And what reason could they have for doing so? Hamel had died. Unable to see their attempt at conquering the demon king of incarceration's castle to its conclusion, Hamel had passed away beforehand. Then an unknown oath had kept the two demon kings of Helmuth from making any noise for the past 300 years. What reason could there be for these demon kings to break their silence and make such a move? There's no way they would have come to Hamel's grave to pay their respects, so what reason could a demon king have for coming here? While scratching at his head, Eugene spun around on the spot. No matter how much thought he gave it, no plausible assumptions sprang to mind. In the end, there was only one solution to solve this mystery. He needed to find the place wherever on Earth Sienna was hiding. Although Eugene currently didn't know where she was, the best way to find out exactly what happened hundreds of years ago was just to look for her. After I look around here for a little more, that is. There were no traces left in these ruins other than the statue and the memorial stone. Looking at this spacious interior and all the broken structures, it seemed like all sorts of things had been stored here before the place got turned into such a state. But for now, Eugene just took a quick look around. Eugene examined the pillars that had fallen onto the floor. It was hard to see because of all the cracks, but if you looked closely, they were inscribed with words that were about the same size as sesame seeds. These words were part of the magical techniques used to create the tomb, but the writing was so fragmented that it was impossible to tell what their original form had looked like. But it wasn't all just magic. Apart from Sienna's scrawled magic runes, other things had also been written on them. Almighty God of Light, please protect and watch over this foolish lamb. Guide him with love and mercy to his rest after his arduous journey, and even when darkness falls on this lamb's path, please show him the way with your light. Anise, you fucker. I told you that I don't believe in the gods. Burn the sins that he has committed during his life with your sacred flame. And please open the door to heaven, which is full of peace and happiness, not the door where only pain and despair await. If his good deeds are not enough for him to enter heaven, please allow me to shoulder his debts so that we might someday reunite with each other. Rotten bitch, Eugene said with a sigh and patted the fallen pillar. Eugene could clearly picture what this site had looked like before it had been turned into ruins. It wasn't that hard to recall what it must have been like because he could clearly remember what type of people his companions had been. Mullen, that idiot, must have erected these pillars with a face pouring with tears and snot that didn't suit his buff body. Although it would have been simple to do such a job using magic, Mullen would have insisted on doing it personally. Mullen might even have been the one to personally dig all the way down through the earth to these depths. Sienna, that chick would have also been crying. Right before Hamel died, Sienna had been crying the most. Mullen would have tried to make the statue himself, only for Sienna to yell at him to not be so obnoxious. Then she would have made a statue of Hamel based on the image she had stored of him in her memories. While carving prayers onto these pillars, Anise would have pointed something out without even looking at the statue. She would have asked, "Don't you think Hamel was uglier than that?" As she continued to exude the faint smell of alcohol, Anise would have done her best to hold back her tears. That was just how Anise had been even when Hamel was dying. While taking sips from the little holy water that she had left, Anise had asked him to consider converting to her god, and in the end, she had given him one last drink. As for vermouth, would he have been crying? Eugene simply couldn't imagine the appearance of vermouth shedding tears. Perhaps he might have continued blaming himself even after having come all this way. still insisting that there was no need for Hamel to have pushed Vermouth out of the way of that attack only to be hit by the blow that had finally killed him. Vermouth might even have blamed himself for Hamel being forced to become the party's tank. After all, they had no other option but to use Hamel in this role when they were up against the two strongest subordinates of the Demon King of Incarceration, the Staff and the Shield. In Eugene's, no, Hamel's memories, Vermouth was just that type of guy. Both before and after entering Helmuth, upon seeing the corpses of those who had been killed by demonic beasts, demofolk, monsters, and other such things, Vermouth would also say the same lines despite these corpses having nothing to do with him. I could have saved them. I was supposed to save them. They didn't have to die. Saying things like this was Vermouth's bad habit, especially whenever his comrades suffered an unavoidable injury during their journey, even when they had managed to survive after defeating a powerful enemy. While everyone else was getting drunk on joy and a sense of accomplishment, not caring about the pain from their injuries, Vermouth would wallow in his self-blame. There was no need for you to get hurt. I should have been better. Vermouth would mutter such self-recriminations. Asshole, why are you spouting such bullshit again? What do you mean by, there was no need for that, and I should have been better? Hey, do you think you're a god? You're just a human like us, aren't you? So what makes you think that you can do everything by yourself? If you were able to do that, then fuck, why would you bring us along with you? Hamel, stop bothering Sir Vermouth. Don't butt in, Anise. You also clicked your tongue just now. Do you really think I wouldn't notice your desire to shake some sense into this bastard and make him realize that he's being an ass by spouting such bullshit? I didn't click my tongue because of Sir Vermouth. I clicked my tongue because I knew that you would utter some kind of nonsense. You really are treating both of us like a pair of fools. As he reminisced about the past, Eugene recalled a conversation that would never again be able to take place. Although he had cried a little when he saw the statue and the memorial stone, these damn tears were flowing once more. Like last time, Eugene refused to wipe away his tears. Instead, he just allowed them to flow down. He didn't try to stop them or hold them back. If not at a time like this, when else were you meant to cry? Everything else is broken, but there was just one place that didn't seem to have been destroyed. There was a door in the wall behind the statue. Eugene stared at it. Unlike the statue and the memorial stone, which had no trace of damage, the door showed off quite a lot of scratches. However, it hadn't been completely destroyed. Eugene walked closer to the door. Although it appeared intact on the web audio channel announcement, thank you for listening. If you want to listen to the full series and hundreds of audiobooks similar to this, please join our Discord or join our Patreon on patreon.com/webaudio. The link will be in the description and also pinned in the comment section. Thank you. On the surface, the inside of the room may also have been destroyed. For now, that was all that he could expect. Eugene didn't want to set his hopes too high. Creak. The door wasn't locked. While taking a deep breath, Eugene opened the door and looked inside. Just as he had expected, the inside of the room was a mess. From the roof to the walls, nothing appeared to have remained intact. However, at the other end of a long hallway stood another door without a single scratch on it. And someone was sitting at the bottom of the door with his back leaning against it. His appearance caused Eugene to unconsciously gasp. Because he couldn't be sure if something might happen at any moment, Eugene had been in a constant state of tension. But even so, he hadn't been able to notice this man's presence. And that was still the case even now. Despite having both eyes on this man, Eugene still couldn't feel anything from him. The man got up. His whole body was covered in a black suit of armor with a full helmet that covered his face. From inside this helmet, a bright red light flashed. "Who are you?" Eugene demanded as he stared at the man who had gotten to his feet. "Why are you sitting there, blocking that door?" The other person didn't respond. Instead, He just staggered closer. The hair all over Eugene's body stood on end. He could feel a vicious and intense demonic power coming from the armored form walking up to him. A demon folk? No, this sensation was different. Could it be a human who had made a contract with a demon folk? Looking at his appearance and the air around him, he couldn't be a black wizard. If that was the case, could he be a black knight? A fallen knight who had sworn allegiance to a demon folk in exchange for power. No, that's not it. Eugene couldn't feel any life force emanating from this man. He wasn't a demonic beast, nor a demon folk, nor even a contracted human. As such, there was only one possibility that Eugene could think of. An undead, Eugene concluded. But there's no way that he could be, right? As Eugene's face contorted, he placed a hand inside his cloak. I asked you who you are, motherfucker, Eugene cursed threateningly. Thief, a cracked and hoarse voice rattled from inside the helmet. Judging by the fact that it had responded, it seemed like this thing still had some ability to reason. Your name, Eugene growled as he felt an eerie mix of anxiety, anger, and murderous desire. He chose not to hide his obvious hostility. His cloak flapped around him as blue flames engulfed Eugene. Eugene demanded once again, I said, give me your name, you son of a bitch. I am. The undead trailed off. The Death Knight pulled out his sword. It was a pitch-black longsword. A sword that Eugene didn't recognize. The undead monster finally answered his question. I am. The stupid Hamel. What did you say, you motherfucker? Eugene barked out as this reply caught him off guard. Hamel? You? And you're claiming to be the stupid Hamel at that? Crack, crack, crack. The floor beneath Eugene's feet shattered under the pressure he was giving off. I am Hamel. But there was no need for him to say this. Eugene had no intention of competing with this Death Knight standing in front of him over who was the real Hamel. He was definitely Hamel, so without even needing to think about it, the Death Knight in front of him was a fake. Eugene lectured the fake. Hamel would never allow that fucking title to pass his own lips. The Death Knight was just a psychopath that thought it was Hamel. This meant that the Death Knight had to have lost its mind. But that body, could it be? Take off your helmet, you son of a bitch, Eugene roared as he kicked off the ground. Open Bookworm's thoughts. Yacht here. This was accidentally posted on Saturday, so it was taken down and has been reposted. But you guys did get an unintentional 5th chapter because of the bot throwing a tantrum, so yay. CH66. Chapter 66. The Grave 2. Although Eugene spat out this demand, the Death Knight didn't comply with his order. Instead, it emitted a hideous and sinister glare, but the anger and murderous intent that Eugene leaked in return wasn't lacking in comparison. As he projected his hostility, Eugene ran forwards. Thoughts he didn't want to think about kept rolling around inside his head. He kept imagining some truly ominous and fucking disturbing ideas. No, he wasn't just imagining things. After all, wasn't the proof right in front of him? This place was Hamel's grave. Death Knights were made from the corpses of dead warriors. Resentment, anger, and hatred, souls that had been drenched in these sorts of emotions would refuse to leave this world, even after they had died, and would remain trapped in their corpses. Most undead were made by tempting these sorts of souls. In return for granting their desires, these souls would sacrifice themselves to their contractor and become slaves. Souls that had refused to leave this world would never reject such an offer. Their bitter resentment would force them to accept the deal even if it meant becoming a slave for the rest of their existence and never being able to reincarnate. Although liches were usually insane wizards who had turned themselves into an undead, a Death Knight was a corrupted soul that had chosen to remain on Earth even after it had died. A Death Knight was something that had given up all the dignities that living beings should possess and sacrificed everything it had for the sake of revenge. Because of that, they couldn't help but be strong. Eugene was well aware of how terrifying and terrible the power that they had obtained from using their soul as collateral could be. But what was going on here? Hamel? The Death Knight was claiming that its name was Hamel. You're really saying that you're Hamel? Crazy bastard. It seemed like it had completely lost its mind after it had passed away. Eugene had no doubts about the fact that he was Hamel. In the first place, there was no room for him to doubt himself. The spirit king of the wind, Tempest, had confirmed that Eugene's soul was previously Hamel's. Even without Tempest's confirmation, there was no reason to doubt this fact. If Eugene wasn't Hamel, then who on earth could he be? His memory, experiences, and everything else all fit his identity perfectly. However, Eugene's soul might have belonged to Hamel, but his body did not. That build. It was just like Hamel's. His habits, there aren't any. Well, it's true that I didn't have anything like that. Although it wouldn't be strange for someone to develop one or two habits that would reveal themselves during a battle, during his previous life, Hamel had intentionally erased all of his habits. He wouldn't have been able to grow any stronger if he had held on to his established habits. He wouldn't have been able to survive in Helmoth either. And he wouldn't even have the slightest chance of surpassing Vermouth. Under such pressing motivations, he had erased all the habits that weren't of any use to him. As such, Eugene couldn't tell this guy's identity just by looking at him like this. Although it seems certain that this was a Death Knight formed from some poor soul, that alone wasn't enough. His face, Eugene needed to see his face. If they really did make my corpse into an undead by stuffing another soul in there. If that was the case, then all this rage and murderous intent that Eugene felt wouldn't simply go away. That thing was his body. The body from his previous life. The body that Sienna, Anise, Mullen, and Vermouth had painstakingly built a grave for and laid to rest. Which fucking bastard was it? Boom. Eugene jumped into the air and twisted his body. That stuffed you. His cloak billowed. As the space inside opened wide, the handles of countless weapons protruded from it. From among all of these weapons, Eugene grabbed hold of two sword hilts. Into that body? Swoosh. The two swords that Eugene held in either hand were thrust downwards. Although the Death Knight had two swords descending toward its head in a flash, it didn't panic. Instead, it skillfully twisted its body to get out of the sword's trajectories and then spread its hand out towards Eugene. A hand that was covered by a black gauntlet shot straight at him. Eugene gritted his teeth hard and blocked the attack with both hands. Boom. The blue flames wrapped around Eugene's hands exploded. It has a mana shield, Eugene realized. Strictly speaking, the power that Death Knights and Black Wizards used wasn't mana, but was instead demonic power. However, the way that they used it was no different from mana. Its dense demonic power had been wrapped around the Death Knight's body to form a shield. After Eugene managed to push the Death Knight away, he retracted his stiffened hands. This opponent wasn't something that he could compete with in terms of strength. No matter how well Eugene was able to control his mana or how effectively he could amplify it by using the Ring Flame formula, the fact that it had only been 6 years since Eugene had first started training his mana remained unchanged. It was only natural that he couldn't compete with this Death Knight in front of him in terms of strength. Eugene reminded himself, I also don't really know anything about it. How long had that Death Knight been guarding here? The first thought that came to mind was that this Death Knight had to have been created by Amelia Merwin. She had opened the door to this tomb 6 years ago, entered inside, and then made a Death Knight from Hamel's corpse. Since Hamel's soul hadn't remained trapped in his body, she had to have stuffed a different soul in there. If that really was the case, that made it even more unlikely for Eugene to be able to defeat this Death Knight. As a Death Knight made by a Black Wizard of Amelia Merwin's caliber, it had to be at least as strong as the Lionheart clan's patriarch, Gilead, or a captain of the Black Lion Knights. Using his logic, Eugene could only reach such a conclusion. However, Eugene had no intention of retreating. So what if the Death Knight was strong? Whoosh! The flames covering Eugene grew even more intense. As he exploded his mana without restraint, Eugene reached into his cloak. Whoosh! The Death Knight's hand tried to grab Eugene once more. Eugene immediately evaded with a blink, reappearing behind the Death Knight. The weapon that he pulled out next was a giant axe. As Eugene retrieved this axe from inside his cloak, he spun his body. But as he unleashed his blow, Eugene wasn't able to send the Death Knight flying like he had hoped. The moment that the axe touched its body, the Death Knight's sword had sprung into action. SCHK. The large axe was sliced in half exactly down the middle. Eugene immediately let go of the axe and took a half step back. Eugene's hand was already reaching back into his cloak. What he took out next was a greatsword that was even larger than the previous axe. Eugene raised the sword over his head and swung it down at the Death Knight's helmet. Although Eugene may have stepped back, the Death Knight refused to reciprocate. Instead, it charged forward and swung its sword. Crack! The greatsword immediately shattered into pieces. Eugene had never seen an attack like this that could so easily destroy an opponent's weapon. Eugene examined the way that the Death Knight was swinging his sword. Although it seemed to have intentionally erased its habits, from the way it looked when wielding a sword to the allocation of its mana and the strength of its sword force, such things weren't habits, but instead part of its basic skills. These sorts of things couldn't be discarded, even if you wanted to. It's similar, Eugene admitted. He couldn't deny it. The Death Knight's movements resembled Hamel's. But it was just his movements, nothing else. This guy in front of him wasn't Hamel. Eugene was reassured about this truth once more. His cloak flapped loudly as, in the middle of all this, Eugene lowered his stance. The Death Knight instinctively sensed his approach, so it spun around and held up its sword. Boom! The attack unleashed from beneath Eugene's cloak came as a shock. However, the Death Knight's demonic power wasn't even shaken. Instead, its eyes gleamed from behind its upheld sword. Eugene pulled out a spear and held it in both hands as he brandished it towards the Death Knight. Boy, it seems like you're good at wielding various weapons, the Death Knight spoke up. Boy? Eugene snorted and lowered his knees. If you're trying to imitate me, then do it properly, Eugene critiqued him. Hamel would never use tame words like that. Didn't I tell you to take off your helmet? The Death Knight replied, there is no reason for me to do so. I think I liked it better when you just kept your trap shut. If the Death Knight was going to claim that its name was Hamel, then it should stop talking so politely. From when he was young, and even as he grew older, until the day he died, Hamel had never spoken so politely. Shick. The spear thrust forward. No, it just looked like it had been thrust forward. It had been a feint. But the deceptive movements of the swaying tip of the spear as it was pulled back and forth couldn't just be dismissed as a simple trick. The obvious momentum of the spear tip could instantly turn the fake into the real at any time. The Death Knight didn't show any reaction. It just stepped back a little to get itself out of the spear's reach. Just as the distance between them was growing wider, Eugene's body moved into gear. The blue flames wrapped around the spear gave off a brilliant shine. Each time the spear shook, sparks would scatter off of it. The ring flame formula then transformed each of these sparks into a spell. Chains of flame pierced through the air along with his spear. Crack! The chains that were about to wrap around the Death Knight's body were cut apart by a dark ray of light, but this attack failed to block the spear. At the moment of collision, the spear's trajectory twisted aside. In Eugene's hands, the straight spear was able to move both flexibly and freely. This transformed an ordinary spear into a deadly viper. With its fangs bared wide open, the viper struck the Death Knight. Bang! The Death Knight's mana shield fluctuated, but the one blow wasn't enough to push it back. Even though Eugene had managed to strike it firmly, the blow was still too light. Eugene's strength was insufficient to shove his opponent away. However, Eugene had done this in order to confirm something with his own eyes. The technique Eugene had used to handle his weapon was something that had belonged to Hamel. If the Death Knight was claiming to be Hamel, then it needed to at least be able to see through and understand this technique. "Boy, your skill is amazing," the Death Knight complimented. Eugene sneered, "I told you to shut your trap." The Death Knight was acting like nothing had happened just now. As soon as it had been bitten by the viper, it had retreated backward so the attack couldn't dig in any deeper. Its technique was also sophisticated and skillful. However, this wasn't enough for the Death Knight to be able to claim its identity as Hamel. Even though the Death Knight had managed to retreat from the blow, it had still set its bones ringing. But then something broke. Eugene looked down at the shattered spear in his hands. It was because of the Death Knight's sword. Its attack had been just a simple stab with no finesse, but it was strong and fast enough to shatter his spear. Now, the Death Knight had no intention of retreating any further. A vicious demonic aura filled the room. Shaking off the pressure that was constricting his whole body, Eugene shoved his hands inside his cloak. "How unfortunate," the Death Knight muttered. Suddenly, it appeared right in front of Eugene, its sword swinging forward in a black slash of light. It was impossible to read any emotions from its eyes, but the words spat out by its hoarse voice made the Death Knight's opinion obvious. Eugene's face was no longer contorted in a scowl. Having gone far beyond the boiling point of rage and murderous intent, his face had hardened into a cold mask. Then, in the next moment, Eugene's sword force split apart the Death Knight's darkness. It happened in an instant, and the Death Knight was left looking like it couldn't understand what had just occurred. This was only natural. Its slash had come close to slicing open Eugene's throat, but suddenly it had failed to make contact. It was as if its sword had been twisted to the side. However, there was no reason for the sword to do so. With Eugene's strength, he shouldn't have been able to strike the Death Knight's sword aside. "What did you just do?" the Death Knight asked. "You don't know." Eugene spat out in a voice that carried no trace of amusement. "That's proof that you're not Hamel." This was an application of mana that had been able to astonish even an archwizard like Sienna. Although his affinity to mana was also excellent, what Hamel had truly excelled in was his mana control. He might not have been well-versed in magic, but in his previous life, Hamel had still been extremely good at manipulating his mana. Hamel's body hadn't been as strong as Molin's. He wasn't even as well-rounded as Vermouth. He hadn't known how to use magic or divine power either. Nevertheless, Hamel had been able to run wild on the battlefield. The reason why he was able to face the attack from the huge Kamash head-on and pierce through it was parrying, the Death Knight asked as it looked down at the position of its deflected sword. Of course, it wasn't just simply parrying. The moment both attack and counterattack collided, at that instant, Eugene had synchronized a wave of mana composed of sword force along with his counterattack, so that the whole strength of his sword force would burst forth the moment that their attacks met. How heavy! Eugene ignored the throbbing pain in his arm. He could also taste blood at the back of his throat. Although he had definitely gotten the timing down perfectly, it was impossible for him to have dealt with such a strong attack without any issues. Hiding all signs of this, Eugene cycled the stars rotating around his heart even faster. Bang, bang, bang. Countless stars exploded and reformed in the circle formed by his original stars. Bang! A sword wrapped in blue flames collided with the darkness, but he couldn't sustain such a fight for very long. As Eugene resisted the urge to pant for breath, he attacked the Death Knight with one blow after another. The Death Knight defended itself while aiming for a counterattack, but its sword wasn't able to move as it desired. Eugene wouldn't allow this to happen. If the Death Knight tried to swing its sword, Eugene would stab at it from below. If it tried to stab at him, he would chop down from above, and if it tried to chop at him, he would slice at its side. Eugene was able to read the Death Knight's attacks and make the first move each time. However, it felt like Eugene's bones were splintering and his muscles were being torn apart. So even this talented body couldn't stand up to such abuse? But this didn't matter, because Eugene had been able to fight just as well with a body that was in much worse shape than this. As long as he was still conscious and his head was clear, he could still move. He could still fight. Most importantly, Eugene needed to take off that helmet and see its face. If the Death Knight refused to take it off, then Eugene would just need to break it. Even if the face that was revealed because of this wasn't Hamel's, Eugene still planned to kill the Death Knight. The reveal wouldn't change anything. The fact that it was a Death Knight was more than enough reason to kill it. On top of that, how dare this thing lock itself up in his grave? Acting like it was the owner. Sitting in front of this door, blocking this passageway, too. And it even dared to call itself Hamel? Something like this? The Death Knight grunted. It was being pushed back. The Death Knight's body and feet were slowly sliding backward. The sword that it couldn't wield as it wished was just serving as a hindrance to it. The Death Knight's movements were now completely under Eugene's control. No matter how much stronger the Death Knight was compared to Eugene, Eugene's skills exceeded its strength, and it was left unable to swing its sword in a way that truly took advantage of its strength. Eugene was currently dancing on the edge of a blade. He was bursting forth with one attack after another, but he still wasn't able to inflict any fatal wounds on this Death Knight. In the first place, injuries meant nothing to an undead. And with the strong demonic power that this Death Knight possessed, any wounds it received were healed immediately. I need to end this in one blow, Eugene thought desperately. He wasn't paying any more attention to his breathing. Instead, all his focus was concentrated on the attacks. Counterattack, watch out for the sword, then recline upper body. The mana shield wrapped around Eugene's body was growing ever fainter. All the mana erupting from his ring flame formula was being infused into his sword. Thankfully, he was using the storm sword WINOID. Its wind worked together well with his flames. Squeal! Eugene's sword screeched as it collided with the Death Knight's armor, prompting the Death Knight to back away in alarm. The Death Knight wasn't Hamel. Its skills were too inadequate and its battle instinct was lacking. Even though it showed off a bloated strength, it still couldn't control this power properly. Eugene realized something in the first place. Eugene's body slid to the side, avoiding a simple and obvious stab. The Death Knight's stab was just a simple attack down a straight line. Although there was sufficient speed to give it great power, that was all there was to it. Then the explosion of the demonic power infused into the sword almost engulfed Eugene. Just before Eugene blinked away, he stomped on the ground with his foot. Whoosh! The ground melted into mud with the sticky consistency of glue and swallowed the Death Knight's feet. Although that's what it looked like, the gluey mud was actually disintegrated the moment it touched the Death Knight's demonic power. But that delay alone was enough. As long as it was able to occupy the Death Knight's attention for a few moments, the distraction had proven effective. You're not a swordsman. Although it seemed to be able to handle its sword quite well, the Death Knight's swordsmanship was so crude that it was hard to believe that it was even capable of acting as a Death Knight. Eugene could admit that such swordsmanship would be able to receive praise for its strength no matter where it went. However, there was no way that it would have been able to stand at Vermouth's side with only this level of swordsmanship. 300 years ago, among all the knights who had followed them into Helmouth, there was not a single one whose swordsmanship was lacking in comparison to the Death Knight's. Every time it swung its sword, the Death Knight had to withdraw to recover its stance. Additionally, when the Death Knight swung with its right hand, its left hand, shoulders, and knees would all twitch beforehand. Finally, the Death Knight's gaze was also a little slower than its swing. All this proved that the Death Knight wasn't a swordsman. Unleashing another attack, the Death Knight violently twisted its body. Quarg! The demonic power that spewed from the sword swing sprayed across the entire hallway. Something was damaged and fell to the floor. It was one of the countless weapons now strewn across the hallway. The Death Knight's eyes shook in shock. How did they all appear in such a short time? Was it while he was casting Blink? Behind it, it was faster for the Death Knight to release a spray of demonic power backward then turn around. The demonic power collided with a blast of flames and exploded. But this explosion was part of Eugene's plans. The Death Knight's senses were suddenly covered in points of high-density mana. In ones and twos, dozens and then hundreds, their sudden appearance overwhelmed his senses. Each of them was an attack that Eugene had fired wildly at it. Bang, 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 bang. Hundreds of magic missiles shot into the Death Knight's wavering demonic aura. In the midst of all this, Eugene readied his body. Now, let's see your ugly mug, Eugene panted in a harsh voice. WINNYD's sword force split apart the darkness as he leaped. The Death Knight's helmet was sliced in half. Thud. As the only noise that could be heard was the sound of Eugene landing behind the Death Knight, he turned his head to look back at it. The Death Knight was standing still, holding the split-apart pieces of its helmet in both hands. As Eugene recovered from his panting, he glared at the back of the Death Knight's revealed head. It had short hair, a severed left earlobe, and the back of its neck had a tangled mess of scars. As he calmed his heart, which felt like it was about to burst, Eugene demanded, "Look at me." The Death Knight turned its head. A scar ran from the tip of its right chin, across its eye, and onto its forehead. Eugene was very familiar with this scar. Before the point where he actually died, that was the scar that Hamel had received upon coming closest to his death. The event had happened shortly after entering Helmuth. It was the scar he had received while fighting the Blade of Incarceration 3. The earlobe, that was pierced through while fighting the Demon King of Cruelty, at the sharp point of the demon's spear Luentos. Although it was hidden by the armor, the scar from his battle with the Demon King of Carnage should also still remain on its right shoulder. That guy's weapon had been the Annihilation Hammer Jigalath. If Hamel had been even a little late in retreating, his body would have been crushed in half. But he had come the closest to truly dying back then, at the moment when his face was sliced open by the Sword of Incarceration. Looking at these scars, Eugene's current face, which was clean of any scarring, seemed to be throbbing for some reason. "Bastard, you sure are one handsome guy," Eugene cursed as he looked at Hamel's face. Even though hundreds of years had passed, that face hadn't rotted away and was still the same as it had been in his previous life. However, there was no life to it. Its skin was pale and bloodless, and its two eyes were a grayish red like rotting blood. "Your soul is incredibly ugly, but at least your face is handsome," Eugene consoled the undead. The Death Knight did not respond. With blank eyes, it was staring down at the helmet it was holding in its hands. Grr. Woo. Its body started trembling as it made these sounds. The helmet it was holding shattered into pieces. Roar. With a roar, the Death Knight threw its sword. 1. The original Korean idiom for this feeling is that Eugene is swallowing a breath that has come up to his chin. 2. These pauses were in the raw text appear to show that Eugene is gasping for breath and is distracted. 3. One of the 3 strongest servants of the Demon King of Incarceration, along with the staff and shield. Ch. 67. Chapter 67. The Grave, 3. Clong. The sword thrown by the Death Knight pierced into the wall of the hallway and shattered the wall into rubble. Although Eugene had managed to avoid the throw, he couldn't afford to relax. The Death Knight was still attacking him. Fuck, this stinks. Although it wasn't hot down here, Eugene had been moving his body so vigorously that his whole body was now drenched in sweat. It had been a long time since he had last felt this tired, and it wasn't just his overworked muscles either. The mana in his core was slowly starting to bottom out. Eugene had overused his strength to keep up the reckless parrying and break through the Death Knight's defenses. If it wasn't for his ring flame formula, his mana would have already been depleted, and he would have collapsed onto the floor. Now, what do I do? Eugene had managed to see the Death Knight's face. He had confirmed that its body was created from Hamel's corpse. He had also confirmed that the soul inserted into that body was just the soul of some unknown bastard. But that wasn't enough. Eugene wanted to kill this Death Knight and was determined to do so now. Adjusting his breathing, Eugene continued to operate the ring flame formula. The source of power for a human being was their heart. But a Death Knight's heart didn't beat, nor did it have any flowing blood. To kill a Death Knight, one would need to tear it into so many pieces such that it wouldn't be able to regenerate any longer. Was the current Eugene able to do such a thing? Even if he couldn't, Eugene would just have to manage it somehow, so why ask such an obvious question? Eugene encouraged himself like this as wind wrapped around his blade. As the amount of mana Eugene could infuse into the blade dwindled, the wind evoked by his spirit was strengthened to make up for it. Bang! Eugene's body flew into the air. Swallowing the blood that he was about to cough up, Eugene looked down at the floor. The Death Knight rose slowly from the center of a deep crater that looked like the site of a recent explosion. All it had done was throw away its sword, but it was now incomparably faster and stronger than it had been before. This was its original level of skill. By holding a sword that it wasn't even familiar with, and as it had tried to prioritize using common sword techniques without leaning on its true strength, all of the Death Knight's moves had been blunt and simple. But now, fuck. Each time Eugene endured an attack, it felt like his arms were being torn out of their sockets. Even though he was parrying the blows, with each burst of mana, he could feel his reserves of mana being drained away in large clumps. It was a godsend that Eugene was able to handle releasing such large bursts of mana. It was fortunate that Eugene had trained his control over his mana by using the Moonlight Sword's fragment as the target of his spells, because if he hadn't done that, his mana would already have reached the bottom of the tank through his parrying alone. But my specs still fall short, Eugene noted pessimistically. When the Death Knight was still holding a sword, it had been an easy opponent, but now that it had dropped the sword and was fighting with its bare hands, it was a tough opponent for him. On top of that, the Death Knight's fighting style was so messy that it was difficult for him to read the attacks and gauge how much mana he needed to deal with them. It was like he was fighting with a wild beast or a monster. It might be fighting with its bare hands, but although the Death Knight was wearing gauntlets, it wasn't fighting with its fists. Black demonic power was wrapped around its hands, and it was swinging its fingertips like they were claws. Claws? No, it's different. Its fingers are curved, which means it's also using the power of its hands. Some weapons had blades on the back of their hands or even their fingertips. Those sorts of weapons focused on slicing and scratching. However, the Death Knight's style was different. It was actively using its grip strength and its knuckles. It wasn't just using its arms like a beast's limbs. Then there was also its posture. The Death Knight was tilting its upper body forward, and its arms were nearly low enough to touch the floor. It seemed that this posture was a more natural fit for it than when it had been standing upright on both feet, as it was correspondingly more agile. Fuck. If they were going to put a soul in my body, then it should at least have been a human soul. Just what kind of monster did they stuff in there? A monster. No, was it really? It had been able to hold a conversation, but then there was its messy and barbaric fighting style. Its primary weapons were its arms and fingertips. Though its stance looked sloppy, the center of gravity was clearly settled around its lower body. There was also the way it had gone. There was also the way it had gone into a berserk frenzy. He had seen something like this somewhere before. A lycanthrope? The moment he uttered these words, crack. The Death Knight's fingertips scraped against WINMYD. Eugene twisted so that his body turned with the blow's force rather than resisting it. By doing this, he managed to retreat backward after spinning around a few times. Grah, the Death Knight let out a bestial howl. GRK? GRK. Its teeth were grinding and gnashing against each other. A glance downward showed that the Death Knight was wearing metal boots, but even there, black demonic power was sticking out like claws. Fuck, I was right, Eugene cursed suddenly. What kind of combination is this? Why would they stuff a lycanthrope's soul into a human's corpse? What on earth do we even call something like you? There was no answer to his questions, Gruer. It looked like his words weren't getting through to it. Eugene spat out the blood pooling in his mouth and glared at the Death Knight. They really are pulling all sorts of crap. Barking out these words, Eugene reached into his cloak once more. Growling. The Death Knight charged over with another growl. Since the situation had changed from what it had been earlier, the tools that Eugene was using should also change to keep him from being passive. Eugene pulled out a small box and crushed it in his grip. This revealed the fragment of the Moonlight Sword, which he took and threw at the fingertips, slashing at him. A single fragment won't be enough to dissipate everything. However, it could at least reduce the power of the blow to an acceptable level. WINNYD's slash drove into the Death Knight's wavering demonic power. Clackling. The power of Eugene's blow was also dissipated by the fragment. Things might have been different had he been using the real Moonlight Sword, but the fragment sure was inconvenient to use. That said, it was enough to turn the tides. As Eugene swung his sword in a frenzy, he pushed back the Death Knight's claws. This way, he was able to snatch up the shard and throw it at the Death Knight once more. He repeated this over and over until his head felt like it was about to explode. Eugene had to read the dizzying trajectory of the Death Knight's attacks, avoid what could be avoided, then grab the fragment, throw it, attack, and then grab the fragment once more. And the cycle repeated. Although Eugene was familiar with all sorts of fights, even in his previous life, he had never once been in a fight as troublesome as this one. Eugene was getting short of breath. He had no choice but to accept that the difference in their specs was far too large. Even though they should both have been consuming each other's strengths, the Death Knight's demonic power appeared barely drained. Instead, every time it was attacked, the Death Knight was becoming even more ferocious. Eugene was wearing the Cloak of Darkness. It was an artifact that could block spells up to the 5th circle without any difficulty, but it still wasn't enough to completely protect Eugene's body from the Death Knight's attacks. Shallow wounds kept piling up, and Eugene's body was drenched in blood. He had already lost enough blood that his sight was starting to get blurry. However, his concentration kept getting sharper even as the mana in his core was slowly starting to reach rock bottom. Should he try to retreat now? His specs just weren't high enough to win this fight. If it were a few years later, Eugene felt like he would be able to win this. But should he retreat because of that? Someone like him? In the face of someone who was playing around with his corpse? Eugene had managed to pierce through the Death Knight's defenses several times. But its armor was just too tough. He had tried to thrust his blade into the joints, but he didn't get the feeling that he was cutting anything important. It seemed that the corpse itself had also been strengthened. And Death Knights were the highest rank of undead, so it was impossible for Eugene to neutralize it with just that one fragment of the Moonlight Sword. Ever so slowly, Eugene started getting pushed back. While he was still putting up a fight by actively using the fragment, Eugene's body wasn't mature enough to draw out Hamel's full power. His physical abilities were sufficient for it, but his mana capacity still wasn't enough. Garg! Eugene gasped as he swallowed back the blood that was about to escape his lips and threw his body back into the fight. Slash! The Death Knight's fingertips scraped past, slicing open his side, but Eugene ignored this as well. By doing this, he was able to thrust the fragment of the Moonlight Sword into the Death Knight's chest. The Death Knight's flickering demonic power lashed out at Eugene's arms and body, but Eugene just pushed his head even closer and pressed strongly on the fragment. Just as the Death Knight's defenses were dimming, Eugene started casting spells. Explosions and projectiles burst against the Death Knight's undefended breastplate. A fragment of the Moonlight Sword was able to dissipate all magical power into neutral mana. Eugene was very familiar with this effect, so he knew it was fine as long as his spells didn't touch it directly. With bloodshot eyes, he made sure to control the trajectories of each of his spells. A chain of explosions landed around the fragment. Gah! With a rage-filled roar, the Death Knight's body was thrown backward. Eugene wasn't able to catch the falling fragment in his hands. He didn't have any strength left to spare for that. He coughed up blood as he kept his eyes fixed on the dark cloud of smoke. Eugene had only managed to push it back for a few moments. The Death Knight wasn't defeated yet. However, he had succeeded in shattering the breastplate it had been wearing. Cuckoo! Eugene chuckled as he saw something absurd. He wasn't laughing at how tough the Death Knight was. He was laughing because the shattered breastplate had exposed its chest. There was nothing there. Only a hollow hole could be seen in the Death Knight's torso. The wound that had caused Hamel to die in his previous life had remained intact even hundreds of years later. And in the center of that hole, he could see there was a red gem placed within. It seemed obvious that it was meant to serve as this thing's heart. "No, don't look," demanded the insane Death Knight that had mistaken itself for Hamel. Eugene snickered and pointed at the hole in its chest. He asked mockingly, "You're saying that you're Hamel with that thing in your chest?" The Death Knight roared in anger. "Grah. It was important to know when you could afford to provoke someone and when you would be better off staying silent. Now was the time to do the latter." Although Eugene knew this very well, he just couldn't stand it. Having seen it for himself, how could he not laugh at the absurdity? But the price for his momentary amusement was harsh. Bang! Eugene's body was slammed against the wall. Although the cloak of darkness gave him some protection, since he was driven into the wall with enough force to crumble it, his body didn't make it out unharmed. His bones were definitely injured, and it felt like his internal organs might be as well. "You stupid bastard. How could you be Hamel? You're just a Death Knight." Not even a human one at that, but a lycanthrope. Eugene collapsed onto the floor and coughed out blood as he smiled. "From the way you move, it looks like you were some kind of feline beast." "Haha. Could you have been a tiger? Or maybe a lion?" "No, that's not it. Seeing how your actions are so cute, you might just be a house cat." The Death Knight growled, "I'll kill you. Just try it, you fucking bastard." "What were you trying to say again when you can't even deal with a 19-year-old kid? You said that you were Hamel? Are you making fun of Hamel?" Eugene mocked the Death Knight as he tried to get to his feet. Crunch! The Death Knight didn't allow Eugene to stand up. It grabbed Eugene by the shoulders and pulled him up so they could talk face to face. I am Hamel," the Death Knight insisted. "Like fuck you are, asshole," Eugene cursed as he spat some of the blood flowing from his mouth into the Death Knight's face. "Also, don't get so close to me, since you give off the smell of a rotting corpse. If you've died once, then you should just rest in peace already. Where do you think you get off, wandering around in someone else's corpse and messing with the living?" Grr. Crunch. The hands holding Eugene's shoulders tightened their grip. Suppressing a groan, Eugene glared into the Death Knight's face. Eugene had lost. Was he going to die now? Just like this? No, this wasn't the end for him. He had even been reincarnated, so he had no intention of dying in such a fruitless manner. If he had felt like he was going to lose, he would have run away immediately. Eugene hadn't run away because he had wanted to confirm its identity. When Eugene had first raised his sword against the Death Knight, he had felt like he could win. And now? If I really have to use that, I'll be a fucking mess for the next few years. Although it wasn't all that impressive, in his previous life as Hamel, he had kept one special move hidden as his trump card. In fact, it was so simple that it couldn't even really be called a special move. But still, if Eugene used it, he was sure to win. He would win no matter what. Even a special psychopath like this Death Knight that wouldn't die unless it was torn to pieces would be shattered into dust without leaving any traces behind. But as strong as this move was, it came with the same amount of recoil. Although it was impossible for him to kill a Death Knight with his current specs, if he used ignition, Eugene would definitely be able to kill it. Just as Eugene was considering whether or not to use it, he heard a voice call out to him. "Young master." What now? It was Lehman Schulhoff. That fool, Eugene had knocked him out to give him the chance to run away. But why had he continued to follow Eugene all the way here? Eugene couldn't turn his head to look at Lehman. The Death Knight was still holding Eugene by his shoulders. "Get back, you monster!" Lehman shouted as he rushed at the Death Knight. But the Death Knight also didn't turn to look at Lehman. It just picked Eugene up with one hand and threw him at the ceiling on the opposite side of the room to Lehman. Gag. Bang, boom. Eugene's thrown body crashed into the ceiling, slammed back down to the floor, and was sent rolling across the room. Since Eugene had been reincarnated, this was the first time that his body had been so severely damaged. As Eugene kept spitting blood, he raised his head. Perhaps, could it be? For a few moments, Eugene got his hopes up. Was it possible that Lehman, who had come running here so confidently, had awakened some great power and was now able to defeat the Death Knight? But this ended up being just a daydream. Lehman's sword force was easily overpowered by the Death Knight, and his kukri was shattered to pieces. Then Lehman wasn't even able to get away in time. The Death Knight grabbed Lehman by the throat and turned to look at Eugene. Surprisingly, it asked, "Is this your henchman?" "Nope," Eugene casually denied. Lehman shouted, "Young master, please run away. Well, I've got a hold of him." What kind of bullshit was that when Lehman was the one who was being held captive? Eugene burst out laughing because his claim was so ridiculous. This just made Lehman admire Eugene even more. Even after suffering so many injuries and being cornered in a fight with this mysterious monster, Eugene was still able to laugh like that. He truly is a great man, Lehman wholeheartedly admired. While Lehman was caught up in his arbitrary fantasies about Eugene, the Death Knight glared at the still grinning Eugene and threw Lehman at him. "Gah!" Lehman screamed. Eugene was struck by the thrown Lehman and was sent skidding across the ground with him. "What?" Growling. "Is so funny," the Death Knight growled. "I'm just laughing since you look like a fool," Eugene said as he pushed Lehman off him and staggered to his feet. Lehman got up at the same time as Eugene and quickly moved to support him. "Young master, I'll rush over and make an opening, so you have to run away no matter what." You don't need to try and save me anymore," Lehman gave this heartfelt plea, but neither the Death Knight nor Eugene paid him any attention. "You're saying that I'm funny?" "Yeah. You're hilarious." Behind Eugene stood a tightly closed door. It was the door that the Death Knight had been guarding at the start. Even though it knew there was a door here, the Death Knight had still thrown Eugene over to the side instead of where they had first entered. This meant that it didn't matter even if they did open it. Or else that it wasn't able to be opened. Let's confirm this first. Eugene shuffled his feet backward. Lehman, who was supporting Eugene, was also dragged back. Seeing this sight, the corners of the Death Knight's mouth twisted into a smile. That's not where you should try to escape to," it informed them with a growl. "Even though there's a door here as well?" Eugene asked casually. "Are you afraid of me?" "No, as I said, I find you amusing." Then why? Are you trying to open that door? I'm curious to see what's inside there. That door doesn't open. Nobody, not even her, has been able to open that door. Is that so? Eugene's hand reached the door. Layman was looking between Eugene and the Death Knight with an anxious expression. Why had they gotten close to a door that couldn't even be opened? Could it be that this was some part of a deliberate plan to distract the enemy? As expected of a great man like him. Just as it looked like Eugene was trying to open the door, they should charge at the enemy. Of course, Layman couldn't just say something like this out loud. Instead, Layman furiously winked one eye at Eugene to inform Eugene that he was in on the plan. Why the hell is he winking like that? Eugene thought to himself. I've already told you it's useless, the Death Knight said. That door doesn't open. After hearing those words, I want to open it up even more, Eugene cheekily replied. If this was a situation where he would need to use ignition, then Eugene would have no choice but to use it. However, before that, he still had to check what was behind this door. Since this was Hamel's tomb, and he was Hamel, then if Sienna or someone else had planned for his reincarnation, then this door that wouldn't open no matter what must have been left for this grave's owner. Though perhaps Amelia Merwin opened it and then immediately spelled it shut as Eugene considered this thought, he pushed against the door. But it didn't open, his attempt had failed. Immediately after this, Eugene's necklace gave off a small light. Eugene felt some heat coming from his necklace as the door began to move. Eugene smirked. See, it does open. The Death Knight's expression changed. It quickly kicked off the ground and charged at Eugene, but Eugene pushed the door open and dragged Layman in with him. No, rather than opening the door, it was more like they were sucked through the door. Ugh, Layman collapsed onto the ground with a groan. Unable to understand what had just happened, he raised his head to look around, but Eugene chopped him on the back of the neck to keep him from getting up. Although you weren't of any help, since you did try to save me, as Eugene muttered this, he took a seat on the back of the now unconscious Layman. Eugene turned his head around to look behind him. The door was shut tight. The Death Knight must be going crazy trying to open the door, but the door didn't even shake, let alone transmit the sound of someone pounding on the other side. For now, Eugene could assume that this was a safe place. He nodded his head and turned his head to the front. Those crazy bastards, Eugene muttered as he looked at the center of the wide-open space in front of him. Why did they leave it here? The light that illuminated this dark room wasn't coming from a magically conjured flame. It was the pale shade of moonlight. In the center of the dark room, a crescent moon hovered over a pure white coffin. Ch. 68. Chapter 68. The Grave for 300 years ago in Helmouth, near the Demon King of Carnage's castle. It had originally been a plain, but the entire area had been overturned due to the battle with the Demon King of Carnage. After the battle was over, the heroes searched the surrounding web audio channel announcement. Thank you for listening. If you want to listen to the full series and hundreds of audiobooks similar to this, please join our Discord or join our Patreon on patreon.com/webaudio. The link will be in the description and also pinned in the comment section. Thank you. To see if there were any remaining forces that had fled the Demon King's castle or were trying to stay hidden in the vicinity. Somewhere in all that overturned ground, they found a path leading underground. Under the suspicion that they might fight Carnage's minions hiding down there, they followed the path downwards, but they didn't find any demon folk, demonic beasts, or monsters down there. It was unknown for how long it had been around, but they found a ruin deep underground. Upon seeing the ancient words carved into the walls, Sienna speculated that it might be a relic of the mythological period. Sienna and Anise were able to translate most ancient scripts, but even for erudites like them, it was impossible to translate the ancient language that they found engraved on the walls of the ruin. Eventually, since they weren't able to uncover the true identity of these ruins, They had no choice but to explore deeper into the ruins. And in the deepest level of these ruins, they found a hidden room. There was no opening to the outside and no source of light, yet in the center of the room, they saw a full moon shining with a pale light. I call dibs on that one. As soon as he saw the sword that had been embedded beneath the moon, Hamel immediately took the lead in claiming it. His companions didn't have any complaints. In their battle with the Demon King of Carnage, most of Hamel's weapons had been shattered and broken, leaving him with only a single intact sword. As for the Annihilation Hammer Jigalath, the weapon wielded by the Demon King of Carnage, both Hamel and Molen had coveted it, but neither of them were able to become the Annihilation Hammer's new master. It was close to impossible for a human to properly wield a Demon King's weapon, so the only one who could wield it without taking any damage was Vermouth. Molen preferred heavy and large axes over swords. Vermouth already possessed various weapons such as Winnyd, the Holy Sword, and Geddon's Shield. Moreover, he had just gotten his hands on the Annihilation Hammer as well. Thus, he didn't put up a fight when Hamel claimed the sword that they found in these ruins. However, Hamel wasn't able to get his hand on the sword. The moment that he got close to the sword bathed in moonlight, he fell to his knees coughing out blood. The mysterious moonlight also dissipated Hamel's mana and left him feeling disorientated. In the end, that sword was also taken by Vermouth. Vermouth was the only one in the party who could safely approach it from beneath the moonlight and draw the sword. No one knew the reasons for this. But in fact, this wasn't anything to be surprised about. All his comrades knew just how special Vermouth was. Motherfucker, why do you always end up with everything? I tried to yield it to you. And who asked you to do that? Would you like me to hand it to you now? I won't take it, you crazy fool. Are you trying to piss me off? They gave the sword that they had found in the ruins the name of the Moonlight Sword. Although the name was simple and straightforward, it was also appropriate. The sword had been found embedded in the ground beneath a full moon. The gray blade that could be seen whenever it was pulled out of its scabbard appeared to be the same shade as moonlight, and whenever the sword was swung, the luminous phenomenon it produced looked like it was scattering rays of moonlight. Yet, despite its appearance, that thing wasn't just a simple sword. It wasn't just Hamel who had felt that way. All of his companions shared this sentiment. Fundamentally, literally any weapon was a tool meant to kill and destroy. However, among all the weapons in the world, the Moonlight Sword most perfectly captured the essence of this entity called weapon. The Moonlight Sword was pure ruination in the shape of a sword. The Demon Spear Luentos was the prided weapon of the Demon King of Cruelty, and its terror was overwhelming. In spite of that, it couldn't even pierce through the light of the Moonlight Sword. After Vermouth got his hands on the Moonlight Sword, the Holy Sword would no longer make an appearance on the battlefield. This was only natural. Rather than the beautiful Holy Sword that emitted a brilliant light, the simple-looking Moonlight Sword was much, much stronger. Currently, Eugene was blankly staring up at a moon. In the ruins where they had first discovered the sword, the moon they had seen had been a full one. However, the one in front of him now was only a crescent moon. As Eugene was about to pull out his fragment of the Moonlight Sword, he burst into laughter. I forgot to pick that thing up. After slamming into the Death Knight's chest, the fragment had fallen to the floor, and Eugene hadn't gotten a chance to pick it up. He had wanted to take the fragment out to see if it would show any reaction, but it looked like he would have to leave that for later. Vermouth, Eugene muttered as he shook his head from side to side. Why did you leave something like this in my grave? Unlike when he had first seen it 300 years ago, the Moonlight Sword wasn't embedded into the ground, but was instead floating in the air. Eugene stared at the Moonlight Sword as it hovered in front of him. The fragment of the Moonlight Sword had been discovered in the Khazad Hills. As such, Eugene had thought that Vermouth had personally shattered the sword and sealed it away because it was too dangerous. But now, What was the Moonlight Sword doing here? What reason could there be to seal the Moonlight Sword away in Hamel's grave of all places? Was it out of sympathy for me? Although Hamel had wanted to possess the Moonlight Sword, he hadn't been able to obtain it. He had never held any regrets because of this, but Eugene felt that this was a very Vermouth-like display of sympathy. Rather than writing a tear-filled letter or bursting out with some emotional words, Vermouth had been the kind of guy to just suddenly offer what his colleagues had desired, just like this. Eugene looked at the space below the Moonlight Sword. He could see a white coffin laying there. That was probably where his corpse had been placed. What's the use of giving it to me after I've died? Yugmi laughed and shook his head as he said this, though he wouldn't have even been able to use it while he was alive. But this wasn't the time to get all emotional. Apart from the Moonlight Sword, there was nothing else in this room. It didn't have any statues or memorial stones like the room outside. The only entrance was the door that they had used to enter. That was also the only way out. If they wanted to leave this room, they would have no choice but to face that damned, insane Death Knight once more. The Death Knight wasn't the only thing that Eugene needed to be concerned about. The Black Wizard, Amelia Merwin, had also set foot in this grave. For a Death Knight to have been found here, it must have been Amelia Merwin who had created it. And Eugene had no idea when that bitch of a Black Wizard might return. As such, he needed to finish things here as soon as possible, and then escape from here. The issue was that things were getting more complicated than he had expected. With a frown on his face, Eugene approached the Moonlight Sword. His body was still covered in wounds, and his heart was still racing from the battle's adrenaline. He didn't know why the Moonlight Sword was here, or what Vermouth's intentions were for leaving the Moonlight Sword here, but the fact that it was here meant that Vermouth had left the sword as an offering to Hamel. If that's the case, that just means it's all right for me to take it. Saying this with a grin, Eugene stretched his hand out towards the moonlight. Yet feelings of worry outweighed Eugene's giddiness and hope. In his previous life as Hamel, it had been impossible for him to even hold the Moonlight Sword in his hand. Although he had been reincarnated as a descendant of Vermouth, would he really be able to wield the Moonlight Sword because of that? I'll just have to try and hold it, Eugene muttered as he reached his hand out. After all, that bastard did dedicate this sword to me. The moment his hand touched the moonlight, all the hairs on his body stood up in shock. Even though it should just be rays of light, Eugene's breath was starting to race. The mana inside his body was fluctuating, and it felt like he would soon run out of mana just by leaving his hand under there. Eugene gritted his teeth and started operating the white flame formula in order to wrench back control over his mana. With this, Eugene pushed his body forward. Yet it was easier to handle than he'd been expecting. Was he recalling the experience incorrectly? Or was this because he was Vermouth's descendant? Could it be due to the fact he had learnt the same white flame formula as Vermouth? No. It's been weakened. Eugene was sure of this. The Moonlight Sword in front of him was incomparably weaker than the one that he had first seen in those ruins. Just as he had thought, the Moonlight Sword must definitely have been broken into pieces. His hand touched the hilt. Crackle! A gray electric current wrapped around Eugene's body. The mana that he had been keeping a tight grip on fluctuated wildly, but then calmly subsided. Taking a deep breath, Eugene sat down right where he was. He was holding it. The sword that Hamel hadn't been able to even touch. Eugene was now definitely able to hold it in his hands. Eugene calmed his rough breathing and glanced down at the Moonlight Sword. From the outside, it just looked like an ordinary sword. Setting aside the overly glamorous Holy Sword, even WINNYAD had some fancy decorations on its pommel and guard, but the Moonlight Sword didn't have any of that. The same went for its scabbard as well. It didn't have any artwork or jewels. But such decorations weren't of any importance to a sword. Eugene took a gulp and grabbed the scabbard. It's not there. Although he'd been half expecting this as he pulled on the hilt with a shaking heart, the gray blade was nowhere to be seen. The moonlight sword had appeared to be intact from a distance, but in fact, only the ricasso was left of the whole blade, allowing the hilt and guard to be attached to the scabbard. As I thought. They must have shattered it. The moment this thought passed through his head, the crescent moon floating in the air began to dissipate. The moonlight that had been illuminating his surroundings gathered to the moonlight sword. Eugene watched what was happening to the moonlight sword with wide eyes. As the light converged, it took the shape of a straight blade. Ha ha ha, Eugene burst into laughter as he looked down at the gleaming sword. This blade was made of light, not metal, so it was different from the moonlight sword that Eugene was familiar with. Nevertheless, this light was still unmistakably moonlight. Eugene slowly raised the sword, infusing his mana into it at the same time. Although the moonlight sword could collapse all forms of magic and mana, Eugene's mana wasn't dissipated. Instead, the sword greedily swallowed up the mana, as if it had been waiting for this moment. Whoosh! The moonlight flickered like the flame of a candle. This was caused by the flames from the white flame formula resonating with the moonlight sword and becoming one. Eugene shrugged and smiled. It really is a bullshit sword. The words he spat didn't show any signs that he was overwhelmed with happiness. Eugene understood exactly what kind of weapon the moonlight sword had become. He knew that this sword made from light would be able to resonate with the white flame formula, but it proved to also be a huge drain on Eugene's mana. Of course, it might have a lot of power that made up for this drawback, but it was still a difficult weapon to handle for Eugene, who had yet to become complete. Still, it's amazing, Eugene complimented it. Even though it had been shattered into pieces, it still had this much strength. It might eat up his mana like crazy, but as long as he used it properly, it would be able to show overwhelming superiority during battles that used mana. If I had known that this would happen, I would have chosen the Devouring Sword. In the treasure vault of the Lionheart clan was stored the Devouring Sword Asphalt, one of the weapons that Vermouth had used. The sword was able to slice apart spells and devour the mana. However, while its ability to slice apart spells was indeed similar to the Moonlight Sword, in terms of sheer power, the latter was far superior. If the two swords were used together, their drawbacks would be compensated by each other. The mana drained by the Moonlight Sword would be supplemented by Asphalt's absorption, and Asphalt's lack of power would be supplemented by the Moonlight Sword. Since there's no way I could have known that I would actually be able to get my hands on the Moonlight Sword, it can't be helped. In any case, he already had WYNNYD, which was unsurpassed in terms of convenience. If he was eventually able to successfully summon Tempest, Eugene would be able to create a storm even without having to swing his sword. If I do my best to act cute and beg for it, maybe they'll give me Asphalt as well? Eugene muttered to himself. If it was Gilead, then this idea could probably work for real. Clicking his tongue, Eugene slid the Moonlight Sword back into its scabbard. Of course, it was just an idle thought. There was no way that Eugene would ever act cute in front of Gilead. But now what? Eugene fell into deep thought as he rubbed his chin. Should he just rest here and drag out the time for a bit? No. Never mind. It would be a pain in the ass if Amelia were to arrive while he was doing that. I might still have the personal letter from Balzac, but there was no way that Eugene could have expected that he might encounter her in a place other than Amelia's own territory. Eugene might have accepted the letter, but he really didn't want to rely on Balzac's favor. Well, in the worst-case scenario, he would have no choice but to use it. Though I'm not sure if she truly will back down just by seeing one letter. Eugene couldn't put all his hopes into this letter. If at all possible, he wanted to handle this situation himself. He glanced at Layman, who was still collapsed on the ground. For now, he would just leave this guy here while he dealt with the Death Knight outside. As for Ignition, There's no need to use it, Eugene judged. This was also a chance to test the power of the Moonlight Sword. Before that, Eugene opened up the white coffin. As he had thought, there wasn't any corpse lying within. However, taking a closer look, Eugene was struck dumb with surprise. The corpse was indeed missing, but there were other things inside the coffin. On the underside of the coffin's lid, an inscription had been written. "Someday, I will meet you again in the world that you've been longing for." And beneath these words written by Sienna, something else had fallen. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Grr. While growling like a beast, the Death Knight glared at the door. Not much time had passed since the intruders had gone through that door. In this short time, the Death Knight had already swung its claws at the door hundreds of times. However, it still hadn't been able to break down the door. It had attempted to break through the door hundreds of times before, but let alone breaking, the door had never even shown any signs of damage. How did they enter? The Death Knight questioned once more. It just couldn't understand this. The Death Knight grabbed its head and groaned. This was the grave of the stupid Hamel. The Death Knight was stupid Hamel. That's just how it had to be. Since this body belonged to Hamel, the soul inside this body also had to be Hamel's. This was the strong suggestion, too, that had been placed on the Death Knight when it was created. The master of the Death Knight had been able to synchronize the lycanthrope soul with Hamel's body through this powerful suggestion. It was a necessary modification. Hamel's soul may not have remained inside it, but the corpse still carried all the traces of his life experiences. If the newly inserted replacement soul was able to perfectly tap into these traces and respond accordingly, then the Death Knight would be able to subconsciously draw from Hamel's experiences. The skills that were elicited through such a method might not be comparable to that of the real Hamel, but the Death Knight's master was still greatly interested in this prospect. Wasn't that only natural? The stupid Hamel was a companion of the Great Vermouth, and he was the only one among all these companions, Vermouth included, who had left an intact corpse. This corpse was one of the best materials for making a Death Knight. It was different from a soul, which was basically a consumable item. I am Hamel, the Death Knight mumbled as it tore at its hair. The lycanthrope knew that there had been several souls placed within this body before it, but it didn't know which version of Hamel it was. It didn't want to know either. If it became aware of this, its already unstable sense of self would only grow even more shaky. Disposal. The Death Knight's eyes shook and eyelids fluttered at this thought. Its helmet had been split open and its breastplate was shattered. The Death Knight's master had not permitted these to be broken, so they would definitely be enraged. And if that happened, the only thing waiting for it was disposal. Souls that were judged to be useless were discarded, and then other souls would be used as a component for the Death Knight instead. If the Death Knight wanted to avoid that, then it needed to prove that it wasn't useless junk that should be discarded. He needed to kill the intruders and offer them. No, it couldn't kill them. It needed to capture them. Since they were able to easily open the door that its master had been unsuccessfully trying to open, the Death Knight needed to offer them to its master alive. Need to do it quickly. Before the master returns. Had its earnest wish been answered? The door started shaking. The Death Knight shook its body and readied its claws. This was also something that its master would be furious about. The master had insisted that it was a human, not the soul of a lycanthrope. This meant that it wasn't allowed to use its fingernails or toenails as claws, which meant that the Death Knight was forced to rely solely on the body's muscle memory for any fights. Readying its claws was a direct disobedience of its master's orders. However, the Death Knight couldn't help it. After all, this opponent wasn't green enough for the Death Knight to believe that it could defeat him by relying on unfamiliar methods. A call came as the door opened. "Did I keep you waiting?" Eugene had been expecting to be attacked the moment that the door opened. But the Death Knight didn't do that. Instead, it crouched down, lowering its center of mass and pressing its heels into the ground as if it was ready to explode into movement at any moment. It glared at Eugene. "How did you get through that door?" it questioned him. Eugene shrugged. "I just tried to go in." "What did you see inside there?" "It's a secret." "Who the hell are you?" Crunch. The Death Knight's feet dug into the ground. Eugene chuckled and placed his hand on the sword at his waist. He taunted the Death Knight. "Who do you think I am?" Grayaf. Having been persistently taunted like this, the Death Knight finally couldn't take it anymore, so he roared and kicked off the ground. It wanted to kill Eugene and tear him into pieces, but it couldn't afford to do that. Suppressing its murderous intent, the Death Knight swung its claws at Eugene. Eugene lowered his stance. Just as the Death Knight's claws drew close, he pulled out the Moonlight Sword. 1. Although the author used the word tang, the tang is the part of the sword that connects the guard, hilt, and pommel, so it never touches the scabbard. The ricasso is the unsharpened part of a blade, a few centimeters from the guard, which allows for a tight fit between the blade and the scabbard, among other functions. https://www.relix.com/functional-swords/European-swords/ricasso. 2. Suggestion in terms of a hypnotic impulse. Ch. 69. Chapter 69. The Grave 5. The quick-draw technique was, in simple terms, a technique for drawing the blade from its scabbard and slashing with it in one continuous motion. It was meant to catch the opponent off guard, and, if done well, it could also be used to cut things at extremely close range directly. The problem was that it usually wasn't all that powerful. No matter how fast the sword was pulled from its scabbard, it was much better to just get into the right stance and slash with the full force of your arms. But that was only as far as an ordinary sword was concerned. The Moonlight Sword didn't really have a physical blade at all. The entire length of the blade, except for a small bit of the ricasso, was made up of pure moonlight. Normally, this quick-draw technique required particular attention and care. When slashing outright after drawing, the blade could take damage from hitting the opponent at the wrong angle, so the speed of the draw was somewhat limited. But with the Moonlight Sword, there was no need to care about that. All one had to do was draw and slash, no pause in between. Thanks to that, it was possible to raise the speed of the initial cut to its limits. And as for power? That was a silly question. The Moonlight Sword was ruination in the form of a sword. It was as if Eugene had just drawn a crescent moon, or at least that was what it looked like to his eyes. The moment that he drew the sword from its scabbard, the light of the sword seemed to become a new moon. Its light illuminated the darkness. No, it didn't just illuminate it. It broke the darkness apart. Crush. The Death Knight's claws that were approaching Eugene were shattered by the moonlight and completely erased from existence. The Death Knight's eyes showed that it didn't understand what had just happened. Huff. While taking a deep breath, Eugene pushed forward. Although he had only swung the sword once, it already felt like he was choking for air and his vision was blurred. These were the typical symptoms of mana depletion. Once Eugene's tank of mana completely reached the bottom, he would become exhausted and would have no choice but to collapse. I can do it twice more before I... Eugene had thought that he would have enough control over the sword's power, but as expected, the assumptions that he had made before actually trying to use it were quite off. Still, the power of this slash satisfied him. Even though he had only swung the sword once, he had completely crushed the incoming attack. The Death Knight could not comprehend what had happened. It had definitely swiped its claws. There was no way that this tired and weary intruder should have been able to respond. It had been intending to cut off the intruder's arms and bring him to his knees. Nonetheless, it had failed. The claws that had been slashing at its prey had been shattered by a pale light, and the Death Knight's gauntlets were now also cracking into pieces. Eugene clicked his tongue as he saw this. TSK. I was trying to cut off your arm. Eugene's plan had been the same as the Death Knights, and the results were also identical. Neither of the two ended up achieving their goal. The Death Knight had been unable to cut off Eugene's arms, and Eugene had also been unable to slice off the Death Knight's arm. Did I overestimate the power output? Or could it be that I was expecting too much from it, and its strength actually dropped more than I thought since it's been shattered? Since he didn't have enough mana, Eugene hadn't been able to try its strength out earlier. What was clear was that, with its current power, the Moonlight Sword couldn't completely destroy the Death Knight's body. I've also cut the Death Knight a few times previously, but I wasn't able to really injure it. What the hell had they done to someone's corpse? As Eugene angrily ground his teeth, he approached the Death Knight. Grah, the Death Knight roared. It might not be able to understand what had happened, but the cause of the mystery was clear. That ominous light had shattered its demonic power. Demonic power was the source of all black magic. A high-ranking undead like a Death Knight wouldn't just disappear because it had used up all its demonic power, but consuming all of its power source to deal with an opponent like this would only further inflame its master's rage. Well, anyway, so what if that was the case? Wasn't the solution simple? There was no pressing need for the Death Knight to use its demonic power. Looking at the intruder, his eyes were cloudy and his face was pale. It didn't seem like he even had the strength needed to walk, as he was now staggering over. With this body of its, although it had never properly learned swordsmanship, the Death Knight ever so rarely got the feeling that it was used to swinging a sword. However, it had never been able to draw these instincts out completely. Having fought with its claws, for all its life, it was much easier and more efficient for the Death Knight to continue using its claws rather than wielding a sword. What it was going to do now was something that the Death Knight had always enjoyed and been good at. Although it didn't have its true claws, the Death Knight's enhanced grip power could shred a sheet of tough metal like it was just paper. And if its target was a human body? There was nothing stopping its hands from piercing into a human body and tearing it apart. Even with his blurry vision, Eugene was able to make out all of the Death Knight's movements. Was it really not going to use demonic power because it was wary of the Moonlight Sword? So what? It was just going to fight with its bare body. Without holding any weapons? Against him? I really don't think that's a good idea, Eugene commented as he saw the Death Knight getting ready to attack him with just its bare flesh. You cheeky bastard. As Eugene chuckled, he swapped the Moonlight Sword to his left hand. Then, he drew WINNYD with his right. Just maintaining the light of the Moonlight Sword was eating up all his mana, so Eugene couldn't afford to drag this out for too long. Though Vermouth, that bastard, was able to wield it like it was just an ordinary sword. That monstrous son of a bitch, but Eugene had more pressing things to do than reminisce of the past. Right now, a literal monster was attacking him. Bam! The swinging hands were just as wild as ever, but perhaps because it wasn't using demonic power, Eugene's opponent didn't feel as overbearing as it had before. Eugene brushed its hand aside with WINNYD and dove into its chest. As the Moonlight Sword was raised slightly, the Death Knight flinched and leapt backwards. I didn't even swing, Eugene scoffed. He cut at the retreating Death Knight's waist with WINNYD. The sound of metal scraping against metal rang out. Although Eugene had only managed to make a shallow cut, that was enough. The wind that burst off of WINNYD wrapped around the Death Knight's body. It was the wind spirit Gale. Qua! The Death Knight's entire body was engulfed in a whirlwind. While maintaining the light of the Moonlight Sword, Eugene calculated the Death Knight's coordinates. As his blue flames were infused into the whirlwind, they wrapped around the Death Knight's limbs. Gag! The Death Knight roared as it tried to free its limbs. It wasn't using demonic power, just the strength of its bare body, but even so, Each thrash of its limbs created a strong burst of wind, pushing away the wind summoned by the spirit. Eugene's gaze traveled upwards towards the ceiling. Thin cracks had spread across it like a spider web from the previous battle. After calculating the location of its epicenter, Eugene cast a spell. Gruen. The ceiling collapsed and countless metal fragments rained down on the Death Knight's head. They weren't just falling naturally either. Eugene's magic was infused into each and every one of the fragments, turning them into bullets that he could move as he wished. Bam, bam, bam. The bullets followed the Death Knight as it attempted to evade and pierced into its flesh regardless. Like this, Eugene was able to make the Death Knight move according to his will. If my body was just in better shape, I'd be able to take care of you with just my bare hands, Eugene boasted. It felt like a few of his bones were broken, and whenever he moved, there was throbbing pain coming from his internal organs. Eugene sighed in regret and struck the ground with his foot. Whoosh! Blue flames erupted from his feet and transformed into a hand that shot out at the Death Knight. Grah! The Death Knight roared and hastily spun around. The hand of flame barely glanced past its chest, tearing off a pauldron. Once again, its armor had been broken. The Death Knight's eyes rolled around in anger. Frenzied rage stalled its ability to reason, and a monstrous fury was aroused. The Death Knight raised its hands into the air, forming giant claws. Eugene mocked it. That's why, if you hold back, you just turn to shit, asshole. The claws tore apart the blazing whirlwind. The Death Knight burst free and swung both arms at Eugene. But you were already shit anyway. Eugene flattened his body and dove beneath the Death Knight. The metal fragments stuck in its armor began to move according to Eugene's will. The Death Knight's body was frozen in midair. It was just for a moment, but that was enough to create an opening. In any case, with Eugene's remaining mana, it was impossible for him to completely control the Death Knight's movements. The slight stiffness in the Death Knight's movements bought Eugene more than enough time. Rays of moonlight flashed as the moonlight sword pierced the Death Knight's chest and accurately struck the reddish gem at its core. The Death Knight wasn't even able to make any final death throes. As the moonlight sword's blade of light dissipated, its body fell to the ground. In order to not get trapped beneath the corpse, Eugene quickly rolled out of the way. Uack, he then proceeded to dry heave. It had felt like he had kept a good control of the sword's strength, but his mana had already been far too low to start with. Eugene retched a few more times before getting up. Still, at least this is better, Eugene comforted himself. He was in a better state than he would have been if he had been forced to use ignition. Eugene gasped for breath and rubbed his lips clean. A glance at the moonlight sword revealed that it was no longer emitting any moonlight, so its blade was all but gone. This bullshit sword, Eugene muttered as he placed the moonlight sword back in its scabbard. Then he weakly staggered over to the Death Knight. Although it had lacked any sense of vitality from the very beginning, being only a deceased corpse, now it was fully dead. Eugene had felt its core breaking on the tip of his sword, and he had seen it shatter as well. All that was left was the corpse of Hamel, and Eugene standing there blankly, staring down at his own corpse. This corpse proved that it had been no ordinary Death Knight. With a normal Death Knight, the moment that the core containing the soul was destroyed, the body would also disappear. However, this corpse had still been left lying in front of Eugene. This feels like shit, Eugene eventually muttered. Shouldn't there be limits on how far you could insult someone who had died? Not only had they dared to break into someone's grave, they had even turned his corpse into a Death Knight. Gritting his teeth, Eugene lifted WINNYD upwards. For now, his priority was to destroy this thing and then escape with Layman, who was still lying down stunned on the other side of the door. The sword descended. Or at least, it tried to. His arm wouldn't move. Eugene gritted his teeth. Drawing on the last of his strength and mana, he tried to pour strength into his arm, but it was completely immobile. It wasn't just his arm either. His whole body was being held against its will, unable to move. Fuck, Eugene snorted and spat out a curse. Being so tired that he was unable to move wasn't the cause of this. Rather, his entire body was being tied up by some great, invisible force. "Can't we talk this out face to face?" Eugene requested. He wanted to turn his head to look around, but he wasn't able to do so. All that Eugene could do at this moment was move his lips and release his voice. And the fact that he was able to do so was because they had given him permission to open his mouth and speak. "I'm thinking of what I should do with you," a voice approached him. "Quite a lot of ideas spring to mind, but the one that most appeals to me is this. I will drag you up to the surface with me, still tied up like this. Then I will throw you into some heated sand. Of course, I won't just let you die suffocated like that. I will make sure to leave holes for your eyes, nose, and mouth." "You're too kind," Eugene said sarcastically. "I'll make sure that your mouth is frozen open, unable to close. Your eyes will also be made unable to shut. Before long, your eyeballs will dry up and shatter into pieces, and your tongue will become like a withered twig." The voice was now coming from right behind Eugene's back. "I think that I'll be baked dead in the sand before that even happens," Eugene pointed out. "No, you won't. Because I won't allow that to happen. And after that, do you know what a scarecrow is?" the voice asked. Eugene answered, "Of course. You will become the scarecrow of this desert. I will break all the bones in your legs, wind them around each other, and tie them tightly with your muscles and blood vessels so that they won't unravel. Then I'm going to drive long iron rods through each of these fingers of yours." The voice tapped one of Eugene's hands with a cold finger as it said this. "From here, they will climb up your forearms and go across your shoulders until they reach the fingertips on the opposite side, so that you'll be forced to keep your arms open wide. Though, you won't be able to see what happens to your body because your eyes will have already crumbled to dust. Well, even if you can't see it, you will certainly be able to feel it. I won't allow you to become so numb to pain that you block out these sensations. If you go that far, I'll probably already be dead from shock," Eugene pointed out. "I told you that I won't let you die," the voice repeated. No matter what happens to your body, you will never die. That's how you will continue to serve me as this desert scarecrow. For a long, long time, until I finally become bored of you, I will make you stand in a place where I can see you on your one twisted leg, with your arms spread wide open." "Huh. Do you know who I am?" The touch traveled from his hand up to his arm and then caressed Eugene's neck. In stark contrast with their horrifying words, their fingers were soft and warm. "You're Amelia Merwin," Eugene said, feeling disgust at her touch. "It seems that you're well aware." "I am Amelia Merwin," she confirmed. "The dungeon master of the desert. The Black Thorn. The answer to death. That is me." Her hand stopped caressing his neck. Suppressing his boiling emotions, Eugene continued staring straight ahead. Amelia Merwin had brown skin and long, dark hair that hung down her back. The expression on her face was unreadable because her mouth was covered by a white veil. Although her purple eyes were fixed in a calm gaze, Eugene could feel a terrible murderous intent hidden deep within those pupils. "You broke my pet," Amelia accused. "Your pet?" Eugene asked. Amelia pointed to the death knight at her feet. "It may have been a useless pet, but it was mine. Whether it's to bully, destroy, or kill it, those are the sort of things that only its master gets to decide. You've really raised quite a disgusting pet. Shouldn't you at least regularly give it baths?" The corpse stench was really Eugene wasn't able to finish speaking. Pow! The staff that Amelia Merwin was holding smashed into Eugene's face. "The only one who can say that sort of words about it is me, its owner," Amelia scolded. Eugene spat out the blood flowing from the cuts inside his mouth. Amelia's staff was made of various bones, with the horned skull of a goat as the pommel. Fortunately, the horns were curved in the opposite direction, so he had just been smacked in the mouth. If he had been hit the wrong way, Eugene would now have sported a hole in his face. "Your pet almost bit me," Eugene said with a smile, revealing bloody teeth. "No, instead of biting, it actually tried to scratch me. If I had been less careful, I could have died." Amelia promised him, "You will regret not allowing yourself to die like that." "Balzac Ludbeth," Eugene said as he once again spat out the blood that kept flowing into his mouth. "You know who that is, right?" Instead of answering immediately, Amelia stared at Eugene. After a while, she lightly shook her head. With each shake, a ringing sound came from the large gold earrings in her ear. "I really can't think of why you would bring up such a name at this time," Amelia said eventually. "It's not something I'm all that proud of, but I happen to be acquainted with Balzac. Did you know he actually wrote a letter for me and told me to give it to you if we met?" Amelia stayed silent as her eyes narrowed. Still staring at Eugene, she took a step back. Then the invisible bindings holding Eugene's body disappeared as well. Eugene collapsed on the spot and took a deep breath. "There will be consequences for saying such words," Amelia warned him. "I really don't like hearing his name." Eugene agreed. "I don't like saying that bastard's name either." "Could he kill her?" Eugene considered this for a moment as he placed his hand inside of his cloak. The opponent was a wizard. No matter how fast she was at casting magic, there should still be a small opening. If he was able to take advantage of that opening, would he be able to kill her? Eugene immediately reached a conclusion: "I can't kill her." He wanted to try using ignition, but even if he did, it wouldn't work. She was different from the Death Knight. Amelia Merwin was a black wizard who was considered to be one of the strongest people in the entire world. For the current Eugene, even if he was given 100 chances, it would still be impossible to kill Amelia. Eugene set aside his regrets and pulled Balzac's letter out of his cloak. There was no need for him to hand it over personally. As soon as Eugene had taken out the letter left his hand and flew over to Amelia. "This seal," Amelia muttered as she stared at the wax seal sealing this envelope. "It's the real thing. I can't understand it. Who are you to that man that Balzac would write a letter for you?" "He said that he liked me," Eugene offered as an explanation. "Do you know what this letter means?" "He said that if I had this letter with me, you wouldn't kill me." "That's not exactly correct." Amelia continued speaking as she stared down at the envelope. "I received some help from Balzac at one point, a long time ago, and in return, I promised to owe him a favor." Eugene listened silently. "That favor should have been of great value to Balzac, because with that, he would be able to make one request of me, Amelia Merwin. For decades, he hasn't asked me for anything, which means that he never had a problem which required him to use up this favor from me." Whoosh! Balzac's letter was engulfed in black flames and disappeared. "Do you know what I'm trying to say?" Amelia's eyes turned to look at Eugene once more. "Since he gave you this letter, it means that you can make a request of me on behalf of Balzac. Although it's up to me to see if I'm willing to listen to your request." "Well, that's quite something," Eugene said, unsure of what to say. "If you don't want to die, then ask me to spare you," Amelia advised. "If you do, then I won't kill you. However, I won't just let you go either." "Why did you come here? How did you get here? And what did you do here?" "I need to hear the answers to these questions from you." "I want to commit suicide," Eugene lied. "I already told you that it's up to me whether or not to listen to your request." As she said this, her veil shook with laughter. Amelia tilted her head to the side as she continued speaking. "So I will give you two choices to choose from. If you choose not to speak, I will respect your choice. That means I will kill you. If you choose to live, I will spare you. But instead, I will hear everything from you that I want to know." These options left Eugene speechless. Amelia attempted to reassure him. Don't worry too much. I won't play with my words by doing something like sparing you, but turning you into a cripple instead. As for torture, there's no need for that. Aside from torture, there are many other ways for me to get my answers from you. I really am very interested in you. How did you find your way into here, when even the Sultan doesn't know about this place? The only ones who should have any knowledge of this location are the sand shamans. Was there a rat among them who was in communication with you? But that would be quite strange. They shouldn't have a reason for doing so. Damn it, Balzac. If he was going to write Eugene a letter like this, shouldn't Balzac at least have given him a proper explanation? Although Eugene felt quite dissatisfied because of this, in fact, there was no need for Balzac to feel ashamed. How could Balzac have imagined that Eugene would truly invade Amelia Merwin's territory and destroy one of her possessions? What should I do? Eugene asked himself. Couldn't he make some other request? Apart from suicide, that is. What if I ask you not to pursue me? Eugene asked tentatively. Then I won't pursue you. But that request doesn't involve me sparing you, does it? Amelia pointed out. Even if Eugene could somehow get out of the situation, there were still a lot of problems. Amelia would do everything that she could to get those answers from Eugene, but Eugene absolutely didn't want to spill anything about it. If she asked him why he came here, he could just say by chance, of course, but Amelia would never believe him. In the first place, since she had said that she would get him to talk without resorting to torture, that meant she was going to use magic. And the mental manipulation spells that a black wizard like her could use were able to simply ignore their subjects' will and draw out the right answers. It seems that your mind is racing. Whatever it is that you're thinking of, would you like me to listen to it and take it as your request? Amelia asked with a chuckle as she pointed her finger at Eugene. A dark light shone on the tip of her finger. Eugene was conscious of the moonlight sword, whose hilt still hung at his waist. Using ignition, if he could first get off a swing with the moonlight sword and then run away. No, it was impossible. This space was already under Amelia's complete control. I will count to 3, Amelia whispered. 1. Could he use the name of the Lionheart clan? Would Amelia even respect the Lionhearts? Was the name even capable of dispelling the doubts of this bitch of a black wizard? 2. Should he just tell the truth? But what was he supposed to say? Eugene had entered the grave, opened the door that even Amelia had failed to open, and found the moonlight sword within. It all sounded like nonsense. If he said something like that, Amelia might spare Eugene, but she would definitely take the moonlight sword from him. There was an unexpected pause as Amelia didn't call out 3. With a surprised expression, she tilted her head and looked down. Her eyes were on Hamel's corpse, the remains of the Death Knight. Its eyes had opened and were now staring up at Amelia. Could this truly be? Amelia mumbled as she took a few steps backward. Eugene felt nauseous, as if his insides were being flipped over, and all the hairs on his body stood up as he felt terror wash over him. The Death Knight's 2 eyes, which had turned completely black, including the whites, turned to stare at Eugene. Eugene, no. Hamel knew this gaze. Why would he be here? Amelia mumbled in disbelief. She slowly got down onto one knee, but instead of bowing her head, she continued to stare at the Death Knight. The Death Knight slowly stood up. It's a demon king, Eugene thought as he swallowed the bile rising in the back of his throat. 1. The original text has fingernails and toenails, but claws feel more appropriate for the context. Open Bookworm's thoughts. Penguin's thoughts. The quick-draw technique is the famous Aiajutsu/Batajutsu you see in samurai movies and anime fights. Draw, cut, shake off, blood resheath with an audible and satisfying click omi wa maushindiru. The biggest problem, rather than edge alignment, is that a careless draw can and will result in loss of fingers, which is also why people generally don't do this with a double-edged sword. Ch 70. Chapter 70. The Grave 6. After it stood up, the entity possessing the Death Knight didn't directly reveal who it was. However, there was an ominous presence lurking deep within those dark eyes. And just by the fact that Amelia had gotten down on one knee, Eugene could be sure that the presence within the Death Knight was none other than the Demon King of Incarceration himself. Eugene Lionheart, the Death Knight said. Although the words coming from its jaws were spoken in the same hoarse voice as before, they were packed with a power that made them feel incomparable to before. Eugene's heart, which was racing as if it was about to burst, cooled down instantly the moment he heard the undead's manner of speech. The cold sweat running down Eugene's back felt like a drop of ice. "I have seen you through the eyes of Balzac Ludbeth, the Death Knight, no," the Demon King murmured. "Are you here to offer flowers at the grave of your ancestor's closest companion, one?" Eugene didn't answer him. "Since you have seen it, you should be aware of this as well. The owner of this grave is Hamel Dynas too. Although he is known to the world as Stupid Hamel, he was truly far from stupid. Among dear Vermouth's comrades, he was especially outstanding and strong, so much so that Vermouth always kept that man by his side. You. What makes you think that you have the right to talk like that?" Eugene barely managed to suppress the shout as it threatened to burst out of his mouth. He bit his lips with such force that they were bruised and split, dripping blood down his chin. Eugene glared at the Demon King with bloodshot eyes. "I do not comprehend your hostility," the Demon King commented. Even though Eugene was blatantly admitting killing intent, the Demon King didn't show any signs of displeasure. "Vermouth and I truly understood each other and built a friendship based on this understanding," the Demon King claimed. Admittedly, trying to force such a relationship from 300 years ago onto his distant descendants would be a ridiculous stretch. "I might respect the Lionhearts as the descendants of a close confidant, but that does not give me reason to force you to return this respect." Eugene kept a firm hold of his tongue. "This may be our first time meeting in person, Eugene Lionheart, but I'm already aware of your exceptional accomplishments. It has been 300 years since Vermouth passed away. I have seen many Lionhearts during this time, but among those, I believe that you are the one who has most strongly inherited the blood of Vermouth." Huh, Eugene could help but bark out a laugh of incredulity. "Dear Vermouth? Respect?" All of what the Demon King had been talking about had already seemed absurd, but what he was saying now felt even more ridiculous. "Lionheart. I see, so that's how things are," Amelia, who was still kneeling on one knee, muttered to herself. "Gray hair and golden eyes. The Keel Empire's Lionheart clan." Amelia stared at the Demon King through narrowed eyes and asked, "For you to personally come to this shabby place, using this Death Knight as your vessel? Demon King of Incarceration, how am I supposed to accept such an honor?" The Demon King dismissed her veiled barb. "It is your freedom to choose how you respond to my presence. However, I still need to accept the consequences that come with this freedom, right? Please don't speak to me in such an impish manner. Demon King of Incarceration, is your purpose for coming here really just to protect this naughty lion?" Amelia demanded. "It is because he is the descendant of my close confidant." As the Demon King said this, he turned his gaze towards her. Amelia's eyes shook slightly as they met with those pitch-black eyes. She covered her veil, which was shaking from her rapid breaths, with her hands. Once she had composed herself, she asked, "Just for that, are you really going to suppress my freedom, which you've always claimed to respect?" Amelia Merwin, the Demon King intoned. "Although I may love and respect you, I don't love and respect you as much as I do Vermouth. Vermouth is dead. However, his bloodline has continued uninterrupted, especially within Eugene Lionheart. In him, I can see the appearance of my old friend Vermouth." These words stirred up Eugene's emotions even more. Eugene wondered what kind of reaction this Demon King would show if he got up right now and started cursing this bitch of a Demon King to his face. Didn't he say that he wouldn't force the Lionhearts to return his respect? If that was the case, wouldn't it be alright even if Eugene did swear at him? The ghost of someone who died 300 years ago? You're saying that you respect it more than me, who's currently living? Amelia angrily demanded, her emotions having been similarly agitated by the Demon King's words. Amelia's eyes widened and she tried to stand up, but things didn't move according to her will. Her body was about to get up, only to sink back down again. Amelia showed a flustered expression on her face, but she didn't release any sounds of distress. Instead, she glared at the Demon King with even more venom in her eyes. She hissed, "You dare, to my body. You have indeed been given independence, but that independence can never supersede my authority," the Demon King said. Amelia Merwin, no matter what you plan to do with Hamel's grave, I respected your freedom to do so. But if you wish to harm Vermouth's descendants, then I am afraid I cannot allow that. At least, not for now. For now. Eugene hadn't missed those last words. He raised both eyes and glared up at the Demon King. "What do you mean by that?" he demanded. "As I thought, you really are a disrespectful brat," Amelia spat out with frowning eyes. She felt infuriated that Eugene wasn't showing proper respect to the Demon King. "Vermouth is dead," the Demon King said. "Although, to me, it doesn't feel like it happened too long ago. It has already been 300 years. That's quite a long time, for humans at least. During these past 300 years, I feel like I have continued to show a sufficient amount of goodwill and respect to Vermouth's descendants." Amelia no longer showed any signs of displeasure, and instead stared at the Demon King with eyes full of anticipation. The Demon King's voice lowered as he continued speaking. "I have respected their freedom to not show me any goodwill or respect in return. However, I am concerned that you may be taking my continued goodwill for granted. First and foremost, I am the ruler of numerous demonic beasts and demon folk, a king of Hellmouth." With each word that the Demon King said, Eugene felt like his heart was being constricted in a vice. While enduring this pressure that felt like someone was stepping on his chest, Eugene glared at the Demon King. Eugene refused to kneel in front of the Demon King. He had no reason to kneel, nor did he wish to. The Demon King lectured, "With freedom comes responsibility. Freedom without responsibility is just indulgence. Descendant of Vermouth, tell this to everyone in the Lionheart clan. Do not take the goodwill that I have granted you as an incentive to go too far. If you will not give me my due regard, then I shall no longer respect you either." Eugene clearly understood the meaning of these words. It was a warning. The Demon King of Incarceration hadn't attempted to conquer the world in the past hundreds of years, and had instead taken to showing his goodwill and respect to the other countries. Yuad's affair, which had taken place just 2 years ago, was one such example. To the Demon King of Incarceration, Yuad's scandal wasn't significant enough to even be considered a problem. That said, the Demon King of Incarceration had still gone out of his way to solve the situation peacefully. Balzac Ludbeth, who was personally contracted to the Demon King, had bowed his head to the Lionheart clan's patriarch, and the Demon King had even beheaded the incubus who had attempted to contract Yuad. It wasn't just the Lionheart clan. Following the oath made 300 years ago, there had still been a lot of people who were wary of Hellmouth's demon folk and demon kings. The Holy Empire and the Anti-Demon Alliance, who were located in Hellmouth's immediate vicinity, had made several attempts to rally support for conquering Hellmouth and slaying the remaining demon kings. Of course, an attempt had never actually taken place, but there had been several musterings of armed forces. Even now, the troops of the Holy Empire were stationed on the border with Hellmouth, and the forces of the Anti-Demon Alliance were aligned with them. However, both Hellmouth and the Demon King of Incarceration had simply ignored them. For the past 300 years, the demon folk had worked hard to rectify their image, but in spite of that, there were still places on the continent where demon folk were being oppressed. In Eugene's opinion, they were just receiving the punishment that they deserved. He knew full well just how terrible the world had been 300 years ago. However, the demon folk of Helmoth certainly wouldn't think so. And perhaps that went for the Demon King of Incarceration as well. What are your reasons for coming here and saying these words now? Eugene managed to spit out after taking a deep breath. After having been silent for 300 years, what was it that made him send a warning now of all times? Your ancestor may have made an oath in exchange for his freedom, but now, the end of that promise is drawing near, the Demon King revealed. The time is coming for the wheel that has stalled to resume moving forward once more. Eugene silently processed these words. The Demon King paused in thought for a brief moment. Someday, we may have to make a new oath. I wonder who will be able to make a new promise in Vermouth's stead and stop this will once more. Just what the hell was in the oath? Eugene burst out once more. The Demon King did not respond for a few moments. Then Hamel's lips twitched in a faint smile as he said, "You do not deserve to know such details." Eugene struggled to keep himself from cursing. "Because you are not Vermouth," the Demon King explained. "My ancestor died 300 years ago," Eugene reluctantly argued. "It seems that you resent your ancestor," the Demon King observed. Eugene was struck dumb. The Demon King smirked, "You stupid lion." Those words. Eugene's body trembled in surprise. He unconsciously tried to run towards the Demon King, but his body wouldn't move according to his will. The Demon King stared at Eugene's trembling body and continued speaking, "Your existence, your soul, and everything else that you have. It's all thanks to Vermouth's oath that you are able to be born now, after 300 years have passed." "What?" Eugene grunted in confusion. "Amelia Merwin," the Demon King said, no longer looking at Eugene. Eugene desperately tried to squeeze out a few words, but his voice just wouldn't come out. The same force that had been constricting his heart was now constricting his throat. "Return to your dungeon," the Demon King ordered. "I still have something that I need to ask that brat about," Amelia tried to argue. "There is nothing that he can tell you." "But that's absurd. My pet is dead because of him. And then there's that door. There is nothing beyond that door." As the Demon King said this, he reached his hand out towards the door. At this gesture, the closed door turned to dust and disappeared. On the other side, Layman was still collapsed on the floor, having yet to come to his senses. This sight caused a bewildered expression to appear on Amelia's face. "Nothing of importance happened here," the Demon King affirmed once more. Amelia desperately wanted to refute this. Nonetheless, in the face of the Demon King's gaze, as he stared right at her, she couldn't put up any resistance. She eventually squeezed out a question. "Demon King of Incarceration, have you developed a fondness for that body?" "I will return this corpse to you," the Demon King reassured her. "Is that all right? Isn't that the body belonging to your dear, cherished Vermouth's friend?" "I have no fondness for Hamel." This reply caused Amelia to burst into laughter. Straightening up from her bent knee, she nodded her head. Then she looked at Eugene and said, "You got lucky." Eugene glared at her silently. "The next time, your luck won't be as good as it was today," Amelia threatened. She was still left with a lot of questions about this place. Just in case, Amelia had tried to read the memories recorded in the manna, but it was just as the Demon King of Incarceration had said. The manna's memory had been erased, making it appear like nothing had happened here. It wouldn't be too much trouble for the Demon King of Incarceration to have done something like this, but it felt unlikely that the Demon King would go so far to protect that young lion. Next time, Amelia promised herself as she slowly turned away. The Demon King of Incarceration had made his will clear. Amelia also didn't know anything about the contents of the oath, but she was more interested in the warning that the Demon King of Incarceration had given, that the oath was about to expire, than in what the oath involved. She couldn't do anything about this brat right now, but someday. Once the oath was over with, there would come a time when things wouldn't stop at just a warning. Amelia Merwin left the grave. The demon king of incarceration, who had possessed the Death Knight for this brief period of time, also left with her. Nevertheless, Eugene remained fixed on the spot for quite some time. Until the very end, he had refused to kneel to the demon king of incarceration. Even now, he remained standing. The demon king of incarceration may have already disappeared, but Eugene was forcing himself to stay upright. He didn't want to collapse, nor did he want to just sit down. Eugene stood there for quite a while, trying to get control over his emotions. In the end, he couldn't stand it any longer and screamed, "Arg!" Eugene stomped on the ground several times, then he smashed his fists against the cracked walls. He didn't care about his exhausted body, his injuries, or anything else. Roaring out several curses, Eugene vented his anger. That fucking bastard. After his tantrum had continued for quite some time, Eugene's rage had settled slightly. He took deep breaths and sat down on the ground. He knows about me, Eugene thought to himself. Stupid lion. That choice of words had to be deliberate. My existence, my soul, and everything else is only possible because of Vermouth's oath? What does that even mean? Could it be? Had the Demon King of Incarceration meant to say that Vermouth had sworn an oath with the Demon Kings in exchange for Hamel's reincarnation? But this sounded absurd. Perhaps there were some pure feelings of friendship hidden deep within that dreary man's chest that made it so that Vermouth couldn't get over the death of his comrade. But if that guy had truly cared for Hamel, then he would have just prioritized killing the Demon Kings instead of arranging for Hamel's reincarnation. In the first place, that oath was something along the lines of a peace treaty. It shouldn't have been focused on my reincarnation. Didn't the Demon King of Incarceration say something else as well? That in exchange for the oath, Vermouth had sacrificed his freedom. The end of the oath, the stopped wheel. That motherfucking incarceration bastard. As a Demon King, why does he have to be so coy with his words? The more he thought about it, the more he felt like he was about to boil over. Should he have just let loose at the Demon King without thinking about the consequences? There were hundreds of curses that Eugene had wanted to fling at him, so he should have just gone ahead and tossed them all at the Demon King. I have no fondness for Hamel. I also hate you, you son of a bitch, Eugene cursed as he ground his teeth. In the end, he hadn't managed to destroy the corpse from his previous life that had been turned into a Death Knight. Well, all right. It couldn't be helped. Rather than the deceased body from his previous life, wasn't the body that he had been reincarnated into more important? I got lucky. That goes for you too. Because next time, I'm going to kill you, Eugene promised Amelia in his head. The Demon King of Incarceration hadn't killed Eugene. Even though he knew that Eugene was Hamel, the Demon King still hadn't killed him. He hadn't asked what had happened beyond that door either. I wonder who will be able to make a new promise in Vermouth's stead and stop this will once more. I have no intention of making any promises. As he thought this, Eugene reached into his cloak. Why should I try and stop that wheel? If that fucking thing starts moving again, rather than stop it, I just need to break it. If his reincarnation had been arranged by Vermouth instead of Sienna or a niece then. If it's you, then you won't be expecting too much from me, right? Eugene pulled his hand out of his cloak. What he had pulled out were a few withered leaves. He had found these leaves in the room where the Moonlight Sword had been sealed. Why were there leaves fallen here, deep underground, where there weren't even weeds, let alone trees? A nasty thought comes to mind, Eugene mumbled as he stood up. 200 years ago, after Vermouth had died, somebody had intruded into this grave. Sienna had noticed what was going on in the grave, so she had traveled all the way here from Akron. She had gotten into a fight with the intruder, and then she had disappeared. Eugene recognized these leaves. These are the leaves of the World Tree. They were a treasure that Sienna valued even more than Akasha. The leaves of the world tree, the holy figure of the elves' religion. With these, it was possible to teleport to the forest of the elves from anywhere in the world. If Sienna had been driven into a corner, she may have used the leaves of the world tree to warp to the forest of the elves. But who was the one who had broken into his grave? Had they really been able to back Sienna into a corner? He was also reminded of a previous mystery. A lich's curse is said to annihilate both body and soul. Eugene stumbled as he tried to stand up. Was it cured by Anise? Or perhaps it was due to the power of the holy sword. In any case, it seems that I wasn't annihilated, by any standard. His corpse and his soul had been preserved. Then, they had both been placed in this grave. Then someone took my body from the coffin in that room, and brought it out here, but the only one who could do that would be Vermouth. So he faked his death, but what reason could he have had for doing that? Eugene suspected that the one who had fought with Sienna was Vermouth himself. But he truly didn't want to believe this. 1. The Demon King has a very stiff and formal way of speaking. 2. The raw text has Bryce, but this seems to be a typo. Hamill's surname was previously revealed to be Dinah's, and the wiki agrees with this. Siege 71. Chapter 71. The Grave 7. The companions had all been good friends. Or at least that was what Eugene had believed. Although they came from different backgrounds, they shared a hatred for the Demon Kings. Hamill was the only survivor of a village that had been attacked by monsters that were driven mad by the Demon Kings. At the approximate age of 10 years old, he had lost both his parents and his hometown to the Demon Kings. Mullen was the son of the war chief of the Northern Beer tribes. The tribes there had long been accustomed to sharing a border with the demon folk, but when the Demon King suddenly invaded their lands, many tribesmen were returned to the earth. 1. Mullen was the son of the war chief, and on behalf of the tribes, he swore to slay the Demon Kings with his own 2 hands. Anise was a saint candidate who had been carefully nurtured by the cardinals of the Holy Empire. The cardinals believed that only they, who had received God's guidance, were qualified to lift the darkness that had fallen over the world, and they felt that the saints who they had raised were perfect for the role of acting as God's representative on this world. By the time Anise graduated from being a candidate to becoming a true saint, the army of the demon folk had swelled in numbers. She and the Holy Empire decided to follow the will of their God and provide their aid. Sienna had been saved by the elves and had learned their magic while growing up in the forest of the elves. Despite not usually accepting humans, the elves had adopted Sienna, who was born with a natural talent for magic, as one of their own. As Helmuth's ominous power continued to grow ever stronger, the elves slowly began to die off. Sienna couldn't bear to see the elves' extinction. For her, the elves were a family that had raised her from childhood and taught her magic. As the representative of the elves, she became the master of Akasha and left the forest. As for Vermouth, he was one of a group of slaves being transported to Helmuth. His hometown was the kingdom of Ashel, which had been located next to Helmuth. As the first country to be destroyed by the demon folk and demonic beasts, its territory now belonged to the Roar Kingdom that had been founded by Mullen. In the Great Invasion, Vermouth had lost his entire family. The few remaining survivors had been captured by the monsters and were sent away in groups to become Helmuth's slaves. During the journey, Vermouth stole a sword from the demon folk and rescued all the slaves. Vermouth met Mullen's Beer tribe while he was leading the slaves across the snow fields. All of this meant that although all their reasons may have been different, their purpose was the same. They had lost something to the demon folk and they wanted to get revenge for what they had lost. They were determined to kill the Demon Kings. All of the companions had had the strength and the talents needed to assist Vermouth in this goal. Vermouth's first companion was Mullen. Vermouth knew that they couldn't face the Demon Kings with their still weak strength, but he believed that, Rather than a multitude of soldiers, what they needed to confidently face the demon kings was an elite group of warriors. For this purpose, they went around searching for companions. The third companion they found was Anise. The Holy Empire had paid a lot of attention to Vermouth, who had been able to rescue so many of the slaves being transported to Helmuth, and thanks to his incredible strength and potential, the Holy Empire was considering supporting him with all their might. However, they still needed further verification. In order to test whether Vermouth had the right personality, the Holy Empire brought him in front of the holy sword that had been bestowed onto them by the God of Light a long time ago. Vermouth pulled out the holy sword without any difficulty. As such, the Holy Empire gave their blessing to Vermouth's journey and ordered Anise to become Vermouth's support. The fourth companion was Sienna. She was already famous even before becoming Vermouth's comrade. In a world full of chaos and despair, it was a time when everybody was looking for heroes to save them. A young witch suddenly appeared on the battlefields where monsters and demonic beasts were running. Web audio channel announcement. Thank you for listening. If you want to listen to the full series and hundreds of audiobooks similar to this, please join our Discord or join our Patreon on patreon.com/webaudio. The link will be in the description and also pinned in the comment section. Thank you. Rampant and cast great feats of magic wherever she went. Several countries had tried to recruit Sienna, but she refused to join any force and instead wandered the world alone, hunting demonic beasts. But even such a person didn't hesitate to become Vermouth's comrade. That was how much of a special existence Vermouth was. I was the last one, Eugene recalled. Although it wasn't as much as Sienna, Hamel had also been quite famous. If Sienna could be said to have received attention on the national level, Hamel had become quite famous in the mercenary circles and on the battlefield. A young mercenary who could skillfully wield all kinds of weapons and come back alive from even the harshest battlefields. Without being part of a mercenary troop, without leading any men with him, Hamel was known as the ghost of the battlefield who went searching for battlefields filled with demonic beasts rather than the place that gave the highest pay. Back then, that was the kind of life Hamel was living. He could clearly recall their first meeting. At that time, warp technology hadn't been as developed as it was now, so if you wanted to cross the sea, then you needed to take a boat. After the war in northern Turas had ended, Hamel had been staying in a port as he waited for transport to Helmuth, the home of the demon kings and the demon folk. It was during this wait that Vermouth's party came looking for him. Hamel had also picked up all sorts of rumors while working as a mercenary, and because of that, he was also familiar with Vermouth. It was said that in the last few years, a hero had made a name for himself on the other side of the sea. Hamel was certainly interested in Vermouth, but being asked to become their comrade? It doesn't matter what you offer me, I won't listen to the orders of some bastard who's shittier than me, so can you prove that you're stronger than me? Ugh, goddammit. Eugene groaned as he recalled the scene from his past life, and he facepalmed in mortification. What a crazy bastard. As far as he could recall, he had been a little over 20 years old at that time. But had he really said something like that when he was already that old? Eugene definitely didn't want to have to admit that it was the truth. This guy is the kind of mercenary bastard that you can find just about anywhere. So why exactly do we need to take this guy in particular with us? Sienna had pissed him off from their very first meeting. It might be impossible to expect any class from such a person, but there should still be limits on how unrefined someone can be. Sir Vermouth, there are countless warriors who are better than this wild dog of a mercenary. The only son of the commander of the Knights of the Kiel Empire is said to have excellent looks and personality, as well as skills, so what about taking a look around Kiel instead? Anise had openly called him a son of a bitch. She might have worded it as wild dog, but at the very least, it was a fact that she had definitely implied that he was dog-like. I've heard that the warriors of the floating kingdom in the sea are truly brave men. I'd like to compete with them. Even back then, Mullen was a fool. No. Vermouth was always an odd one. While giving a faint smile at Hamel's provocation, he ignored the opinions coming from the other three. It has to be you. Truthfully speaking, at that time, Hamel wasn't really all that great. Although he had made a name for himself in the mercenary field, mercenaries were still just mercenaries after all. At that point, Hamel's sense of presence was incomparably smaller than that of his comrades. Nevertheless, Vermouth had still said those words. He still didn't know what on earth Vermouth had seen in Hamel that made him feel that way and say that sort of thing. In any case, Vermouth drew his sword and answered Hamel's challenge by sparring with him. When he had first grabbed a sword and started doing mercenary work, Hamel had believed that he was a genius. After all, that was what all the mercenaries around him had told him. I've never seen a kid who's as good with a blade as you. You can already feel your mana? Swordlight? That's absurd. Hamel was used to surprising those around him and was accustomed to being called a genius. However, he didn't allow himself to get carried away by arrogance. Every day was spent in hard work and training. Because of this, his only pride was in the skills he had developed. But Hamel still lost. He didn't just lose, he was completely dominated. It wasn't like in the fairy tale, where he had failed to even brush Vermouth's clothes, but Vermouth's clothes were indeed the only thing that Hamel had managed to cut. He hadn't burst into tears because his face had been slammed into the ground, either. That said, it was true that his face had been slammed into the dirt. It was the first time he had experienced such an overwhelming defeat. Looks like I'm stronger than you. Shut up. Fuck, one more time. Let's fight again. I haven't lost yet. Just as Hamel requested, Vermouth fought with him once more. They actually sparred 3 more times, and Hamel ended up with 3 more losses. In their first duel, he had been able to cut the edge of Vermouth's clothes, but in their next 3 duels, Hamel didn't even manage to touch his hem. I admit that I'm much weaker than you, but why do you want me as your comrade? Because I need you. That's why I'm asking, why do you fucking need me? After all, you're stronger than me. If I win, you would become my comrade. Isn't that what you promised? I'm just asking because I don't understand it. If you were to ask them to become your comrade, there are more than a few bastards who would happily accept the offer without any hesitation. You are the last member of our party. Even though Hamel was collapsed on the ground, covered in dirt, Vermouth had still reached his hand out to him. Let's go there together, Hamel. Hamel, no, Eugene was very familiar with his comrades. As comrades, they had known everything about each other. That was why Eugene didn't want to admit his suspicions that Vermouth had been planning something shady while faking his own death. That he had fought a battle with Sienna at this location. What are you doing, Vermouth? If he was still that spry, shouldn't he have just gone and fought with the Demon Kings? Why would he drag a corpse out of its coffin, extract its soul, and then? What could have made him go so far as to shake hands with the Demon King? Couldn't you at least have put my body back in its coffin? You son of a bitch, Eugene thought to himself as his shoulders slumped. Or at the very least, you should have properly left an explanation. It must also have been Vermouth who had left Hamel's necklace in the Lionheart clan's treasure vault. If it was Vermouth, he would have been able to sneak the necklace into the treasure vault without any problems. Eugene had finally found the answer to that mystery. But then, there's Sienna. Eugene frowned. The only complication was, how had Sienna known to send a phantasm to find him? It might have made sense if Sienna had been the one to arrange his reincarnation and the necklace, but if Vermouth was the one who had arranged all this. Eugene realized something. No. I'm being too hasty in assuming that Vermouth came up with this plan all on his own. Someday, I will meet you again in the world that you've been longing for. He had thought that this meant Sienna was planning to meet him again in heaven. But when he took into account the fact that he had been reincarnated, The line read differently. Had Vermouth betrayed Sienna? He couldn't be sure of anything yet. Eugene rubbed the leaves of the world tree that he had taken out of his cloak. He still needed to find Sienna. My lord, could you possibly be in need of a toilet break? Layman carefully voiced the question. He was worried about Eugene, who he was carrying on his back. Since a while ago, Eugene had been constantly twitching and making strange moaning noises. There are no toilets in the desert, Layman informed him. If you're in a bit of a hurry, I'll dig a pit for you so that you can urinate. Shut up and just keep walking, Eugene hissed with gritted teeth as he kicked Layman in the thigh. They had already left the underground grave and escaped the labyrinth. Having fought so seriously despite already having broken bones, Eugene had seriously overstrained himself. As a consequence, he was now being carried on Layman's back. Rather than insisting on walking on his own 2 feet, it was better for Eugene to focus on recovering while Layman gave him a piggyback ride. I miss having elixirs. Eugene ground his teeth in frustration. Even back then, 300 years ago, elixirs had been rare treasures, but as the hero and his party, they had all gone around carrying some of those precious elixirs. Although he had packed plenty of potions, wounds this serious couldn't be healed immediately, even with a potion. Since healing magic is divine magic, I still haven't learned any. This sucks. Do I have to learn divine magic as well? Since that field of magic all depends on how much faith you have, I don't think I'll be able to make much progress with that. Even though Sienna hadn't learned any divine magic, she had still been able to use high-level healing spells. However, those were part of a unique type of healing magic that belonged to the inheritance of the elves, so Sienna hadn't transmitted that knowledge to the future generations. Layman encouraged him, "My lord, please hold on for just a bit more. We should be able to arrive in Khajiitan within a few days. At that time, if we're able to find a doctor or a healer then." "My wounds aren't that serious," Eugene argued. Layman warned him, "If we just leave them like that, your bones might set incorrectly." Layman, whose life had been rescued several times by Eugene, was genuinely worried about him. "I'll take care of all that by myself, but what are you planning on doing?" Eugene asked. "Huh?" Layman grunted in confusion. Eugene clarified, "I'm talking about your boss, the Emir of Khajiitan." "Are you worried for my sake?" Layman asked gratefully. "Nope. But if you suddenly go all crazy-eyed and chop off your master's head, that will probably be a big pain in the ass for me. So if you're going to do it, then do it after I've already left," Eugene replied with a snort. The Emir of Khajiitan didn't know anything about the grave or about Amelia Merwin. However, he had cooperated with the Sand Shaman's request by restricting who was allowed to enter the Khazani Desert. Layman hesitated, unable to reply immediately. His master had known that the sandstorms in the Khazani Desert were man-made. However, the orders for Emir to cooperate with this plan should have been passed down to him from long ago. Nahama was slowly tearing off strips of Turaza's territory through this desertification project, but to divert suspicions, Layman's village had been chosen as a worthy victim for a sudden sandstorm. The pioneers had been sacrificed for the glory of Nahama. However, Layman could not accept such a thing. Anyone in his place would feel the same way. A sandstorm had struck from out of nowhere and had devoured his friends and family. If the survivors were told that these deaths were an unavoidable sacrifice for the glory of the country, who among them would just nod and accept this fact? "I don't want to blame my master," Layman muttered as he shook his head. "This desert was created over 100 years ago, and the sandstorms have continued to appear ever since. The Emir who preceded my master should have also tolerated these orders for the sake of Nahama. So what are you going to do?" Eugene prodded. Layman reached his decision. "I will quit serving as his personal guard. Although I don't want to blame my master for this, I no longer want to give my life for him either. It doesn't matter to me whether you quit or not, But do you have any other skills with which to make a living? Eugene reminded him. I would like to follow you, my lord, Layman admitted as he turned his head to look back at Eugene. Eugene immediately pushed Layman's cheek back around with a disgusted expression on his face. Don't turn your head this way, he ordered. Your beard stinks of wet dog. Huh? Layman was shocked by this sudden insult. Also, why do you want to follow me? I'm not even a citizen of Nahama. I am willing to follow you no matter where you go, my lord. Then first, shave off that beard. Huh? I don't need you to follow me around anywhere, because I still have a place that I need to see in Nahama. So I'll need a local guide. Layman, have you ever been to Hagani? Hagani, you say? Are you talking about the Holy Land of Light? I visited there years ago. Hagani was now called a holy land, since it was a place where Saint Anise had gone on her pilgrimage. It was unknown whether it was the final destination of her pilgrimage, but Hagani was where Anise had last been seen 200 years ago. The city of Hagani was right next to Kajitan. Perhaps she really did come here to pay respects at my grave, Eugene suspected. Would Anise have left any clues in Hagani? Somewhere in that wide-open desert? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The Emir of Kajitan, Tyree al-Madani, narrowed his eyes and silently stared in front of him. Eugene was sitting across from him, and behind Eugene stood Layman. In this situation, should Tyree accept that what his eyes and ears had been telling him was the truth? Or should he be worried that someone might be hiding some other intentions within their hearts? You must be aware of how unreasonable your actions were, right? Tyree asked pointedly, venting some of the pressure that he was under. My subordinates told me every word that you said to them. Since the lieutenant and Layman's other subordinates had been so terribly beaten by Eugene, in order to explain their conditions, they had had no choice but to honestly report to Tyree. It was Layman who had identified himself as a thief in order to secretly continue carrying out Tyree's orders, and the lieutenant had quite a glib tongue. He had turned on his captain, blaming Layman for failing to properly carry out their master's orders. Tyree addressed Eugene. Eugene Lionheart, you. Do you truly believe that I sent my men after you in order to steal from you? No matter what the respected Emir's intentions might have been, isn't it true that I suffered damages because of them? Eugene asked innocently. Eugene knew the entire truth, which meant that Tyree had become a much easier opponent to face. They were just tasked to protect you, Tyree claimed. Eugene shot down his excuse. Why would they need to lie about being thieves in order to protect me? Because you're a member of the Keel Empire's Lionheart clan, and I am an Emir of Nahama, Tyree insisted with furrowed brows. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but Nahama and Keel's relationship isn't very friendly. The Emperor of Keel is wary of Nahama's power, and the Sultan is also suppressing his rage at the Keel Empire slander. But what connection does that have to the respected Emir's lies? Eugene asked. And what makes you think that there's no connection? I'm sure that you're aware that Kazani is prone to sudden sandstorms. Tyree was wary of what Eugene might be keeping hidden inside his head. Tyree knew that the sand shamans of the Kazani Desert were intentionally creating sandstorms as an act of invasion. Of course, the other countries might also have their suspicions that the sandstorms were being used as a means of invasion, but if that brat truly had clashed with the sand shamans, Tyree couldn't afford to treat this matter lightly. There haven't been any messages, Tyree recalled with concern. The place where the sand shamans had been keeping their heads down as they worked was at the other edge of the desert. From there, they would periodically create sandstorms and gradually widen the scope of the desert. Unless Eugene Lionheart possessed a pair of wings, it would have been impossible for him to reach the other end of the desert within these few days. If I was seen protecting you openly, it might be taken as Nahama bowing its head to the Keel Empire, Tyree continued explaining. Besides, I'm still trying to figure out your intentions. Why were you heading into the Kazani Desert, where no one actually lives? Eugene refused to answer. I'm not sitting here because I wanted to be interrogated. That's the thing. It's not possible for me to interrogate you, so I had my men follow behind you, just in case they needed to protect you from any unforeseen circumstances. If Lehman Schulhoff, the one standing behind you, had just followed his orders properly, then you and I would never have been placed in such an uncomfortable position. Tyree glanced at Lehman. He continued, I understand why you would feel displeased by this, but I'm afraid that I had no say in this matter. Also, it's not like they truly stole anything from you, no? From what my men told me, they were just following behind you at a reasonable distance. In the first place, you were the one who attacked them while they were doing just that. Eugene smirked at these words and sipped his tea. This old emir hadn't brought up any mentions of the assassins or the sand shamans. He probably didn't know that Eugene had been ambushed by the assassins and had then gotten rid of all the sand shamans hidden underground. His ignorance couldn't be helped. The labyrinth that Eugene had fallen into was a dungeon under Amelia Merwin's command. Even the Sultan was likely unaware of the fact that Hamel's grave had been found down there. The only ones who knew about this dungeon had been the sand shamans who were stationed there. The late sand shamans had been completely obedient to Amelia Merwin because they feared her. The reason why Tyree Almadani had tried to keep Eugene out of the desert was all because of the sandstorms, not because of Amelia Merwin. So there's no need to pointlessly worry about it, Eugene reminded himself. If that hadn't been the case, then Eugene would also have been left in a difficult position. Eugene intended on cleanly concluding all his affairs in this country before he left. Eugene went on the offensive, no matter what the respected emir says. It doesn't change the fact that the emir endangered my life. Now does it? Tyree shifted the blame. It must be my incompetent subordinates who failed to comprehend my orders properly. There must have been a misunderstanding somewhere. Eugene pounced, but I'm wondering how I should explain such a misunderstanding to my family. Tyree hesitated. I'm not quite sure what you mean by those words. If that's the case, then it seems that I've failed to persuade you. Under these circumstances, I'm afraid that the emir will be in for a lot of trouble. And that's not something I say lightly. Eugene fiddled with the luxurious teacup, his hands wrapped in bandages, as he continued speaking. From what's been said so far, it seems that I must also take responsibility for my careless words. Unfortunately, as I am still too young. In order to take responsibility for these words of mine, I have no choice but to borrow the power of my family. Lord Eugene, Tyree called out. Eugene shook his head. I don't want to do that either, since it could lead to a problem between our two countries. I also don't want to cause any issues for my family. But Emir, forget about me. Will you be able to handle these consequences? Tyree let out a long sigh and rubbed his beard. Eugene grinned at the old Emir in front of him. Young lord, what is it that you want? 500 million sals, Eugene said as he took another sip of his tea. I would consider this a bargain if I were you. Our relationship has become so uncomfortable due to a misunderstanding that failed to be properly resolved, and if such a meager amount smooths it out. Haha, Tyree laughed dryly. Well, this may not have been what the emir intended, but let's just treat this as an inexplicable encounter between the two of us, Eugene proposed. I'll make sure to keep my mouth shut, so all you need to do is open your wallet, respected emir. I've heard that you are now 19 years old, but you really are daring, Tyree said through gritted teeth. I've often heard those sorts of words from here and there. But if I really was the type to run around like a foal with its tail on fire, wouldn't you still be the one in trouble, respected emir? I can't help but feel reluctant. I just sent my subordinates after you in order to protect you, so why do I now have to pay a fine as if I've committed a crime? I feel like there are many other ways to solve this issue. Other ways? It may be because I'm young, but the words you've just said fill me with fear, respected emir. Could you really be thinking of killing me here? Or maybe you were planning on sending assassins after me. Either way, that would probably be going against the Sultan's wishes. The cost of taking responsibility for such an extreme decision is sure to rise hundreds of times higher than just 500 million sals. Tyree was silent for a few moments. 500 million, was it? As Eugene had said, it wasn't an excessive amount. However, just as Tyree had admitted, he couldn't help but feel reluctance. Was he really being accused of theft? What kind of absurd claim was this? Should I just accept the cost of 500 million sals to wrap up this whole affair? What if Eugene had encountered sand shamans in the desert? No, there shouldn't be any possibility of that. Tyree would have to send someone to make sure, but it would have been impossible for a 19-year-old boy like this to make it back alive if he had met the sand shamans and assassins in the desert. Even if Eugene had been lucky enough to survive such an encounter and return, Tyree could not imagine how Eugene would be able to go through such an encounter and then calmly come here to talk about misunderstandings and request a bribe of 500 million sals. If I must, then I shall pay, Tyree acquiesced, nodding slowly. If you can guarantee that this will completely quell your anger. I'm not so poorly raised that I would throw a tantrum after receiving full payment, Eugene assured him. I'm told that the Lionheart clan is one of the wealthiest families on the continent. Could it be that you aren't receiving any of the benefits of this wealth? It was subtle. No, it was far from subtle. It was blatant sarcasm. My family may have a lot of money, but it's not like all of that is my money, right? Eugene pointed out. Haha, Tyree snorted and snapped his fingers. The servant who had been waiting in the back of the room bowed their head deeply and left the room. Now that our misunderstanding has been cleared up, allow me to ask you one question. I am extremely curious. Why on earth did you go into the Kazani desert? Tyree asked. I wanted to see the vast desert so that I could feel the magnificence of nature and raise my courage, Eugene explained. Tyree's silence seemed skeptical. It's also because it was the closest desert. If you want to appreciate something like that, I can personally introduce you to the vast deserts of Nahama. No, that's fine. I've already felt enough of that. Did you see anything interesting in Kazani? Tyree casually asked. Of course, I saw the desert, Eugene replied with a smile. Eugene could clearly see that Tyree wanted to ask him if he had discovered anything suspicious. However, Tyree was unable to do that openly, so all he could do was suppress his urge and ask Eugene about it in a roundabout way. Well, there's nothing there anymore, Eugene said to himself. From Hamel's tomb, the statue, the coffin, and a few pillars, everything that he didn't want to leave buried had been stuffed into his cloak. Then the labyrinth connecting to the tomb had been destroyed by Eugene's own hands. The most they'll be able to find are a few corpses. The one who controlled that dungeon was Amelia Merwin, not the Sultan. Neither the Sultan nor the other sand shamans had known anything about the grave. As long as Amelia Merwin didn't say anything, no one would know what Eugene had experienced there. Eugene remembered something, one more thing. I'll be taking Lehman Schulhoff with me when I go. For what reason? Tyree asked hesitantly. Since you threatened me, then you need to pay the price for it. But I obviously can't make an emir pay the price, Eugene explained, trying to sound reasonable. Haha. Tyree let out another dry laugh and glanced at Lehman. For a few moments, Lehman held out some hope that his master might stand up for him. Tyree offered, if you truly wish for a fair price, then I can arrange for Lehman to be executed in front of you, young lord. Eugene dismissed the offer. Hey, I'm not ruthless enough to want someone's throat to be sliced open for something like this. Tyree raised an eyebrow. I'm just going to take him home with me and order him to clean the shit out of the stables, Eugene declared. For a few moments, Tyree appeared to be considering Lehman's value. Lehman was the captain of the second squad of the Emir's personal guards. He was definitely a renowned warrior, but he wasn't worth keeping if he couldn't be trusted to properly carry out his orders any longer. There were many warriors who were better than Layman in the first squad, which served as the Emir's right-hand men. He's also someone who cannot be allowed to learn about the sand shamans, Tyree considered. He was going to be executed anyway, so why not give him to Eugene? Then let us arrange it as the young lord wishes, Tyree agreed, even as the corners of his mouth twisted into a frown. Not too long afterward, the servant returned carrying a large box. When Tyree opened the box, the beautiful jewels stored within sparkled brightly in the light. I will select the jewels, so please pardon the wait, Tyree apologized. Eugene had been expecting them to give him a bunch of cash, but it looked like they were going to pay him in jewels instead. As he looked at all the sparkling jewels, Eugene suddenly had a thought. Even with 500 million sals, I can only buy one giant's ball. He felt like he should have upped the price a little. Although money wasn't tight, Eugene suddenly felt that it would be a pity if he didn't. Instead of 500 million sals, let's round it up to 1 billion, Eugene suddenly announced. What did you just say? Tyree asked in disbelief. Eugene explained, it's just that the Emir's jewels are so beautiful that I can't help but be greedy. After looking at Eugene with incredulous eyes, Tyree frowned and then nodded. Just take the whole box, he generously gave in. Thank you very much, Eugene accepted without any false modesty. 1. This is a euphemism for death. Ch 72. Chapter 72. The Return, 1. Anise Slywood. The woman that Eugene remembered was someone who both did and did not suit the word faithful. Her beliefs and faith might have been sincere, but her usual conduct definitely did not match the definition of the word faithful or her title as a saint. Anise liked alcohol even more than Sienna. If Sienna liked to have fun while drinking, then Anise just liked to drink. She always carried a small bottle of wine with her, but she insisted that the liquid contained within was holy water and not alcohol. She did have a saintly appearance, though. Whenever they were faced with a lot of corpses, Anise would get down on her knees and offer a prayer. Hamel used to wonder if there was any meaning in praying for a corpse that was long since deceased. The corpses had already decayed, so their souls had either already left or had become a plaything for the demon folk. Anise must have known these facts better than anyone. Even so, she did not skip praying for them. Even if it had no other meaning than paying her respects, Anise would still pray that the deceased person would find their peace and rest. Anise had always been a strong drinker, but whenever they passed by a lot of corpses, she would drink even more than she usually did. Even when they told her not to, since she would just get drunk, Anise would still do it anyway. In the middle of a battlefield filled with the hellish stench of rotten corpses, Anise still could not restrain her intoxication. When will this world be peaceful and happy? Anise used to ask this question often, whenever she had been forced to use the smell of alcohol to cover up the stench of rotten corpses. Things should be peaceful and happy once we've killed all the demon kings. Even if we kill all the demon kings, that doesn't mean all the innocent people that they have killed will come back to life. But we can at least save their souls. Hamel, do you believe in the afterlife? Doesn't it make you feel more comfortable to believe that there is one? But I thought that you don't believe in the gods. That and the afterlife are two different things. Although I don't know about hell, I definitely hope that there's a heaven. And don't you think that it's funny that you're the one asking me this? In the Holy Empire of Eurus, the main god that they worshipped was the god of light. Although there were countless faiths that could be found throughout the continent, even amongst all of them, the one that could be considered the main faith was the god of light, who also served as the patron deity of Eurus. You accumulate good deeds throughout your life, and when you die, your good deeds become light, and your evil deeds become darkness. If the light is bright enough to banish all the darkness, you can ascend to heaven. Darkness does not exist in heaven. The world's sins arise from darkness where there is no light. In other words, in the heaven ruled by the God of light, since there is no darkness, there is no sin, and since there is no sin, there is no suffering. Sometimes I have doubts. Her cheeks were flushed red with drunkenness. So many people have died. To the demon kings, the demon folk, the demonic beasts, and the monsters. In the long history of this continent, the number of people who have met such an unfortunate death is so large as to be uncountable. Is the God that I serve really so omnipotent that he has enough light to brighten the darkness of all those souls who have died? Is a saint like you really doubting your God? Yep, I am doubting him. Yet the Almighty God whom I serve hasn't said anything, let alone punish me for my doubts. The place where they had held such a conversation was in the middle of a battlefield filled with corpses. It was after they had blocked the advance of that savage bastard, Kamash, the chieftain of the giants. Countless human corpses and giant corpses alike covered the battlefield. Molan had done his best to protect the common soldiers. While raining down light, Anise had cared for the wounded. Sienna's spells had driven the giants away from the soldiers, while Hamel and Vermouth had defeated Kamash. Nevertheless, allied casualties were unavoidable. A large army of demonic beasts had accompanied the giants. Powerful demon folk had been mixed in here and there. Where they had gotten mixed up in the battle, thousands of people had been killed or wounded. The priests of the Holy Empire who had been sent as support and the doctors scrounged up from all over the place had taken care of the wounded, but those dying had still died. This was unavoidable. If God truly is all-powerful, shouldn't he be the one shedding blood in the place of the blood shed by his young lambs? Anise, if he really is the light that illuminates all darkness, why doesn't he personally illuminate this suffocating darkness? Hey, even at this very moment when the world has been plunged into a deep darkness. Right now it's night. The dawn that will be coming soon will not illuminate those who have taken their last breaths in this pitch darkness. The only things that will be illuminated by the dawn are corpses. Hamel, do you know how many people died here today? And it isn't just here. Everywhere in the world. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Countless people have died in the dark, and, even in places illuminated by the light, they have died and will continue to die. You're drunk. I truly do want to believe in my God. However, I can't fully understand his will. No matter how beautiful the heaven that we will reach after death must be, the world is still so miserable. Why doesn't God shine his light down on the world? We have vermouth. This was what Hamel had said at that time. I don't know what the doctrine of the God of Light is. But I do know that bastard vermouth is an unspeakable monster. Haven't you said it several times now? That vermouth is a miracle sent by God. Since God can't come down here to take care of the world himself, he proved his existence by sending us a living miracle in the form of vermouth. That's why he's the hero, and why the Holy Sword recognized him as its master. Isn't that right? I never thought that I'd hear those kinds of words from you. I also don't want to say this sort of stuff either. However, it's just as annoying to listen to your drunken ramblings. Now, I don't think that you were really asking me to comfort you, since I'm not the type of guy who people turn to for comfort. Therefore, Hamel just tried to be as honest as he could. Just think about it this way. What's the use of getting angry at a God who doesn't give you any answers? All we need to do is kill all of the demon kings and save the world. If we succeed, then everything after that will turn out okay. All the souls captured by the demon folk will be saved and rise up to heaven, and the world will be a peaceful and happy place. Hamel had just said whatever came to mind. He wasn't sure if he had managed to convince Anise. However, in Hamel's view, he just wanted to offer her a clear purpose as an alternative to resenting a heaven that might not exist or a God that she could no longer have faith in. Will we really be able to do that? We can do it. We have vermouth, and we also have a saint like you. There's Sienna, Molan, and me as well. We're strong, strong enough to kill all of the demon kings and save the world. Even if it was vague, she needed hope. So that's why you should stop talking about such pointless things and let me have a drink. Don't just guzzle it all down by yourself. This isn't alcohol, it's holy water. I can't give it to someone like you who lacks faith. I'll also become a believer in the God of Light from today onwards, so give it here. False faith is a heavier crime than any other sin. As someone who has been called a saint, I cannot offer any grace to one who has false beliefs. In the end, Anise didn't give him even a single drop of alcohol that day. That snake-like woman. That was what Hamel and Sienna had used to call Anise. Anise had a bad temper that didn't fit her image as the saint, and although she was faithful, she also had a tendency to casually break the doctrinal rules. Nevertheless, when necessary, she was faithful enough to be called a saint, and her divine magic shone more brilliantly than any other priest. She also in fact, Anise had a blatant habit of messing with people. Apart from vermouth, everyone had suffered at her hands more than once. When Molin, who always kept running ahead of the party, had had his legs cut off, Anise had once swapped the two limbs while reattaching them in order to try and fix Molin's bad habit. Among the many priests in existence, only Anise was capable of performing the miracle of reattaching severed body parts. She had hoped that this prank would change Molin's habit of running ahead, but it had turned out that Molin was able to run very well even with his legs on the wrong sides. Attach this bastard's legs properly. To do that, we need to cut off Molin's legs once more. I'm fine with my legs like this. I can still run very well, and I can also fight well. Don't spout such nonsense. Whenever you occasionally stumble, I'm the one who gets hit instead. Get over here, I'll cut them off in one blow. Don't wanna. Sienna, put this bastard to sleep. Eventually, Sienna's powerful sleeping spell had been able to put Molin to sleep, during which Hamel had cut off Molin's legs. What a nasty bitch. Although it wasn't as bad as that, Hamel had also been pranked by Anise a few times. He had once conspired with Sienna to steal Anise's holy water and drink it all by themselves. In retaliation, Anise had waited until it was her turn to cook, and after they were done eating, she had laughed and told them that Sienna and Hamel's stew had been boiled using monster urine. If Molin hadn't stepped in to stop them, Sienna, Hamel, and Anise would really have fought until one of them died. As he recalled that time, Eugene smiled bitterly. Holy Land of Light, Hagani. Outside the city, there was a statue of Anise kneeling down and praying. The statue's face was almost covered by a large hood, and it didn't bear a lot of resemblance to the appearance of Anise that Eugene remembered. That said, it did have a sacred feeling to it. Even Eugene, who wasn't a believer in the God of Light, felt a sacred aura from the statue, so true followers of the light must have been overwhelmed by it. Around the statue, there were of course believers from Eurus, but members of the Church of Light in countries all over the place had found their way here to kneel and pray. Eugene glanced over them as he spun around. It had been a week since he first arrived in Hagani. Eugene hadn't been able to find anything here. He had thought that Anise might have perhaps left a clue here, but he hadn't been able to spot anything like that. It was just like in Arath. Exactly like how the wizards of Arath felt about Sienna, the believers from Eurus also desperately wanted to find Anise. If the two had indeed left something behind, then someone should have discovered it already. I had hoped that their clues might appear in response to my soul. But nothing like that had happened. That statue was located at the site where Anise had offered a prayer hundreds of years ago before leaving for the other side of the desert. The records of Anise's journey ended here. Following that, Eurus had dispatched several missions to pursue Anise's trail, but in the end, Anise was never found. Why was she in Nahama of all places? Eugene wondered. He could make a vague guess regarding this. In the present, with the development of magic, warp gates had been installed in every country, but this wasn't the case hundreds of years ago. If you were to take a ship across the ocean from Eurus, you would arrive at the port city located to the north of Haugani. From there, she had started her pilgrimage. Anise was, probably. She probably came here to pay her respects at my grave. Sienna's seclusion and Anice's pilgrimage, these two events didn't overlap completely. Sienna had gone into seclusion a few years earlier. Afterward, Anise, who was revered as a saint in Eurus, had embarked on a pilgrimage. Eugene recalled, "My grave was sealed up." His grave had only been rediscovered 6 years ago. It had probably been revealed shortly after he had found Hamel's necklace in the Lionheart treasure vault. In response to this discovery, the seal on his grave must have disappeared. Anise couldn't have entered my grave. If she had managed to enter, Anise wouldn't have left it looking like such a ruin. As he stared at Anice's statue, a bitter feeling washed over Eugene. Vermouth. The man had faked his own funeral, survived his supposed death, and then broken into Hamel's tomb. There, he had gotten into a fight with Sienna. Vermouth had managed to defeat her, then he had sealed both the Moonlight Sword and the grave. This had all happened 200 years in the past. Anise, a picture of her wandering the desert was drawn in Eugene's mind. As she had wandered in search of his undiscoverable grave, what on earth could Anise have been thinking? Could Vermouth also be involved in Anice's disappearance? Eugene couldn't know this for sure, as Anise hadn't left any clues behind. At least for now, the only one who had left a clear clue to their current location was Sienna. Eugene's focus drifted briefly to leaves of the world tree that were stored inside his cloak. My lord, Layman, who had been quietly standing next to Eugene, spoke up with a cautious expression. "Have you changed your mind?" "No," Eugene said, shaking his head. Before they left the city, he had just wanted to look at the statue one last time. He hadn't been able to find any clues, and Eugene didn't have the confidence to go searching for any clues that may have been left in this vast desert 200 years ago. That being said, he couldn't head over to Molin's kingdom either. The Demon King of Incarceration knew that Eugene was the reincarnation of Hamel. Since he had even received a warning from the Demon King, heading north to a country that bordered Helmoth was far too dangerous. For now, that is. His strength was insufficient. Eugene keenly felt this truth. Ever since he had been reincarnated, he had never been so desperate for power, but now he craved it. He had almost been killed by a death knight in an imperfect state. He had also almost died at the hands of Amelia Merwin. Even when the Demon King of Incarceration was in front of him, Eugene hadn't been able to charge in to try and kill him. Eugene confirmed, "We're heading back to Kiel." It had been 2 years since he had left the Lionheart clan's main estate. It was time to go home. Kiel Empire's Capital City series. The whole of the large forest outside the capital was part of the Lionheart estate, and it was also the only place in the capital where a warp gate had been installed within an estate. Scion Lionheart was standing with his arms crossed in front of the warp gate. He, who would soon be turning into an adult on his 20th birthday, was almost certain to become the Lionheart clan's next patriarch. However, Scion couldn't accept this fact, nor could he enjoy it. This was because of Eugene, who would be returning soon. That son of a bitch, Scion cursed to himself. Scion couldn't help but feel complicated. Was he supposed to feel happy or sad about meeting with this sibling, who shared not one drop of blood with him, who was returning after 2 whole years? Apart from that, there were a few other factors. After the main wife, Tanis, and the eldest son, Uid, had departed from the main estate, and Scylla had taken full control of the estate's servants. As her son, Scion had been at the forefront of these efforts. In these 2 years without Eugene, Scion had spent every day fruitfully. He had not neglected his daily training, and he had even sparred regularly with his father. Along with his mother's intense training on how to be the perfect successor, Cyan had also kept up his practice with the white flame formula. He had hung out with the younger knights, and while bowing his head to the knights who had been serving the main family for a long time, he politely asked for their assistance. At first, Cyan had hated the strict schedule, but he had gradually come to accept it. Cyan wanted to become the patriarch. It was something that his mother had always talked to him about when he was young, and Cyan himself was desirous of the patriarchal seat. Now that Yued had been disqualified, Cyan's succession as the next patriarch was almost guaranteed. Fortunately, there was no rivalry with his twin sister, Seal. Seal had given up her right of succession because she wanted to become a member of the Knights of the Black Lion. If only Eugene wasn't there, Cyan becoming the next patriarch would have been a certainty. Damn it, Cyan cursed. Cyan hated being seen like that, and he also hated it when his thoughts turned to that. If it was against that fool Yued, he might not care, but Cyan couldn't bear to compete with Eugene. Against Eugene, Cyan felt both a competitive rivalry and a sense of looming defeat. Even though they hadn't met yet, Cyan was already thinking about his own defeat. Cyan was annoyed at this side of himself, and he hated how thoughts of Eugene would grate on him. Eugene Lionheart, that guy was a son of a bitch. After he had been adopted 6 years ago, Cyan had suffered under the hands of Eugene every day. They were beatings disguised as sparring. Contrary to the merciless beating that he had suffered, Cyan had never managed to defeat Eugene even once. Cyan and Scylla, who had been watching her son's expression stiffen, spoke up. "You don't seem to be happy that your brother is returning." "I'd be happy to see him return, but I'd be just as happy if he didn't," Cyan admitted. "Cyan, if he says that he wants to become the patriarch, I will probably step aside for him," Cyan said as he shook his head with a deep sigh. "Because he's more suited to becoming the patriarch than I am." According to Seal, that child, Eugene, has said that he doesn't want to become the patriarch, and Scylla reminded him. "That was 2 years ago. He may have changed his mind since then," Cyan argued pessimistically. "As long as you don't step aside for him, there is no way that Eugene will become the next patriarch." "But would that be the right decision for the Lionheart clan?" "Cyan, you need to have a firm resolve. The patriarch of the Lionheart clan must be the strongest heir in the main family. You may have been weaker than Eugene 2 years ago, but now. That bastard has to have sweated just as much as I did." Cyan ground his teeth together as he glared at the warp gate. "Mother, I don't believe that blood should be thicker than sweat. If Eugene is stronger than me and wants to become the patriarch, then just what should I do?" "See, you still want to become the next patriarch," and Scylla noticed his hesitancy, but she couldn't just dismiss her son's words as immaturity. She truly wanted her son, who had inherited the blood of a great hero, to stand tall and become the next patriarch of the Lionheart clan. But instead of pressuring him, and Scylla said, "You're no longer a child. As such, you need to make this decision yourself. If you want to become the patriarch, then you can just become the patriarch. And if you want to step aside, then you can just step aside." "But that's not what Mother wants for me," Cyan noted with surprise. "It seems that I have raised you overly strictly," and Scylla said with a sigh as she patted Cyan on the shoulder. I don't want to become like Tanis. By that, I mean that I don't want to ruin my child with my own excessive ambition." "I'm different from Yued," Cyan insisted. "That's right, you are different," and Scylla agreed. "So you should do what you feel is right. As for me, no matter what you choose, I'll be proud of you for doing the right thing. I want to respect your will." Would she really be able to do that? Although she had said this sort of thing, and Scylla felt like she should question herself. Ever since she had become the second wife of the Lionheart's direct line, she had wanted to make her son into the next patriarch. If it hadn't been for the incident with Tanis and Yued, she might have been enraged by her son's uncertain words. She wouldn't have been able to hold herself back as she had done just now. Was it because she had seen how a mother's presumptuous meddling and stubbornness could ruin her son? Cyan, my boy, just keep this in mind. Just as you have your own thoughts and desires, Eugene will also have his own thoughts and desires, and Scylla reminded him. Cyan listened silently. You have no idea what your brother desires. Who could have guessed that Seal would truly become a black lion? Neither I, Seal's mother, nor you, Seal's twin, knew about Seal's desires. My brother. That's right. Eugene is your brother. Even though you don't share any blood, you two are still siblings. That's why the two of you should meet and talk with each other before deciding anything. The patriarch's successor, it won't be too late to decide who that will be after you've had a conversation. Yes, Cyan slowly nodded his head. It felt like he was slightly more at ease. Let's just see how much stronger you've gotten. The warp gate began to glow. Cyan sharpened his gaze and waited for Eugene to step out of the warp gate. CH-73. Chapter 73. The Return, 2. Having just passed through the warp gate, Eugene froze for a moment at the sight of dozens of gazes staring right at him. Although he had been expecting this, all of the main estate servants and family members had really gathered in front of the warp gate to wait for him. With how cold the weather has gotten, what are you all doing out here? Eugene asked. Eugene had been about to say, I'm back, but for some reason, he got nervous and blurted out he was thinking instead. A reply came immediately, my son. Gerhard, whose shoulders had been shaking as he stared at his son from afar, rushed over to Eugene with tears in his eyes. Gerhard's shout, along with his agile movements, caused Eugene to unconsciously widen his eyes as he stared at his father running over. Is that really my father? Gerhard's changes were so surprising that Eugene couldn't help but ask this question. Ever since he was a little baby, Eugene remembered Gerhard as a middle-aged man with a bouncing belly. Since they had moved to the main estate, the multiple invitations to various events, and Gerhard voluntarily starting an exercise regime had seen him successfully start losing weight. 2 whole years had completely changed Gerhard and made him appear very different from Eugene's previous memories. What a triumphant transformation, Eugene praised his father. Gerhard continued to gush with tears as he embraced Eugene. Although he was happy to be reunited with his father, more than that, Eugene felt impressed by his father's diet. The tendons in his father's forearms that were wrapped around his shoulders were wiry with strength, and the chest he was being held tightly against was firm and unyielding. It even feels like your beard has grown a lot as well. Is this for real? Eugene asked in disbelief. Gerhard confidently explained, it's all thanks to my buddy, Stellord. Stellord? He was Garjatha's father. Had they really gotten close enough to call each other buddy? Eugene smelled the stench of Garjatha's body odor coming from his father's close proximity. As his expression twisted, Eugene escaped from his father's embrace. Eugene scowled at his father. Didn't I tell you not to take their drugs? My son, Gerhard repeated excitedly. You've really grown a lot in these past 2 years. Not as much as you, father. His body had become hard, and his beard had become bushy, but it appeared that Gerhard's personality hadn't become any more masculine. Shaking his beard that was drenched from both his tears and runny nose, Gerhard smiled brightly at Eugene. You unfilial son, Gerhard chided him. How could you have not come back even once during these past 2 years? Eugene evaded. I thought that I was sending you letters pretty often. Do you really think that sending letters twice a year is often? I made sure to send one on my birthday and one on your birthday. See, wasn't I making sure to regularly send them on special occasions? Also, you can't just blame me for this. You didn't come looking for me even once during these past 2 years, did you, father? Isn't that because you kept writing in your postscripts that I shouldn't come to visit you? Well, that's true. Eugene nodded with a grin. By the way, Where's the patriarch? He's at the Black Lion Castle. This reply didn't come from Gerhard. Instead, it came from Ancilla. Standing beside Cyan, she had wiped away her stiff expression and was now showing Eugene a bright smile. Ancilla continued, "After all, next year is just around the corner, and you know what that means, right? It's time for your coming-of-age ceremony." Ah, Eugene grunted in understanding. It was one of the Lionheart clan's traditions, like the bloodline continuation ceremony. But while that was attended by all eligible members of the direct and collateral lines, the coming-of-age ceremony was only for the children of the main family. Ued, the eldest son of the main family, had become an adult 2 years ago. Under normal circumstances, Ued would have been the first of the siblings to hold a coming-of-age ceremony. But Ued had been practically exiled from the main family due to his involvement with black magic, and he hadn't even been honored with a coming-of-age ceremony. Since the last coming-of-age ceremony had to be skipped, and there will be 3 children becoming adults next year, it looks like they're planning to make the event a little more grandiose than usual, Ancilla explained. Eugene asked, "Is that what the patriarch desired?" It seems that this was the council's decision. This reply had Eugene clicking his tongue in annoyance. Then, suddenly remembering that he hadn't given Ancilla his greetings yet, Eugene bowed his head and said, "Apologies for the late greeting, stepmother." Ever since he moved into the main estate, Eugene had become used to calling Ancilla stepmother and Tanis as matriarch. 1. Truthfully, he hadn't really wanted to call them by those names, but from the moment that Eugene had been adopted, Ancilla had secretly forced Eugene to call her by the title of mother. Once Ancilla had forced him to call her stepmother, it would seem weird if he called Tanis by a different title. Saying the words stepmother again after 2 years still left a strange taste in Eugene's mouth. "There's no need for such formal greetings between family members," Ancilla chided him. Now that Tanis had left the main estate, wouldn't Ancilla be dissatisfied with the title of stepmother? Eugene had held some misgiving about this, but it appeared that Ancilla didn't feel unsettled by this at all. But that's to be expected. In the first place, it was Tanis' own decision to go back to her parents' house. By doing so, Tanis had placed herself in a position where it was impossible to return. The patriarch might not have been able to make it, but we should still hold a celebration party for your return, right? Ancilla proposed. Eugene scoffed. Why go so far as to hold a celebration party for a family member returning home? There's no need for a troublesome thing like that. I knew you would say that, Ancilla replied, having only brought it up as a suggestion. For as long as she had known him, Eugene had never once shown any enjoyment at a party. By the way, who is he? Gerhard, who had been scrubbing away his tears, slowly spoke up. He glanced over at Lehman, who seemed to be trying to shrink in on himself as he stood behind Eugene. "He's my valet," Eugene declared. "Your valet?" Gerhard repeated questioningly. "Yep," Eugene confirmed. "His name is Lehman Schulhoff. As for his age, Lehman, how old are you?" "I am 32 years old," Lehman replied with a cough. If Lehman was 32 years old, that meant he was 13 years older than Eugene. "So you look older than your actual age," Eugene commented. Lehman explained, "It's because of the harsh desert winds. He's someone that I've personally brought back with me, so his identity has already been verified. Even if he is my valet, I haven't taught him anything, so I'm just taking him to the annex where he can take care of the chores," Eugene explained. Ancilla and all the main estate's servants who were gathered here shot Lehman wary looks. Lehman flinched at all the gazes directed at him and couldn't help but hunch his shoulders. As a guard of the Emir of Khajitan, Lehman had been ordered to escort the Emir to all sorts of events and had seen many excellent warriors. However, among all the warriors he had seen in his lifetime, very few were as skilled as the knights in the Lionheart clan's main estate. Layman's mind raced. As long as you discount their numbers, in terms of individual skills alone, the guards of the Emir of Khajitan can't compare to them at all. Was it really all right for the knights of a family without an official noble title to be this exceptional? According to his own common sense, Layman couldn't understand how this could be. What's more, the knights that he could see right now were definitely not the clan's full power. The true strength of the Lionheart clan was in the Knights of the Black Lion. Even Layman was well aware of this fact. Layman speculated, if they have amassed such power, they could even throw a revolt at any time. Of course, for the past hundreds of years, the Lionheart clan had never once attempted to revolt against the Keel Empire. Even so, Layman felt that the Lionheart's clan's power was still too much for a single family to hold. So the young lord is the adopted son of such a great family. Layman's chest swelled with pride as he looked at Eugene from the corner of his eyes. He had received several instances of life-saving grace from Eugene. If it wasn't for Eugene, Layman would have died from either being swept away by the sandstorm or from being sucked beneath the quicksand. Even if he had somehow escaped death at that point, Layman would have been silenced by the assassins and the sand shamans. Or he could have been killed by Amelia Merwin in that place deep underground, or perhaps her pet might have been the one to end him. Or he might even have been trapped deep underground and died from starvation. All of this had happened because he had gotten involved with Eugene, but Layman still felt like he had to repay Eugene's life-saving grace. It was with these intentions that Layman had decided to part ways with Tyree al-Madani and become Eugene's subordinate. Even if the tasks he was asked to do were just chores for the mansion, no matter what they might be, as long as they were done for the sake of serving Eugene, wouldn't he be able to repay his master's past grace little by little? Nina, Eugene waved over Nina, who had been waiting nearby. The 22-years-old Nina didn't have the same baby-faced appearance that she had had 2 years ago. Eugene's eyes narrowed as he scanned Nina's slender physique. Were you neglecting to eat because I wasn't here? Or could it be that someone was bullying you? Why do you look so haggard? Eugene questioned her. Young master, I've been a little busy because you said you would be returning so suddenly, Nina explained. Eugene refused to accept this. You're not the only one who works in the annex, so why are things particularly busy and troublesome just for you? Did someone tell you to do all that work alone? Was it the head butler? As Eugene's eyes turned towards them, the face of the head butler, who was standing behind Nina, paled. Not at all, sir, the head butler quickly denied. Nina also refuted this. I'm the one who said I would handle it alone. But it looks like you haven't changed at all, Sir Eugene. Although the head butler was in charge of all the servants who worked at the Lionheart estate, the annex where Eugene lived was a forbidden place that the chief butler did not dare to touch. Eugene was also aware of this fact. It was just that, since he was returning after a long time, he wanted to check if the other servants might have been bullying Nina. If that's the case, then I'm glad. Nina, take this old man with you and teach him how to do the chores, Eugene instructed. What kind of chores should I guide him in? Nina asked. Eugene considered the question, cleaning the stables and the gymnasium, as well as, any chores that you don't want to do, the bothersome ones that require a lot of strength. Nina hesitated. Is it really okay for me to do that? Is he not your personal valet, Sir Eugene? It's because he's my valet that he should do the chores I tell him to do. Eugene then introduced her. Layman, this woman's name is Nina, and she's my exclusive servant. If you had to say it, then I guess you could call her your immediate senior. My name is Layman Shulhav. Layman introduced himself. His senior. Layman looked at Nina with a bitter expression. Before arriving at the Lionheart's main estate, he had listened to Eugene talking about the Lionheart estate's key figures. Even Nina, a servant, was one of these key figures. Do I really need to take a girl 10 years younger than me as my senior? Although Layman had decided to give his life to Eugene, Deep in his heart, there was still the pride of a warrior from the savage desert. Of course, that pride didn't dare to lift its head from the depths of his heart. Although the wounds from the beating that Eugene had given him had already healed, Layman was still afraid of Eugene's fists. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Eugene asked Cyan, "Why are you acting so stiff?" Intending to assist the two siblings resolve the tension between them, and Scylla had taken the servants with her as she left. After developing some tact during his time spent at the main estate, Gerhard had naturally left along with Ancilla. Nina followed suit, taking Layman with her as she returned to the annex. Thanks to that, Eugene and Cyan were the only ones left in front of the warp gate. Eugene continued speaking as he smirked at Cyan, who had an intense frown on his face. After all, even Lady Ancilla was able to smile at me while saying that it's been a long time. Didn't you miss me? What's with your expression? Are you constipated? Even though you kept calling her stepmother while my mother was here, now it's back to Lady Ancilla? Cyan pointed out sarcastically. Eugene defended himself. I need to call her by that name to keep Lady Ancilla happy, no? And who do you think you are, that you need to try and keep my mother happy? Cyan snarled aggressively. Bastard, what's with you? Did you get hit by late puberty like Seal? But that shouldn't be the case. You already went through puberty when you were 15. Have you already forgotten that time? You secretly stole some cigarettes from the knights, and when you tried to smoke them. Shut up. Cyan burst out as his face flushed red. Then, after glaring at Eugene for a few moments, he let out a deep sigh. Eventually, Cyan asked, just what the hell is your true identity? Identity? What do you mean, identity? Eugene repeated, perplexed. Cyan took a deep breath. Are you really the same age as me, only 19 years old? You want me to tell you the truth? Then I'm actually not the same age as you, as I've been reincarnated, Eugene confessed. Stop with the bullshit. What was the point of asking for his true identity when Cyan wouldn't believe him even when he told the truth? Eugene clicked his tongue in admonishment and patted Cyan on the shoulder. After having not seen me in so long, have you suddenly realized how great your brother is? Eugene teased. Yeah, Cyan confirmed. What was going on with this bastard? Saying something so embarrassing. Eugene could only blink his eyes in surprise at Cyan's honest reply. Your 2 years and my 2 years. Although the same 2 years have passed for both of us. With you, it feels like 20 years have passed, Cyan spat out in a voice boiling over with frustration. Then Cyan let out a long sigh as he relaxed his fists, which had been clenched so tightly that they had become pale from the restricted blood flow. Cyan continued, I had thought that I was also working extremely diligently. While you were learning magic, I just swung my sword like a madman here. Web audio channel announcement. Thank you for listening. If you want to listen to the full series and hundreds of audiobooks similar to this, please join our Discord or join our Patreon on patreon.com/webaudio. The link will be in the description and also pinned in the comment section. Thank you. At the main estate. At the same time, I also practiced the White Flame formula. I converted my sword light into sword force, and while strengthening my sword force, I also trained my mana. You sure have worked hard, Eugene muttered as he scanned Cyan from top to bottom. Cyan's mana had increased so much that it was incomparable to the amount he had 2 years ago, and it had been further refined as well. Although Cyan hadn't figured it out quite yet, it looked like he was right on the verge of reaching the 3rd star of the White Flame formula. This was an amazing feat that had only been seen a handful of times in the Lionheart clan's history. The number of people in these hundreds of years of family history who had managed to reach the 3rd star of the White Flame formula before reaching adulthood could be counted on the fingers of one's hands. That said, it was still impossible for Cyan to compete with Eugene. Eugene had already reached the 4th star of the White Flame formula, and not only that, he had even created the Ring Flame formula. There was no way for Cyan to narrow this gap. In the first place, it was an unfair competition. The support that Cyan had received from being born into the main family was nothing much compared to the fact that Eugene was Hamel in his previous life and had all his memories from that time. On top of that, Eugene had made sure not to waste a single moment of his second life. So what was his reason for not training his mana before the bloodline continuation ceremony? It was because Eugene knew that initiating his mana a few years later wouldn't bring him any disadvantages. Thanks to the fact that he had waited instead of going against the flow, Eugene had managed to get his hands on the Great Vermouth's White Flame formula and the Storm Sword WNYD. With these, Eugene's growth had been accelerated explosively. Eugene was currently stronger than Hamel had been when he first met Vermouth. At the very latest, 10 years from now, he would have grown as strong as he had been in his previous life. No, even stronger. I keep telling him that he's already doing a lot better than expected, Eugene thought. Eugene knew his situation the best, so he just took it for granted that he was stronger than Cyan. No matter what might happen in the future, Cyan shouldn't be able to become stronger than Eugene. Although Eugene knew all this, Cyan did not. To Cyan, Eugene must seem like such a monster that it wouldn't be strange if the heavens themselves felt that it was unfair that Eugene had such strength. And it wouldn't be strange for Cyan to feel despair and brokenhearted because of this. Yet instead of feeling despair, Cyan just felt frustrated with himself. Eugene appreciated Cyan showing such a reaction. In fact, Cyan was able to feel this way only because Eugene had spent several years beating him to a pulp in order to reforge his mentality. But if Cyan's innate disposition had been poor, no matter how many beatings he took, it wouldn't have been possible to guide him back to the correct path like that. You should become the patriarch, Cyan declared. I guess twins really are the same, Eugene observed. I heard about it from Seal, but after seeing you in person, I know that I definitely can't do it, Cyan admitted. If there's you, who's incomparably superior to me, how could I possibly become the patriarch? Eugene refuted him. Why can't you? As long as you say that you'll do it, of course, you can become the patriarch. I said that there's no way I can accept it, Cyan shouted. If you really want me to become the patriarch, you'll need to duel with me first. Because if you win, I will obey you unconditionally, challenged Eugene. Cyan noticed something. If I win the duel, why would I make you the patriarch? And that means that if you win, I'll be the one becoming the patriarch. It looks like your head is quicker than I expected. What did you say? As he heard Eugene mutter a slight compliment, flames lit up in Cyan's eyes as he glared at Eugene. Eugene decided to be serious. Do you really think that there'll be a good outcome from forcing someone who isn't interested into the position of patriarch? A position like that should be occupied by someone with the motivation for it. I have no desire for the seat of the Lionheart clan's patriarch. Even if it's just as a figurehead, you should take the seat of the patriarch. Because I'll do all the bothersome things you don't want to do in your stead, Cyan eventually offered. Eugene expressed his doubts. Do you really understand what you're saying? For the rest of your life, you'll never get married and never set up your own branch of the family. You'll just stick to the main estate and act as my servant? A prideful person like you? Cyan's silence spoke volumes. And by the way, the words you've just said, you know that they can be turned back on you, right? You be the patriarch. Because I'll take care of the tasks that need someone to show their strength in your place, Eugene counteroffered. I really can't understand you. Cyan sighed deeply and shook his head. Is it because you're from a collateral bloodline? No, as someone from a collateral bloodline, you should be even more interested in becoming the patriarch. If you become the patriarch, you'll have the power to shatter the centuries-old traditions of the Lionheart clan. Despite that, no one will be able to go against your will. Both the Knights of the Black Lion and the Council of Elders, they'll have no choice but to listen to you. That's not really a certainty, Eugene attempted to correct him. No, they will concede. insisted Cyan. The only ones who can compete with you are Seal, that fool, Edward, and me. But none of us three can compare to you. So regardless of tradition or whatever, if it's for the sake of the Lionheart clan, you should be the one to become the next patriarch. And what's so impressive about the Lionheart clan, Eugene harumphed as the corners of his mouth twisted into a sneer. Hamel's grave had been left in ruins. The Moonlight Sword had been sealed away. Sienna had disappeared, and Anise had been forced to wander the desert, unable to find his grave. All of this had something to do with Vermouth. Eugene recalled that bastard's face as he scoffed. For you, the Lionheart clan might seem like something truly important, but from my point of view, it's not really all that amazing. Be careful of what you're saying, Cyan warned him. What's there to be careful about? Anyone has the right to talk smack about the home they grew up in, Eugene defended himself. We are. You shouldn't say those kinds of things. You've received a lot of benefits from growing up in the main family. Can you really deny that your nonsensical talents are an expression of the fact that you've strongly inherited our ancestors' blood? Cyan argued. Of course, I can't. Eugene readily acknowledged what couldn't be denied. This body of his was so innately talented because he was a descendant of Vermouth. Since Eugene had the memories of his previous life, he may have been able to become strong even with a trashy body, but the reason he had been able to grow this quickly was thanks to this exceptional body that he had been born with. If it was in the past, Eugene would have just been grateful for this. He might have been reincarnated as Vermouth's descendant of all the people, and he might have been confronted with the confusing and fucking upsetting reality that the remaining Demon Kings were still living as happily as ever. But he still felt like it had to be a miracle that he was reincarnated with the memories of his past life. However, what if it wasn't a miracle? Eugene, no, Hamel's reincarnation had been intentional. The one who had planned this was probably Vermouth, and while the Demon King of Incarceration had known about his reincarnation, Sienna and Vermouth had clashed somewhere during the process. These companions from his previous life. In order to reincarnate me. But why him of all people? I have no intention of changing my mind, Eugene told Cyan distractedly. Eugene currently felt disillusioned. What exactly was that inhuman, Superman, hero, master of all, god of war, the great Vermouth even thinking? And why had he done something like this? What was he planning to do by faking his death while clashing with a comrade with whom he had gone through countless life-or-death situations and planning Hamel's reincarnation? If Vermouth was really that lively, it would have been better for him to just join forces with his comrades once more to fight the Demon Kings. The one who will become the patriarch is you, Cyan. I won't do something like becoming the patriarch. If you really want to change my mind, try convincing me by using your strength, Eugene challenged him once more. The Lionheart clan was Vermouth's family. Eugene had never held any great interest or pride in the clan in the first place. It was the same even now. Although he had lived for 19 years as Eugene Lionheart, he still didn't hold much interest or pride in his role as a member of the clan. Gilead, the patriarch, was a good person. As for Guion, he was also a good person. Even though they were the direct line of the main family, those two had never once looked down on Eugene. And Ancilla, well, although there were times when she definitely wanted to look down on him, and her goodwill was only superficial. Still, compared to Tanis, you could even call her an angel. Cyan and Seal as well. Although their first impressions weren't great, after spending a few years together, they might not be as close as true siblings, but they had still become attached to each other. As for Gargith, he was built like a brick shithouse, too, reminding Eugene of Mullen, and it felt like he was a good guy. Gerhard? What was there to say? Eugene really liked his father. But even with all that, Eugene still couldn't hold much interest and pride in his clan. A duel is a bit much, Cyan muttered. Cyan had to admit that he wouldn't be able to change Eugene's mind. In the past, Eugene hadn't gone so far as to dismiss the Lionheart name like this, so he had to wonder if Eugene had gone through a change of heart sometime during the past 2 years. Or perhaps he might just be going through puberty as well. With a bitter taste in his mouth, Cyan grabbed the sword hung at his waist. "Since it's been a while, let's have a spar," Cyan proposed. Eugene warned him, "I'm telling you this in advance, but no matter what you try to do, you won't be able to defeat me." "I know, you son of a bitch," Cyan cursed. "Rude bastard," Cyan thought as he shoulder-barged Eugene on his way to the training grounds. 1. The original Korean titles translate literally into Big Mother for Tanis and Little Mother for Ancilla. Stepmother and matriarch are close approximations. 2. The Korean version of this phrase uses a rice cake stall. Ch 74. Chapter 74. The Return. 3. The spar was one-sided. Cyan's sword force might be unbelievably refined for his age, but it was impossible for him to push back against Eugene. Although Cyan refused to back down and swung his sword fiercely, he couldn't even force Eugene to take a step back. It felt like Cyan was swinging his sword into nothingness. Or at least, that was what he thought at first, but gradually the feeling began to change. Cyan started feeling like he was battling sticky mud and an endlessly deep swamp. Even though it felt like Eugene's sword was just diverting his attacks, at the same time it was also sticking to Cyan's blows like mud, and then, as if his attack were being sucked into a swamp, it dragged his blade over to where Cyan didn't want it to go. And after that, the mud and the swamp became the sea, as a huge wave of mana shook Cyan's sword force, guiding his attacks away and making them sputter off into thin air. There should be no reason for him to have gotten tired so quickly, but Cyan felt his breathing become rough, and he could hear his heart pounding away rapidly. As he had worked towards the 3rd star of the White Flame formula, Cyan's mana control had improved greatly. In the past, even emitting sword light had required great concentration, but now it was possible for him to draw out his sword force naturally, without even needing to focus on it. It also wasn't difficult for him to maintain the sword force that he had drawn out like this for a long time. This was Cyan Lionheart, after all. As a member of the prestigious Lionheart family, he had been trained in using mana since a young age and had received all sorts of support. At their age, it would be extremely rare for anyone in the entire continent to have as much mana as Cyan. Cyan was aware of this fact and had felt pride in this. However, this pride was currently crumbling apart like a sandcastle. Fuck. He could no longer maintain his sword force. As Cyan panted for breath, he spat out this curse and collapsed on the spot. The sand and dust that had been floating around the gymnasium gradually settled down. Thanks to Cyan's non-stop flow of attacks, the floor of the gymnasium had been deeply scarred, cracked, and turned over by a sword force. However, Eugene's surroundings were in perfect condition. There weren't even any footprints left behind. From the very start right until the very end, Eugene had remained standing in one spot and hadn't moved away by even a single step. Incredible was the thought of everyone watching this one-on-one spar. At first, there had only been Eugene and Cyan here, but from the moment the match started, the knights of the main estate had gathered to watch. Since they hadn't declared it a private spar, the knights were free to stand at a distance and observe Cyan and Eugene sparring. Thanks to that, the knights of the main estate were able to realize once again what an incredible warrior the adopted child, Eugene Lionheart, was. 2 years ago, when Eugene was only 17, Eugene had already been notorious among the knights of the main estate. In fact, he was so notorious that there was actually an unwritten rule concerning him floating around among the knights. The rule was that if you were arranged to spar with young Master Eugene, you could never allow things to get too serious. This wasn't for the sake of their still immature young master. On the contrary, this unwritten rule was meant to preserve the pride of the knights. The knights here all took great pride in their skills. If they were still overwhelmed, even after they got serious, moreover when their opponent was much younger than they were. No matter the fact that their opponent was the young master of the Lionheart clan's main line, the knights were bound to feel frustrated. He was already so strong 2 years ago, but now, if it were me up there, would I be able to win? The eyes of the knights flickered as these thoughts ran through their heads. In spars that were only meant as a form of training, sword force was rarely ever used. So what if they did use sword force and fought with Eugene seriously? Would they still be able to win? They couldn't be sure. Most of the young knights got the sense that they would be defeated. Even the knights who were older than them couldn't feel certain of their chances for victory. Hazard felt the same way. He was a member of the Knights of the White Lion who had sworn loyalty to the Lionheart clan's direct line and was one of the youngest amongst these knights. However, age did not necessarily equate to skill. Hazard had beaten out several other knights to rise to his position as a commander in the second squad of the Knights of the White Lion. He had never once felt that his innate talents were lacking. In just a few years, Hazard was sure to become the captain of the second squad. If even more time passed, he might even be able to aim for the position of the leader of the Knights of the White Lion. Even such a man like Hazard had no choice but to feel his own inadequacy when compared to Eugene. Among the knights here, was there anyone arrogant enough to claim that when they were 19, they were as strong as Eugene was now? Hazard looked at the other knights. There were more than 160 knights who belonged to the main estate's Knights of the White Lion. Among all these knights, the 10 strongest made up the first squad. The remaining 150 men were divided into groups of 30 to form 5 squads. Hazard looked at the 5 squad captains. Just like Hazard, their faces had stiffened. They were all skillful warriors who were sure to receive respect no matter where in the continent they went, but they couldn't hide the astonishment they felt in response to this adopted son from a collateral bloodline. Even the knights of the first squad wouldn't feel anything different. I've never felt that same overwhelming sense of power from them that I have from Sir Eugene, Hazard speculated. The first squad of the Knights of the White Lion, along with their leader, the Knight Commander, had accompanied Gilead to the Black Lion Castle. Hazard gulped in amazement as he recalled those currently absent elites. Sprawled out on the ground, after he finally caught his breath, Cyan raised his head and asked, "What was that?" Eugene, who had been shaking loose his wrists, turned to look at Cyan and grinned. "What was what?" he asked facetiously. "The thing you did just now, where you sent my attacks flying all over the place," Cyan clarified. Eugene claimed that was just parrying. "Can't you tell just by looking?" Who wouldn't be able to tell that much? All the knights spectating the spar had also realized that Eugene had been simply parrying Cyan's attacks. Parrying was a technique that could be used with all weapons, not just swords. The technique could even be used with one's bare hands, though one needed a lot of practice in order to do so. However, among these knights, not a single one of them had the confidence to say that they would be able to show parrying on the same level as Eugene. His was no ordinary style of parrying. He wasn't just obstructing the sword force, he was diverting it. That alone would have been enough to classify it as an advanced technique, but instead of only diverting the sword force outward, Eugene could divert it back inward, breaking the opponent's stance. By mixing in both inward and outward flows, Eugene had been able to nullify all of Cyan's attacks and had also made him overuse his mana. And that was all without him taking a single step away from his spot. "Tell me how you did that," Cyan reluctantly requested. "What did you say?" Eugene reacted with feigned surprise. Cyan gritted out, "I said, tell me how you did that, you son of a bitch." "Really? You want to learn from me?" Eugene snickered and stretched his hand out to the collapsed Cyan. His shoulders trembling with rage, Cyan grabbed Eugene's hand as he imagined planting his other fist into Eugene's face. No, that wasn't nearly enough. Cyan considered, I'm still holding a sword in my other hand. I could just thrust it up into his guts. Aren't you going to relax your grip? I won't be able to teach you like this, you know. Eugene reminded him. Huh? What? You're going to teach me. Cyan snapped out of his confusion as he relaxed the hand that was holding the sword. Didn't you ask me to teach you? Eugene asked. Yes, Cyan hesitantly confirmed. Then I might as well teach you, Eugene said, his expression looking like this wasn't a big deal. It wouldn't be too difficult to teach Cyan this. In the first place, learning Eugene's style of parrying was something that depended on the learner's ability and perception rather than the teacher. For now, just follow me, Eugene said as he pulled Cyan up and turned around. After staring blankly at Eugene, who seemed to be returning to the annex, Cyan quickly followed behind him. After exiting the gymnasium, Eugene headed to the forest on the other side of the mansion. Cyan was panting for breath as he continued to trail behind Eugene, unable to close the distance between them. Like this, the two ventured deep into the deserted forest. After making sure that no one else was around, Eugene looked back at Cyan and asked, If you're strong enough, there's no need for me to become the patriarch, right? Cyan grunted in confusion. Then it's fine. Although you won't be able to become stronger than me, as long as you're strong enough to become the undisputed patriarch of the Lionheart clan, there's no problem, right? Eugene confirmed once more. Cyan hesitated. Eugene pressed forward. You just need to be good at talking. The things you understand and have confidence in are the things that I hate, and that won't change, got it? No matter how much you try to push me into it, how can I become the patriarch when I say that I don't want to do it? Cyan protested, but with your skills. What about my skills? As the patriarch, you need to follow the Lionheart clan's traditions, and you also need to have an appropriate sense of dignity. Hypothetically speaking, what would you do if I went out into the middle of the capital city, pulled off all my clothes, and took a shit right there? No matter how strong I am, do you really think that a naked public shitter would deserve to be the patriarch of the Lionheart clan? Eugene was actually threatening to poop naked in the middle of the capital city? Such a thought was unimaginable for Cyan, who had been born and raised in the main estate. Cyan swallowed a gulp and stared at Eugene. He recalled what happened 5 years ago when Eugene had first arrived at the main estate. Although Eugene may have dismissed it as the barking of a mad dog, at that time, Cyan really had gotten a whiff of cow dung from Eugene. No, perhaps it wasn't truly the smell of cow dung, but it was definitely the smell of the countryside. Did Jidal, a rural area on the outskirts of the Keel Empire, even have toilets? Cyan seemed to seriously consider this question. He asked in a shocked tone, Are you really going to defecate in public? Eugene tried to explain, No, I wasn't really saying that I was going to do that. I was just bringing it up as a possibility. Like, I'd rather shit in public than become the patriarch. That would be unacceptable. How could the patriarch of this prestigious Lionheart clan do such an obscene thing? Cyan trailed off in horror. Eugene nodded agreeably, right? It's an unspeakable thought, isn't it? That's why, for the sake of the Lionheart clan, you have to become the patriarch. You don't need to worry about anything because I'll make sure to teach you well so that you don't get beaten up if you end up going somewhere. After hesitating for a moment, Cyan nodded his head. Under normal circumstances, Cyan would have had to compete with Uid, who was the eldest son, for the seat of the patriarch, but Uid had taken care of that issue through his own actions. If he just stayed still, Cyan would definitely become the patriarch. However, it was just that, because of the gap between him and Eugene, Cyan couldn't accept his own suitability for the position. That was why Cyan had tried to concede it to Eugene, but in the end, he truly did wish to become the patriarch. With a shrug, Cyan coughed. Ahem. If you truly don't want to become the patriarch, then it can't be helped. How many times had Cyan offered the position to Eugene? At least 3 times, as far as he could remember. In any case, since Eugene said that he didn't want it, then it couldn't be helped. Well, you might have amazing skills, but it's true that you don't have any of the dignity that a patriarch should have. You also haven't received any training to become a proper heir, right? That means you aren't prepared for it. As someone who lived half of his life in a rural area, you might find it difficult to become accustomed to the culture of the high society that a Lionheart patriarch needs to familiarize themselves with. After quietly listening to Cyan speak, Eugene suddenly kicked him in the shin. Letting out a single scream, Cyan clutched his leg and rolled around on the ground. Why did you hit me? Cyan demanded. Because you were being ill-mannered, Eugene explained. Cyan accused, the words you've spouted are far more ill-mannered. I know. But if it offends you, then you can try and kick me too, Eugene offered. Siblings shouldn't fight with each other, Cyan eventually said as he got up, rubbing his stinging shin. By the way, how are you going to teach me that? Are we starting right now? Your big brother is a very busy person, Eugene informed him. Why are you calling yourself big brother? Cyan protested. We're the same age, and if we go by our birthdays, I was actually born a few months earlier than you. That means I'm the older brother. The twins really were twins in every way. The words Cyan was using to argue were exactly the same as Seal's. Eugene wanted to refute him somehow, but he couldn't find anything to refute him with and ended up just twisting his lips. In any case, Eugene changed the subject. Because I happen to be a bit busy, I'll write down what I'm going to teach you and give it to you later. Cyan questioned him, You're going to write it down for me? It feels like it would be a lot faster if you taught me persona. Eugene impatiently interrupted him. No, as I said, that's not going to work for me. You don't even have the basics down, so how do you expect me to teach you personally? And do you really think that you're a genius like me? Can you even imitate what I showed you earlier? I can't, Cyan reluctantly admitted. That's why I'm going to write it down for you. If you accept that for now and study it diligently, you'll be able to use it on your own, Eugene persuaded him. But would that really be the case? Although Eugene had claimed this for now, even he couldn't be sure that he was telling the truth. In the first place, even in his previous life, he had never actually taught anyone. As a mercenary, there had been no reason for him to teach someone, and after becoming Vermouth's companion, there had been no need to teach anyone. Sienna, Anise, and Molin were all so skilled that Eugene didn't need to teach them anything. As Eugene wanted to peacefully and leisurely enjoy his reincarnation, he felt like he could try and teach his techniques for fun, but he currently didn't want to devote any of his precious time to Cyan. You aren't lying to me just because you don't want to become the patriarch, are you? Cyan asked suspiciously. You're right that I don't want to be the patriarch, but it's not a lie, Eugene reassured him. Although he had said this to Seal as well, Eugene actually liked Cyan. It was because whenever he saw Cyan continue to compete with him without giving up, Eugene was reminded of his past life as Hamel. Eugene was very familiar with the feelings of frustration, resentment, and determination that Cyan must be feeling. We're also siblings, Eugene reflected. Yes, even though they didn't share any actual blood ties. Nodding his head, Eugene walked past Cyan. As Cyan followed behind Eugene, who was heading off first, he snickered to himself. Fine. If he says that he doesn't want it, what else can I do? Mother wants this as well, so I'll definitely be the one to become the patriarch. This alone would be a happy event, but what was currently making Cyan's heart flutter in happiness was the fact that he would be able to learn Eugene's technique. Right now, he might be learning from that guy, but perhaps someday he could use this as a basis to surpass Eugene. While holding such high expectations, Cyan rubbed his still tingling shin. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Southern Keel, Ukla's Mountain. This broad and rugged mountain had been designated as part of the Lionheart estate ever since the events 300 years ago. In that distant past, the last Grand Duke of the Keel Empire, the Great Vermouth himself, had developed this area into his territory and had stayed in a castle deep in the mountains. Vermouth had eventually relinquished his title and moved to the capital estate, but even 300 years later, Mount Uklas remained part of the Lionheart estate. The Black Lion Castle had been built deep within the mountains. This was the place where the Great Vermouth had spent the longest amount of time, and it was also the place where the body of the great hero was enshrined. On the top floor of the Black Lion Cast, in the center of a large room, dozens of people were sitting around a black, round table. "So, Eugene, it seems that child has returned to the main estate," Gilead said as he lowered the letter he had been reading. With narrowed eyes, he stared in front of him. Someone expressed their opinion, "I actually thought that he would be returning a little later." Another replied, "Instead, it seems that he came at just the right time." The man sitting across from Gilead spoke up as he stroked his short beard and stared at Gilead. "There are only 2 months left in this year, no? There's no real need to call them here, is there?" Gilead argued. "After all, there's never been a situation quite like this. The one responsible for this unprecedented situation is you, Patriarch," the man said with a smile. Gilead might be the Lionheart clan's patriarch, but his words didn't carry any more weight than those of the others sitting around the table. This was something that couldn't be helped. Except for Gilead, every one of the 10 people sitting at the table was a member of the Lionheart clan's Council of Elders. Regardless of whether they were from the direct line or the collateral lines, they were giants who had left their name in the history of the Lionheart clan. After all, this is the first time ever that a child from a collateral branch has been adopted into the main family, the man continued speaking. Of course, the patriarch has guaranteed this child's value, but unfortunately, the latest batch of children from the main line has caused quite some fuss. As such, we have to inspect them more thoroughly. It's not just the patriarch, Carmen suddenly spoke up. Unusually, even though she was a member of the Council of Elders, she hadn't retreated from active duty, and she still served as the captain of the 3rd Division of the Knights of the Black Lion. "Because I've also seen that kid, Eugene Lionheart, for myself, and I can guarantee it. Why should the fact that he's from a collateral bloodline be such an important issue? What's really important is that kid's potential," Carmen argued. "It's not like I'm looking down on him just because he's from a collateral bloodline," the man said with a smile. This man made Gilead feel awkward. It had been that way ever since he was a child. This was the immortal White Lion, Doins Lionheart. Doins was the eldest of all the Lionheart clan's numerous family members, and he was also the brother of Gilead's grandfather. He was a monster who had lived for well over 100 years. Nevertheless, he hadn't become unsightly with age and was instead an important figure who reigned over the Black Lion Castle while also leading the Council of Elders. "Carmen, your eyes shouldn't be mistaken, but your perspective cannot represent the view of the Black Lions," Doins warned. Carmen just grunted. Carmen also felt awkward around Doins. As Gilead's aunt, she also boasted a formidable age, but Doins' seniority was still higher than Carmen's. In the Lionheart clan, no, in the entirety of the continent, the only ones who could be said to hold equal seniority to Doins were those demon folk in Helmoth who were free of the limits of a lifespan. Therefore, we need to see them for ourselves. This is also for the sake of the coming-of-age ceremony. As he said this, Doins turned to look at everyone here. But there was no one who questioned Doins' words. Gilead let out a long sigh. When he had first received the council summons, he had expected something like this to happen, but having heard it said out loud, his heart couldn't be at ease. The Council of Elders was a group that strongly valued the traditions of the Lionheart clan. They may have accepted Gilead adopting Eugene as a foster child, but that was because Gilead had made an impassioned speech guaranteeing Eugene's potential.